viewers, the big budget day is here and all eyes on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Here on Mirror Now, our focus is going to be very simple. Will this budget bring more money into your pockets, get you better employment opportunities, make your cities better, more developed? Will this budget get us out of the slowdown and onto the fast-paced growth track again? Mirror Now has been constantly flagging how our economy needs an overhaul. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is in a tough spot right now. Honestly speaking, she is going to have a very, very tough task because at the end of the day, on one hand, the GDP has nosedived. The employment is at a 45-year low. Small-scale industries are struggling. And then the government isn't even getting enough money. There's a massive tax revenue shortfall that the government is looking at. So even for the government to spend more to revive the economy, where is the money going to come from? How do they really balance it all out will be the big thing to look out for. And of course, while union budget is supposed to be simply a statement of the money coming in and the money that's going to be spent, it essentially also becomes and ends up becoming a political statement these days. But before we get to that and go across to our panelists, I want to go across to Avni Raja, who is joining me with a consolidated list of economic indicators that kind of set the stage for what the government needs to do to fix our economy. Avni?
Well, that's right, Tanvi. It is going to be a very difficult budget for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and we'll have to see what comes out because before we talk about what is expected and what should be done, the context in which we are today needs to be established. It's a very difficult time because of the slowdown we've been facing, and not just on one or two fronts, it's on multiple levels that the slowdown we are seeing. So there are multiple indicators over the last several months that we've put together that point to the kind of intense slowdown that we are in the midst of. Let's just go through all of them. So the first indicator, of course, is the World Bank cutting growth forecast to 5% from 6.5%. Now, there is usually tinkering done with the forecasts by the World Bank, but this extent of a slash in the forecast is something that we don't see very often. So that is one big point of concern. The second indicator, if we can go to the Ministry of Statistics, says that the economy will grow at a slower pace of 5% in 2019-2020. And here we're talking about just a few years ago, we were at a pace of 7 to 8%, and now we are slowing down to as low as 5% this year is what the expectation currently is. The third indicator is that SBI's own research team has projected an even lower growth rate of 4.6% for India. We've already touched 4.5% in the previous quarter. So 4.6% is what SBI is projecting for India, and that's a multi-level low. The next indicator is car sales, which is a very important indication of how spending is slowing down in the country. That fell 8.4% in December 2019, and it's not just December. Over the last several months, over the last year, we've seen car sales really taking a hit and slowing down. So that's one indicator. The next indicator, of course, is inflation, which went up to 7.35%. That is the retail inflation. Again, one big point of concern because we're looking at a slowing economy along with high retail inflation. That is definitely not a good combination. And inflation wasn't a concern even a few months ago. This has happened in the last few months. The next indicator, of course, is food inflation, which shot up to 14%. And the reason for that are things like the onion prices, which we saw skyrocket over the last several months. They still continue to be high. So food inflation, people having to spend more money on the food that they eat is the other issue. Next issue is as far as CEOs across the globe worrying about a possible recession in 2020. Remember, we are looking at a global slowdown as well. Across the entire world, economies are facing trouble, and India is, of course, hit by that as well. And of course, IMF for now also slashing the growth forecast for India. So after World Bank, it was IMF, but we just saw just a couple of minutes ago how the IMF said that India is faced an abrupt slowdown, but it is not facing the risk of recession. So some silver lining over there. IMF cut the growth forecast for India by 1.2% to 5.8% for 2020-21. And finally, S.C. Garg, the ex-finance secretary, said that the centre's FY20 tax collections will fall short by 2.5 lakh crores. So that's a huge shortfall in taxes that we're looking at. Remember, taxes are one of the most important ways that the government actually earns money. So this shortfall will then impact how much the government can actually spend, and how much it can cut taxes, which is what all of us are hoping for this time round, Tanvi. So yes, it is going to be a difficult budget for Finance Minister.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And we have to keep in mind that a lot of announcements already happened between the last budget in July and now a series of announcements, especially for the industry and the corporate tax cut and, steps that were taken for revival of sectors like real estate and auto. What more can the government do becomes a big question then. And essentially, what I want to focus on and to begin with is why budget is not simply an economic exercise anymore, but also has largely become about political messaging. So about what the message is for the agricultural sector, for various states, for the social welfare sector versus what the government wants to tell the industry versus what the government would want the foreign investors to really get a sense of. Let's say good morning to Anand Gurumurthy, spokesperson for the BJP. Fuad Halim, leader of CPIM, joins us this morning. Let's also say hello to Dr. S.L. Shetty, founder, director and advisor for EPWRF and former in charge of RBI's Department of Economic Analysis and Politics. Thank you all for joining us. Anand Gurumurthy, let me start with you. What's the big message that the government wants to send this morning?
See, the government has a straightforward message because this government has been in power. This is our second, this thing going on, and second, in the first 5 years, whatever structural reforms happened, and in the last year budget too, it was a clear projection of growth and also to sectors which needed a lot of help. For example, if you see some of the populist schemes like Ayushman Bharat and other things, and improvement of the farming sector, all these things have been mentioned even in the manifesto again and again in the 2019 manifesto of our general elections. And it is very clear that the government is focused on overall growth. And of course, even in the manifesto, they talk of putting more money in the hands of people. So it is something which we are looking forward to. I'm sorry?
Yes, go ahead, please.
So it is something that we are looking forward to as a political party. Also, we're looking forward what the government will come up with in this budget. And as we have spoken about the global slowdown, but India still resilient and somehow managing to have a little bit of more volume growth. Yes, our growth percentage in GDP has gone down, but we still are growing, and the government still has more money to spend than the last year. And how to go ahead and how to tackle the inflation problem, everything has been done, studied in the last few months very well by the finance department and also the PMO looking into it, and everything is being planned according to what our manifesto had promised in the financial sector, and also keeping in view of what this country has to be in the next 10-15 years. So a lot of planning has happened, and we are expecting a very, very, very positive budget for the people of India, not only in short terms, but in the long term too, in the long run.
Okay, that's Anand Gurumurthy of the BJP. They're really setting the stage for a further conversation. But in fact, let me take that point across to Fuad Halim as well. Fuad Halim, the big question is that have our budgetary exercises, the actual, speech essentially that happens in the parliament, has that become more about political messaging now and less about, say, economic prudence, really, to speak, who you want to appease to, who you want to send a big message to, who you want to allocate more funds to? Have the government started looking at budget beyond simply giving an annual statement?
Well, very rightly you have asked a question as to whether the budget, the economic survey and the budget are going to be a yardstick of performance and a yardstick of taking decisions based on previous performance. That doesn't seem to be the issue with the Bharatiya Janata Party government over the past couple of years. We've seen very clearly.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Fuad
Hello,
Halim.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So, what seems to be the entire budgetary exercise, starting with the economic survey that has been placed yesterday, it's very clear that the Bharatiya Janata Party does not want to evaluate its performance. And in the larger political context of the country, it has made issues that are distracting the common man from his economic, requirements on a day-to-day basis. Coming to the economic survey that has been released yesterday, you've got the chief economics advisor categorically in his opening statement say that job creation is not something that the government is looking forward to anymore. He starts off his conversation with giving direction to the budget and the attitude of the government on wealth creation. So, the basic principle of job creation, the basic principle of actually ensuring that the people of India get more money to end this demand-led situation that we are entering into, that we have already entered rather. And we see that evaluating the performance in the past years does not seem to be important to the finance minister and the economic team that's leading the country today. The GDP has gone down, that has been mentioned in the economic survey, but very, very guardedly. And the government doesn't seem to be candid enough to actually appreciate where we are at this point of time. Glossing over the realities of our economic downturn is not going to help us evaluate how we are going to get out of it.
Right.
There's a lot of expectation. There's expectation not only from the social sectors, there's also expectation from middle and small businesses. There's also expectation from the farmers' end. We've seen serious farmers' movements, and the suicides that the farming community are challenged with are now coming into competition with the unorganized labor sectors. So the first time in India we've seen unorganized laborers, tipping the scales in terms of suicide rates comparable with farmers. So the situation is worsening on all fronts, on all sectors. We've got large industry that's been affected. We've seen property and real estate stagnate. The inventory in the property and real estate sector is massive. So people are not buying. And if you don't put money into their hands, on the other hand,
yes, let's take it, point by point and sector by sector. For example, you mentioned the agricultural pain and jobs, and yes, those two are big issues. Jobs have been a big talking point, at least in the last 5-7 odd years. Unemployment obviously has reached unprecedented levels only last year. The agriculture is actually one example where we see governments only respond when there is some kind of a political benefit coming out of it, and that's when suddenly you'll see announcements of farm loan waivers take place, and after that everybody seems to forget about it. Vinay Tiwari, our managing editor, also joins us this morning. Vinay, good morning to you. And like I said, agriculture and farm loan waivers is that one example. Congress did it at a massive level, when they were in power, and came out with this big farm loan waiver of 70,000 crore rupees. Simply because they were looking at the next general election. So often we see that these budgetary exercises also become a political one for the governments.
They've always been. I mean, I very strongly believe that almost 90% of all estimates and the policies that are announced in budgets, not just by this government, but by any government, are done for politics and not so much for economics. I think governments have an eye on state elections, they keep an eye on general elections, they sometimes address the constituency that they enjoy a support base in and ignore some of the others. That happens very routinely. You mentioned farm loan waivers. I mean, that's populism, that's not really fiscal prudence. You have states after states which announce free power and free water, even if the state is groaning under huge fiscal distress. And there are many schemes that the government employs or deploys whose effectiveness is highly questionable. I mean, you will see today itself, I can almost guarantee you there'll be a series of schemes that will be almost addressing every single stress point that the party in power is facing on politics, not so much in economics. I'm hoping this year it will be an exception simply because we've reached a situation where if we don't address those problems now, we might be heading into a real disaster. So I'm assuming that, like in 1991 when Dr. Manmohan Singh first took over as the finance minister, in Narasimha Rao's cabinet, and we were staring at a huge disaster. There was a balance of payment crisis. We were almost defaulting on our loans. It was a real problem. That kind of jolted us out and gave us the huge structural reform that led to the so-called liberalization era. So I'm hoping the government realizes.
Do you think that this would be more of an economic structural reform budget, or will this also be, and what kind of political message then you would expect the government to send?
I think what has happened and what is probably troubling the government is that now they don't have the headroom to do anything which is just populist itself. The economy itself is now becoming a political issue.
Yeah.
The fact is that the distress is widespread, it's across states, and no matter how much we try and hide it under jargon and cloak it under data, the fact of the matter is the stress is deep and it's real. And if the government doesn't address it now, that itself will become the political issue, and that issue is something which is cross-national. It's not just limited to one state of ICE. It's something that is going to spread across and cut across every single state. So it's about time, I guess, that they need to know that this itself now is politics. They cannot get away from accepting the fact that we have a problem with the economy which needs to be addressed.
Yes, and for a change, I would say that it should be. And this should be part of politics, just as anything else is, because right now there is nothing more than the economy that needs the government's attention. Anand Gurumurthy wants to make a point before I move on. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, the thing is, comparing with 1991-92 times is very wrong. What we are seeing today is totally different, because at that point of time the growth rate was 1.5% and we had a few billion-dollar budget then. Now we have grown a lot, from a $1 trillion in 2014 to more than $2 trillion. So the growth rate is different, and growth rate is now high. The volumes are high. So the fact of the matter is now the government has more to spend and more ways of doing it. So being so negative about it is wrong. There are a lot of things and there are a lot of experts who are involved in this, and as I said in the beginning, short term, long term, the government has taken note of this, and they've spent a lot of time with experts. So I'm sure it's going to be a smooth ride for India in the coming years.
So just to clarify, since Mr. Gurti mentioned, I'm not saying that the situation in economy is in
Correct.
terms of data similar to 91.
But we need to break out.
I'm only saying that was a breakout year for us because we realized that we had headed into a crisis. Of course, the scale and the size of economy in India has now gone up manifold. There is no doubt about that. Of course, we are much stronger and much better in terms of our basics. I mean, at that point of time, we did not even have, probably a few millions in foreign exchange. So obviously, that problem is not there. But in the global environment currently, from a situation where we were poised to actually frog leap into a very, very a significantly higher stratosphere. In the last 2.5 years or so, we've kind of slowed down considerably, and that has led to distress across sectors. I mean, jobs is a serious problem. The spending is a serious problem. The growth is slowing down by their own admission. So clearly, we are heading into another problem, and it would require a breakout moment. And I'm saying that this particular year, I hope the budget is a breakout budget, because if you don't do that, the sentiment is not going to revive. There is already a very low sentiment across sectors.
Yes.
That needs to get revived.
Well, Dr. Shetty is also with me, and before I go across to Avni, in fact, to put the spotlight on jobs and talk more about it, let me get opening comments from Dr. Shetty as well. Dr. Shetty, unemployment is at a 45-year high. The economy has literally dropped from a growth rate of 8% to 4.5% in just about a year. So, and government is staring at a big tax revenue shortfall. Now, this is a tricky spot to be in. What would your advice be to the finance minister this morning?
Yes, Tanvi, undoubtedly, job losses, unemployment, absence of incomes are serious issues. They have become a big challenge for the economy. What surprises me is that the economic survey, which has just come out as a prelude to the budget, has not recognized this abundantly. I am fearful of the basic fact that consistently the government has not been accepting the challenges or recognizing the challenges that it is facing. Probably it is realizing it, but it is not coming out with clear-cut message that there is a serious problem. One of the most unprecedented kind of economic situation that we are seeing today. This unprecedented economic situation has resulted in sharp reduction, above all, in the revenue, government revenue growth. And therefore, the government had to rely on Reserve Bank of India for the purpose of recouping the resource requirements. A huge amount of resources have been collected from the Reserve Bank of India for this purpose. And unless the government addresses the resource issue, it is not going to solve the problem. That is one. Secondly, it is true that in a situation like this, it may have to have a fresh look at the entire fiscal consolidation issue. It may have to slowly and gently increase the fiscal deficit, rely on the market, and allow for revival of the economy through substantial amount of infrastructure expenditure and expenditure for poorer segments of society, particularly for the rural sector, in terms of the NREG and the PM Kisan program. And what is more, as the economic survey cites the case of China, it does not recognize that China and Southeast Asian countries have done well because they have concentrated on social sector expenditure. It is necessary for the government to recognize that an egalitarian pattern of development in this country is possible only if it provides for improvement in health and education expenditures.
Yes.
Therefore, now what is required is a substantial increase in government expenditure not only in totality but in terms of quality of expenditure.
Yes.
Quality of expenditure which favors the rural sector, which favors the social sectors, and it is only by this process that any revival of this nature would help the economy at large.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, what we are looking at, thankfully, is a situation where in the last few years, the government has consistently brought down the gap between our earnings and the government expenditure, which is essentially the fiscal deficit, that has come down. So this time around, even if the government wants to spend more, I don't think too many people are going to be upset about that, about the fiscal deficit barrier being broken. Anand Gurumurthy, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, the thing is, he told some very beautiful points. For example, the education sector and the medical sectors needs more money. In fact, our dream is from the party side also and from the government of India side, whatever the government of India will announce today, they will announce. But from the party side, the dream is to put in more into those two sectors, education and health. As Sir said, these two sectors are something which are highly stressful on the people, working class, especially in the age group of 25 to 55. These are the people who spend a lot of chunk of money in the education sector, educating their children, and in the health sector to take care of their family and of course their parents, in-laws. So they spend a lot of money. In fact, if you see in our country, most of the families go into a poverty mode when somebody falls ill. So because of this, Ayushman Bharat was introduced, and we want to see Ayushman Bharat get more coverage. Like for example, whatever number of families are getting covered today, the BPL families and a little bit of APL families also, we want to cover it further, and that was what Arun Jaitley ji announced when he started the scheme, and we want to see that getting more money. Of course, these are all challenges. These challenges will be there as a country, when we move forward. But it's very nice that all of us are talking about this, and this should go forward. Other than that, when he started this thing, there was this thing that the government is not concerned. There was a point he made wherein he says that the economic survey that came says something else, and the person is seeing something else. But let me tell you, the economic surveys that are coming are from different agencies, and all are seeing some revival, and all are seeing India as a resilient economy. All are seeing a share market which is flush with more funds coming in. So this is something which is also a positive statement of India, and India as a country is being a very resilient economy in the world today, and we need to take this forward.
No, I mean,
at the same time, in the lower
we may be a resilient economy, Mr. Anand Gurumurthy, but let's acknowledge the fact that in January last year we were looking at a growth of 8%, GDP growth of 8%, and then the quarter between September and November, we were looking at a growth of 4.5%. The slowdown has been steep. It's been a sharp fall,
Yes.
it's been abrupt, and it's been significant. So we can't
Yes.
just talk about,
Yes.
this being another
Yes,
budget
that's what
where
I
the
was
government
coming
wants
to.
to look at
Yes,
growth,
yeah.
where the government wants to look at, bringing about a normal set of changes.
Perfectly
This
put,
has to be
perfectly put,
drastic.
Tanvi. Yeah.
Yeah.
See-
So let's not deny that fact. Now, what
Yes, yes.
Mr. Shetty,
This is.
what Dr. Shetty was
No, no, no,
actually
no. We are
referring
not
to is
denying-
the
we are not-
economic survey
I'm not trying to,
report submitted.
deny
One minute,
any
please
facts
let me
here.
finish
No.
my point. What Dr. Shetty was referring to was actually the economic survey that was submitted yesterday by
Yeah.
Nirmala Sitharaman in the
Tanvi-
parliament that talks about India has an unprecedented opportunity to chart a China-like labor-intensive export trajectory. And by integrating assemble in India for the world, or make in India as the government calls it, he says that we can create 4 crore well-paid jobs by 2025 and 8 crore by 2030. Can that be done? And will the government really chart out the path for that is a big question, because we need jobs. Here are some voices of people that we got together in the last couple of weeks with a
Yes.
big focus on employment. Listen it.
Yes, yes.
Being a youth and being a professional, we all expect, with respect to to reduce the unemployment, also to accelerate the main economy, the current economy, to the next level. So whatever we are, being a private sector or a public sector, we are all welcome the type of budget which we expected, which can accelerate the current economy into the next level.
There should be more job opportunities when I go a step outside, and that whatever I have learned, there is job for that. That field is there. That's where I feel the union budget should concentrate on.
Unemployment is my only pain point, and I'm expecting the upcoming 2020 budget will reduce the cost for the basic communities.
The government should, create more and more employment generation. That's it. That's the only expectation, because if the youth is employed, I think that can keep the crimes and everything away, as they will be more occupied in employment activities.
I really feel that the union budget should allot more budget for women empowerment, because as we all know, women are in a minority right now, and they need to be helped out. And for that, we should have more resources, because that would be helping in the employment generation, as well as helping them to create more finance options for them and their families.
मैं चाहता हूँ कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ऐसा कुछ फंड निकाले कि जिससे आईटी प्रोफेशनल या जो भी इंडस्ट्रियल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है उनको इनिशियल सीड फंडिंग मिले.
Just some of the voices that we got together from across the country, but largely what the sentiment is and what are the expectations for job creation. Avni Raja has actually collated a list together, so let's go across to her. Avni?
Yes, that's right, Tanvi. In fact, like you pointed out, jobs is one thing that is on the minds of a lot of people, and creating job opportunities is what a lot of people are looking out for. So what is India's wish list as far as jobs are concerned from the finance minister this time round? Let's just pull up that for you. So first of all, in fact, what people are saying is that there are a lot of vacancies in the government. Those vacancies should be filled up. The incentivizing of agriculture, agro-processing, we know, of course, the kind of pain that the agriculture sector has seen. So more to be done on that front is the second point that people have been telling us and talking about. Let's go across to the next point here. In fact, reviving of the construction sector. We know how real estate has been very difficult, been a lot of pain for the last several years. People are not buying. The construction is slowing down. There's a lot of unsold inventory that is also there. So something on that front to revive that sector. Investment in skill development, that is the other big part. So that will obviously help people gain expertise in certain areas, which will help them get more jobs. That is the next point. In fact, incentivizing companies themselves to invest in training programs to help people gain That skill is the other point. GST issues in the small scale industry specifically. Now, we know that the government has done some things to ensure that the implementation of that becomes easier. But obviously, there is still a lot of issues, and the small industries are facing problems as far as GST is concerned. So more on that front is what is expected and hoped for. In fact, hiking infrastructure allocation and fast-tracking infrastructure projects are the next 2 points. And that goes back to how much, in fact, the government can actually spend on infrastructure, because the spending by the government is one key way to sort of revive the economy. So obviously, Tanvi, a lot of these expectations are riding on a budget today. And, it's important that the finance minister addresses these concerns to show, not just to help increase jobs, but to show that they're actually listening to what the common man needs.
Yes, absolutely. The fact of the matter is that people will also be watching out for what the finance minister says to show that they're actually listening to what the common man needs. Mr. Fuad Halim, what the common man needs are employment opportunities and better employment opportunities. It's not just good enough to say that, oh, get me a job. The job has to match my skill. The job has to match my qualification and has to give the returns that I want.
Well, it's very clear that the government that came into power in 2014 had promised that they're going to generate 2 crore jobs. Now, very, very grudgingly, the economic survey in a roundabout fashion accepts, and the data from the Labour Department accepts that that has not happened. Now we've got this, what you call, position that the government is trying to take through the economic survey, that forget about job creation. They are not talking about a fairy tale where they're going to create jobs which are going to be high-paying jobs. Now, that's a contradiction in itself, because the government has not delivered on the basic question of creating jobs. Well, it is coming across with a promise that it's going to create jobs that are going to pay very well. So, this contradiction is not going to work itself out. If you look at the other promises also, before you get a well-paying job, you need to have your education policy in place. And it's surprising that the economic survey does, in a way, identify that the cost of education is a problem in India. And on the other hand, you've got the government and all the protests that are going across the country by the students is basically on the question, because the government is actually increasing the cost of education in the government sector educational institutions. So, the reality on the roads in India, where the people are protesting on various issues, and the reality that is trying to be projected in the economic survey, and using that as a springboard, the budgetary speech today will be actually chalking out how this government would like to take India forward on the question of jobs. So it's self-contradictory in a way. And what's unfortunate is the government is still not taking a reality check in terms of what it has done, the way it has failed in creating jobs, the way it has failed in enhancing incomes in the agricultural sector, and yet it wants to project itself that it is going to go ahead and take India into a situation where well-paying jobs will be created. So that's the unfortunate contradiction that this government is tying itself into, and it's very clear, because this government has shown a scant respect for data, the quality of data in terms of where it is generating its data from. Its philosophical content in the economic survey is very clear. They would not like to base itself on sound principles of economy. They would rather go into religious connotations. They're creating new ways of driving the conversations in India by looking at new models of economic interpretation. We had the chief economic advisor speak about this 10-year split in 5 years as to how industry took greater loans in the first 5 years and they are not investing now. These are ways in actually trying to distract the conversation.
Yes.
The core issues are that the government has not created jobs.
I would say, Mr. Fuad Halim,
to create jobs which are well-paying.
Mr. Fuad Halim, I would say that it's okay if the government wants to, dump the briefcase and come and present the budget in a Bahi Khata as long as there is transparency in the statements and the allocation of funds and usage of funds. I would say I'm okay if the government wants to float a theory about Thalinomics as long as they have a solution to control the food prices, which is not at the cost of the farmer losing losing out on his money. So the symbolism and all is fine as long as the real solution is there. Anand Gurumurthy wants to respond to that, but Dr. Shetty wanted to make a point, so let me first go across to Dr. Shetty. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Tanvi, on the question of inflation, the government does not recognize that inflation can be an incentive for producers. We should not be overly concerned with the inflation targeting in monetary policy. Now, the substantive point that I wanted to make was that now, while expansionary impulses from the government can result in additional employment opportunities, but we must recognize that there are limitations. The bulk of the employment has got to be generated in the informal sector, in agriculture, in small-scale industries, and therefore they need huge amount of financial support, and that financial support can come in only from the banking sector, the financial sector. Therefore, it is necessary for the government, in terms of its second attention, in expanding the activities of the financial sector. In this regard, I must point out that India has, among the important developing countries, lowest amount of credit deposit ratio. For instance, India has only 50% credit to GDP ratio, whereas Korea has 150%, China has 161%, and Malaysia has 120%. You can just imagine that these are the kind of ratios of credit to GDP in these countries, and that is how they have grown. Now, this expansion in credit base is an essential condition for improving the performance of informal sectors. They do not have their own equity. We need the banking sector has got. Therefore, it is necessary for us to give attention to the banking sector. Okay. In the case of banking sector, there has been the economic survey talks very poorly of the role of the public sector institutions. Public sector institutions have created a huge economic activity. Public sector banks have created a huge economic activity all over the country. They have generated substantial amount of impetus to growth. Now, what is necessary is the bureaucratic control over the public sector institutions has got to be reduced. We must encourage public sector institutions. We must have a development bank. IDBI was closed down. That has got to be corrected. And we must strengthen the banking institutions. We must allow them to have more branches, more.
I take your point, Dr. Shetty, but we need to, like you said, we need to strengthen these banks. We need to ensure that there is more accountability. We need to ensure that, yes, while they do expand more and reach out to all sectors of the society and all sectors of the country and ensure that, there is financial services available to everybody, it can't be that year after year after year, the government is spending and infusing taxpayers' money, and then there is no accountability for that. Anand Gurumurthy wants to come in, and Anand, also let's address the question of jobs creation, because that's Dr. Shetty. I'll come back to you. The question of jobs creation, because again, Anand, I'll come back to what Dr. Shetty was saying earlier. See, the economic survey doesn't talk much about it.
Yeah. See, first of all, let me address what the CPIM leader told. See, these are all dangerous statements, what they try to, when they try to mix things and, confuse people. They tell about the strikes that are going on and, they say that is because of the fee hike. Yes, it started like that, but you just see what is happening. iPhone flashing students, coming around, and shouting on the streets and, then they're telling 100 or 200 rupees, they're converting it into percentage. When the same thing, if you see in IITs and IIMs, the fees are quite higher. See, you cannot compare these things and say that government is not spending enough. Government is spending enough in JNU and such other institutions. So it is very important that I'm sure the leader, CPIM leader, understands this better than me, because these guys are more experts, in reading up things and doing. And I really admire that part in CPIM leader. But why do you confuse the public? So that is one thing which I do not agree with. The government is doing the right things, and even the students should come in support of it. Well, let's go to the point of job creation related. This data, we have spoken so many times in so many of the shows and even in the parliament, everywhere. It has been explained that the ESIPF, all these the agency, the nodal agencies which collect data regarding the job creation and other things, and the labor oriented sectors, which these sectors monitor in a way. Not I won't say that they directly monitor. It's kind of indirect monitoring where no data can be fudged because it is like a banking sector where the data is accurate. So all this has shown that the job sector has grown. In the years, it has grown. Now, there is a concern that some of the jobs, are not high paying. So economic survey is talking about high paying jobs, and we are in that direction. So see, you cannot convert a nation which was handed over to us after 10 years of, UPA. You just saw NPS in banks. Most of our banks were in critical stage.
No, Mr. Gurumurthy, I'm not understanding what you're saying right now.
In a better mode
yes,
now,
you're making some valid points.
So
but where are you taking me with this conversation? The conversation is about, let's talk about employment.
Let me finish. Don't intervene, Tanvi. Please let me finish.
What are you talking about? What is the point that you're trying to drive at? I'm not understanding.
Please let me finish. Okay, this is the third time. No, this is the third time you're intervening me, Tanvi. Please let me talk.
What is the point you're trying to drive at, Mr. Anand Gurumurthy? We are at a 45-year high unemployment level. What are you talking about?
The point which I'm trying, see, if you don't intervene, you'll get the point, Tanvi. Please, let me speak for 1 minute more, okay? That's all I'm asking you. See, when Dr. Shetty told, he told very clearly about the credit crunch that was there. The credit crunch, why did that credit crunch happen? You cannot just blame the government with an agenda. You have to understand the credit crunch happened because of the NPS that were existing in the system before 2014. We have cleared all those NPS and we have made a resilient banking sector in India today, which we have to be appreciated for, which BJP has to be appreciated for. Without that, you create confusion in the minds of people with other data and mixing it.
What
which
other
is not
data?
Correct, which I'm
the
not
government is not giving us any data
in the last 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. And it is
If the
really,
government is
really
giving enough data,
frustrating
you're not agreeing
that
to the data.
a BJP representative
data,
whose
you don't
party has
agree.
been in power for 5
IMF comes up with
years is sitting here and blaming the previous government. You have been in power for 5 years. This is the 6th year. Unemployment is at a 45-year high. The economic growth rate has gone from 8% to 4.5%. Every data today is being debated. There is a problem with the credibility of the data. The government won't give us any data. And you are sitting here and putting the blame on the previous government. What have you done? Tell me, how many jobs have you created?
Interpretation of data in the wrong way.
How many jobs have you created?
Which is what I have pointed out very clearly, Tanvi, with data, with the economic survey, with clearly I have pointed out. You are just mixing data and which is not correct.
Give me one data point that you want to go by. Give me one data point you want to go by. How many jobs have been created in the last 5 years? Please tell me, Mr. Anand Gurumurthy. You want to reject the data given by government agencies?
I told
Give
you.
me your data.
No, Mr. Gurumurthy. Mr. Gurumurthy.
No, see, I am not rejecting any data. I am clearly projecting the data given by government agencies, which you are projecting in a negative light.
Mr. Gurumurthy.
Correct. With the actual data says that the jobs have been created. How did so many PF accounts come into picture without jobs getting created? How did that happen?
How
did the Labour Department get all that data from?
I can give an explanation to how PF accounts get created. Perhaps Mr. Gurumurthy doesn't know.
One second.
Instead,
Mr. Gurumurthy, calm down.
Wherever it is easy, it is converted into percentage. Wherever it is difficult, it is converted into volumes, which is not correct.
No, Mr. Gurumurthy, I am astounded, and I am using this word with absolute responsibility. I am astounded that even today, the BJP for some reason seems to continuing to make the same argument. It's unbelievable, and I'll tell you why. It's not about, and to say that, oh, you guys are mixing up the data is, this is the exact opposite end of the continuum. The mixing of the data is being done by the government, not by anybody else. And in the absence of data, people will try and find data. Because there is no other way of running and managing an economy unless you have data. There is no other way of running and managing economy unless you have data which is credible. Forget us saying it or forget opposition saying it. Today you have a situation where investment is not flowing in as much as it should because the investors doubt and suspect the data that you put out. That's one big reason. No international investor is going to put money on you if they're not sure
Then
of the
how
data
do you think
projections
the
that
share
you're making.
market is growing?
Sir, one second, sir. Sir, one second, sir.
Then how do you think the share market is so resilient?
Sir, I'm sorry, sir. We can have an offline
Okay.
conversation about capital markets. Capital markets have nothing to do with core economy.
Minister of State of Finance is speaking. If you can just go in for 2 minutes.
आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार देशवासियों के सुझाव भी आए और ये बजट देश और देशवासियों के लिए अच्छा हो ऐसा हमारा प्रयास है।
MOS Finance, Anurag Thakur was in the news for all the wrong reasons in the past few days. When we were just getting visuals of him just a short while ago of praying, of course, ahead of the union budget presentation. Vinay, I'm sorry I interrupted.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
So the bottom line is, it's not about any one of us. The fact of the matter is that, and Mr. Gurumurthy said, stock market is not investment, sir. That is something very different. I'm talking of core investment. I'm talking of infra investment. We have a problem. And we have a problem because a lot of people are slightly skeptical. The fact of the matter is, let's forget for a minute what the economic survey said this year. Let's look at what the economic survey had said last year.
Are you talking about housing or are you talking about government projects? Now, let's be very clear. You are talking about infrastructure investment. Let's be very clear. Are you talking about the housing sector? 25,000 crores have been pumped in now. Then, to restart projects which were, stuck. And that limbo was also caused by
Mr. Gurumurthy.
previous governments which we are correcting in all these years.
Gurumurthy,
If you talk about the investment part in our national highways and other
He's
places,
saying private
lot of
companies
investment has
and
happened.
investors and foreign investors are
I'm
not
talking of
spending.
foreign investors, Mr. Gurumurthy.
He's
Calm
not talking
down.
about government.
Calm down. Just hang on. Just listen.
Then he's not agreeing to the stock market thing.
No, I'm not.
Now
No,
you are
of
telling
course
that it is
not.
I'm not
private
agreeing to
companies.
that.
Of course
Then where are
not.
the private companies getting their
Stock
funds
market
from?
is a very different thing, Mr. Gurumurthy.
Has
You know it
nothing
and we
to
know it.
do with investment into real
How
projects.
different is it, Mr. Faisal? Please explain.
As I said, we can have that discussion for half an hour separately. Right now, we're talking about something different, which is
Okay,
macro.
please.
The point I'm making is this. In 2018-19, the economic survey, at that point
How
of
is it
time,
macro,
believed
micro? Don't-
that
don't-
at that point of time, Mr.
Okay,
Gurumurthy,
please
one
go
second.
ahead.
hold on.
Please go
At that point of time, the economic survey believed that the investment is the route,
Yeah,
investment is
yeah.
the route to revive the economy. That was the argument that was made then. Now, subsequently, and on the advice of that economic survey, the government initiated a series of measures. Never before, at least in the last 15 years or so, has the banking, the regulatory mechanism in sync with the government's policies. 135 basis points is a reduction in the repo rate, collectively put
Right.
together. So the monetary policy credit policy was backing what the government was trying to do. The same government has also taken a 1.5 lakh crore hit by reducing corporate tax.
Right.
Neither of this seems to have worked because of one fundamental mistake that government doesn't seem to understand, which is this, that even if the companies, you give them more money by reducing corporate tax, they are not investing because the demand is just not there. The inventories are there. People are finding it difficult to get rid of their inventories. The problem is today not about investment. Nobody's going to invest if their output is not getting bought by anybody. And that's where the fundamental problem is. We've taken a long time to realize, and my other problem is that the government for the longest time has been in denial. You've had ministers going public, senior ministers going public and talking about blockbusters, Bollywood hits as an example of economy. There are two ministers who said, the the cars are full of streets. How are you saying the auto sector is declining? This kind of a narrative is not very constructive, and it tells you that there is some amount of denial in the sense that what the problem is. The real issue is that this investment efforts that have been made are not yielding results, and those yielding results are not getting yielded because people are just not willing to go out and spend anything. The fact of the matter is, once you allow people to spend, private companies will obviously be incentivized to invest. It's not as if they don't have the cash. I mean, remember.
No, I actually wanted to point out exactly that, and Mr. Gurumurthy, here is what we're trying to say. You have Indian companies who are actually going abroad and investing and setting up new projects.
So they have the money.
Not in India. The few international giants who are in India want to get out. Vodafone speaks up. A terse message
Who said that?
is sent across to them.
We want to get out of
Amazon
India?
wants to come and
Name
spend
the
here.
companies that
We
said-
send them a terse message. The fact
No,
of the
Tanvi,
matter is, who said no? I am telling you because this is a fact. This is not your version versus my version, Mr. Gurumurthy. These are facts. I am
which
quoting
company
data
wants
that
to
the
go out of
government
India?
is giving
This is
me.
one of the
I
world's
am
biggest
quoting
market,
instances
and you are just
of the largest
throwing
of
it
the
at
groups
people saying that-
who are going outside and setting up projects from Africa to Australia and Europe.
Who?
Not in India.
No. You talked
Private
about
industry
two things.
is not
Indian government,
investing
see,
in India, and I'm sorry, this
in
is
India-
not a
Tanvi, 1
classroom
minute.
education segment for you. These
Let's
are
talk
facts
point by
that
point,
you should
Tanvi.
know, and if you don't know,
Tanvi,
it's not
you
my
said a very
job to
important
inform you
point.
about it.
Very important and jarring point.
Yes, tell me.
No, Tanvi. See, this is something which we have to talk about point by point. You said that Indian companies are going outside and investing. That is a good thing. Why not? Why not we capture the world market? Now the second thing is you talked about companies which want to go out of India. Nobody wants to go out of India. Everybody wants to stay in this country and do more business. That's how we are seeing from the last 30 years, because they see this as one of the biggest growing markets in the world. Western countries are coming into India, and here you are telling that people want to go out. Well, come on, show me that data. That is not there. See, all this what we are seeing here is it's a negative agenda that is being said, which if I deny, you say the government is in denial. If the economic survey says that it is good and it's going to get better, no, it is a denial. No, why do you want to deny it? People are in denial basically.
No,
Those who are telling that it
I'm
is
sorry.
negative, it is
You
negative,
want me to
and our
appreciate.
results are showing
I'm sorry.
that
You
it
want
is
me to
going good and it's
appreciate
getting
that
better.
your party and your government have finally begun to accept the reality a year and a half too late. I am not going to pat you on your back for that. You give me solutions to fix this problem, then we will talk. I am not going to appreciate the government acknowledging the slowdown a year and a half after the problem began. Now, I have to really take a break at this point of time. We are going to come back, put the spotlight one more time on what the government needs to do. There is really no more debate about what the current situation is. Finally, there is an admission from the government. So let's please stop denying the slowdown, stop denying the unemployment crisis. Let's focus on constructing and reconstructing a growth economy. Short break and we'll be back with more.
had a bit of a downgrade in one large emerging market economy, India. We believe this is temporary. We think that India is dealing with the problem that caused that abrupt slowdown, and it was the non-banking financial services. So we expect that momentum to be in emerging markets, and again, we would have loved to see more.
Top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Good morning and welcome to Mirror Now on the special broadcast. It's an exciting Saturday morning as we are counting it down really to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's Union Budget presentation that starts at about 11 a.m. She's already reached the Finance Ministry. Shortly she'll be leaving from there as well. We had comments coming in from Minister of State for Finance as well on how this will be the budget for Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas. But before we get you all the updates and our experts join us in quick check of the top stories. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman reaches North Block and will shortly present the second union budget in 7 months as the government prepares to address the slowing economy. Focus will be on the announcement to revive growth and consumption. Jobs and tax relief are top of the mind across India as Modi government presents its first full budget amidst an economic slowdown. The International Monetary Fund says Indian economy is not in recession but did experience a significant and abrupt slowdown in 2019. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva adds that the Indian government has undertaken some important reforms that will be beneficial in the long term. Air India flight with the first batch of Indians from China lands in Delhi. 324 Indians evacuated from Wuhan city, the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak. In fact, corona deaths toll in China rises to 259. Number of infected patients in the worst hit Hubei province crosses 1,300.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
United Kingdom officially leaves the European Union, becomes the first country to exit the economic bloc after 47 years of membership. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson hails the historic move as the dawn of a new era for the United Kingdom. Well, it's a big budget day today, and on your screens right now is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with MOS of Finance Anurag Thakur and FM. They're holding the Bahi Khata. Remember last year, or just some 7 months ago, they started this new tradition where the BJP government actually abandoned the budget suitcase and brought in the Bahi Khata, a very traditional Indian way of keeping all your record of all your budgetary expenses and financial statements. So that's the finance minister there emerging from the North Block. It's a big day amidst an economic slowdown. What can the government do to restart the growth engine, to address the unemployment issue? From here, the finance minister will now head to the parliament. But like I said, she's in a tough spot, and there are huge expectations. But before we go on with our conversation and say good morning to the panelists who are joining us, and we're going to be putting the spotlight on is the failing economy robbing the Modi government of its sheen. I want to first talk about what has happened in the past 7 months. In July, Modi government came after coming back to power, presented the full budget. But the India Inc. was very unhappy. The taxpayers were unhappy. And even the stock markets were unhappy. So we actually saw in the following weeks and months, the government really make a series of announcements and pretty much roll back many of the big announcements that were made in the budget. This whole rollback became a big talking point, and Avni in fact has collated all of that together of what was announced first and then what happened later in the series of Friday evening news briefings. Avni?
Well, that's right, Tanvi. It was, in fact, after last budget and since till this budget, we've seen a whole lot of changes that have happened in the interim time, because remember, that's when the government actually finally acknowledged and realized that something needs to be done as far as the slowdown is concerned. So a lot of things which were perceived as unfriendly were actually rolled back. So let's just go through what were all of these changes. So the first point, if we can just pull up for you, is that came undone was as far as the surcharge is concerned. Now, the first point is that 25% surcharge on taxable income between 2 to 5 crore and a 37% surcharge on taxable income that was above 5 crores. This was an attempt to tax the super rich, and this, of course, made a lot of investors extremely unhappy. So what then happened is that the finance minister announced a rollback of this particular measure specifically for foreign portfolio investors and domestic portfolio investors to show that they are, in fact, encouraging investors to come in, because investors were already pulling out of our markets, and that wasn't a good thing, especially when the economy was undergoing a slowdown. So that was the first point that really happened as far as the rollback is concerned. Second, the corporate tax was the other big point, which was slashed now in the budget last time. 25% corporate tax on companies with a turnover of up to 400 crore. Essentially what the government, the finance minister, had said that they would be gradually cutting down the corporate tax rate for companies. But what they then did was completely slashed it in one go. So the corporate tax rate was slashed to 22% for domestic companies, and it was slashed even further for new manufacturing companies. This again became a big bone of contention, because a lot of experts said that this wasn't the right way to go about it. It wasn't really putting money into the hands of the consumer, but into hands of corporate, and there was no guarantee that they would be actually spending more money. So that, of course, was the other big rollback that happened. In fact, the next point as far as real estate is concerned, in the budget, there were measures that were announced only to boost the affordable housing segment, which was a big focus, was and is a big focus, of course, of the government. But the real estate sector has been facing a lot of turbulence for several years now, and there has been absolutely no indication of any kind of revival in that sector that has even now come in. So what was done then is a 25,000 crore fund was created for stalled housing projects, because remember, a lot of home buyers facing issues with not getting delivery of their homes because the construction was just stalled because builders ran out of money. So this project, this fund was specifically for that issue. So that is as far as the real estate segment is concerned. If we can move on to the next point that came in was angel tax. This was a big issue for startups, the angel tax issue. This was addressed in the previous budget but not really done away with until later, when the entire angel tax issue was completely abolished. So startups, of course, is something that the government is encouraging a lot, and this had to be taken care of. So this was announced again post-budget. So that is as far as angel tax is concerned. In the other next point, as far as something that the finance minister wanted the capital markets regulator SEBI to do, which is to the public shareholding limit in listed companies to hike it to 35%. That is the amount that we can put, invest in terms of shares. That limit could be hiked to 35%. The existing limit is 25%. Even that is not yet fulfilled. So companies still don't even have not met that 25% norm. So there was no question of increasing it to 35% at this point in time. And the other, of course, part which we still don't know, there's no scheme yet rolled out, is zero budget farming to double farmers' income. This is something, of course, we've heard the government talking about doubling farmers' income. Zero budget farming was announced in the last budget, but no scheme rolled out, so no indication. We don't know whether we'll hear something today on that front as well. So that is the other point as far as what changed between last budget and this budget, Tanvi.
All right, Avni, thanks so much, for putting that in perspective and for that refresher course, effectively, of what the government has done in an attempt to arrest the slowdown or revive the economy. Let's say good morning to our panelists as well. Anand Gurumurthy, spokesperson for the BJP, Dinesh Vashna, leader of CPIM, Jayati Ghosh, economist, also joins us this morning. I've got Mr. Avik Saha of Swaraj India joining us this morning as well. Vinay Tiwari, our managing editor, with me in our studios. Akhil Bansal, deputy CEO of KPMG in India, also with us this morning. Vinay, let me begin with you. The Modi government was re-elected with an overwhelming thumping majority, and they came riding in on a high in May last year. But very quickly, things changed. The budget came in July, and since then, all economic indicators started sounding off alarms. In fact, some of the reports we obviously already had, like the unemployment one. It only got released later on. But the sentiment has never changed so quickly in the recent past.
Yes, and I think, look, when a government gets returned to power with a bigger majority, very clearly the country has endorsed what you have said and what you've promised and what you projected. And they've not just endorsed, but they've endorsed this overwhelmingly. There is no doubt about that. But having said that, I think since assuming power in the second innings, I think some mistakes have been committed, which is, and the biggest mistake that has been committed is that the government, it's not as if the governments will always say something in public, and behind the scenes they always know the truth better than all of us put together. So it's very obvious that the government was aware of some of the stress points that were about to hit the economy or had already hit the economy. What surprises me is this, that despite that knowledge that I'm absolutely certain the finance ministry and other ministries had about what kind of headwinds we are getting into, they continue to chase a completely different narrative in the political space. And I think that brings about a bit of a dichotomy. The overarching image that people will go back with is this, that 5 days before the budget was being presented, you had the image of the the Minister of State for Finance standing in a street, at a rally and giving incendiary speeches. That's not the kind of image you need. You really don't need to see your Minister of State of Finance doing all of this 5 days, 6 days ahead of the budget. He should be sitting there talking to his officials, figuring out what to do to implement it. That kind of dichotomy in messaging, I think, has led to a situation where the sheen has slightly started going away. It's something that has now been said in more than one national surveys that have been done by people or assessments that there is some amount of stress points that the government is feeling, even in the political space. Some amount of it you have seen in some of the state results that have come in. The government did not do that well in Jharkhand, where they should have because they were in power. In Maharashtra, they should have been ruling. It was arithmetic, but clearly they're not in power. And now you have Delhi where. So political fallout of a lot of these things is being felt. But for me, the biggest surprise is on why the government chose to go exactly the opposite in terms of the narrative, because that just kind of makes you feel like this is not their priority at all. And I think this is the time when they need to send a message that finance and economy is the priority number one. There is nothing else matters currently.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Anand Gurumurthy that question. You know, what's the idea when you have the Minister of State for Finance, Mr. Gurumurthy, lash out or Desh ke Gaddar rather than, you know, sitting with officials planning the budget?
We are all talking about the 1 hour or half an hour time space he spent in Delhi campaign. What is he doing on the other hours? He's sitting in his office, he's discussing, he's with the officials, he's with the other people who are, the thinkers and other people, and, he's spending their time, there. And you are talking about that half an hour, 1 hour, come on, live it. Okay, this is not going to, go forward saying that, okay, he spent half an hour there and he's not thinking about finance ministry, he's being the Minister of State for Finance. This is wrong. So I would just say that he's doing his job and he's doing his job well. And yeah, he is part of the Delhi campaign. Yes, he is part of it.
No, Mr. Gurumurthy, just one small interjection. I'm really sorry about this. Look, I'm not doing his day plan. So I agree that he may be doing 23 and a half hours. He may be in the finance ministry working. I'm talking about imaging. And in politics, you know it better than I. Imagery plays a big role. It's all about imagery. I mean, nobody understands that better than BJP. It's all about imagery. So that image is the problem. Of course, he must be working on the budget. He must have. There's no doubt about that. But that image sends a wrong message. And today, in a globalized environment, this goes across the world. It's not a good thing to see ahead of 6 days of the budget. And he's every right to campaign. He's a politician and he should campaign. But to be involved in this kind of a discourse is where the imaging becomes a problem, because it suggests wrongly maybe, and I'll buy your argument on that. I'm not going to argue. I mean, I'm not going to debate that. Maybe rightly, that the minute people think, oh, this is what seems to be their priority. That's all. It's about sending the right message about priority. There's nothing else.
Okay, before we go across to our other panelists, we've got a bit of a breaking news coming in. Let's bring you that update. Air India flight with about 324 Indians who have been evacuated from China has now landed in Delhi. This is the first batch of Indians to be evacuated from the Hubei province by a government operation. Ayushman, in fact, has more details. Ayushman, what's the latest? Where are these passengers now? What's going to happen?
Well, only the evacuated people who came to India, they were first screened at the Delhi airport by a team of doctors, and after that, if it is necessary, because if any one of them is infected, if it is necessary, they will be put under medical observation. But what we are getting right now is that all those Indians who have arrived by the special flight at Delhi airport today are being taken to ITBP's Chawla camp. There is a camp that has been made by the ITBP, and they will be kept in isolation for about 14 days for the medical observation, and then they'll be sent to several places, because it is not only all these 324 people belong to Delhi, they belong to several places. So in isolation, they'll be kept for 14 days, and then they can, after screening, they can go to their respective places.
All right, so they will be taken, to a specific facility that has been created so that they are in isolation until fully tested and cleared. And once we know that none of them have been infected, then they will be allowed to go home. Those are the visuals that we're bringing to you as 324 Indian passengers land from China and will now be taken to Manesar. Let's get back to the big conversation. Is the Modi government losing its sheen because of the failing economy? That's the big question we are asking. And the point that Vinay was making before we went to the breaking was about the messaging, about the imagery that's being sent across, that perhaps this is not even that important. Is that the sense, Mr. Dinesh Vachne, that we seem to be getting from the government?
Look, Tanvi, the biggest problem in India present economy is that there is no demand. Until the demand is boosted, measures are taken to boost the demand, then only Indian economy can be solved. Problems of the Indian economy. The boost demand can only boost if you give something, if you sincerely give it to the unorganized sector as well as to the farming sector. They are the biggest consumers, and then the middle class. Unfortunately, what has been given in last 6 years by this government is only to the capitalists and crony capitalists. You see your example, out of 1,75,000 crore withdrawn from the RBI reserve, 1,55,000 crore have gone only to the monopoly by reducing the corporate taxes. The rich should be taxed more, poor should be given benefit of that. Then only demand come in, and then rich will get the surplus. This is unfortunately, it is a reversal of that economy in India. I am very sorry, it cannot be boosted like this. Number two, the problem with we are facing is, it is worst type of economy we are facing, even we have not faced from 2008 to 2012, which was the second economic depression of the world. We could save ourselves because we were the consumer economy at that time, and now we are not consuming. Even the food consumption has gone. All parameters of economy is down. All parameters. How will you boost them? There should be a measures to boost them. Farming sector is the biggest losers, and they are facing a serious problem in each and every sector of farming. Forget about their minimum support price or C2. Nothing is being given to them. Only jumlas are given to them. Okay. And poor people are looted. Poor people are looted, in fact. Middle class people are looted, in fact.
Well, there have been a series of announcements that have been made, and Avni was just with us a short while ago, presenting those announcements. So, Anand Gurumurthy, I know you want to make a point, but let me quickly first bring in Jayati Ghosh and then Akhil Bansal. Jayati Ghosh, steps have been taken. Whether or not they are showing results already or will show results maybe in a few months is a different thing. But can we really say that the government is not responding?
I think it's very evident, and it's been evident now for several years, that this is a government in denial. It is not, as was mentioned earlier, economics is not a priority. They're much more comfortable fanning communal sentiment and emphasizing religious differences. They are not really oriented toward thinking about how to improve the economy. Now, what's worse is that they then present a series of announcements and measures which are mostly never met. So this is a mockery of policy making and policy announcement. In fact, in the entire budget, I don't know why we are getting so bothered about it, because we know from experience that many of these numbers are not going to be met, that most of the announcements are going to be either rolled back or changed, that the numbers presented in the budget itself are likely to be completely wrong, as they were last year. So, we're really, I think the country as a whole is being taken for a ride, and we're all going along with it. We will have all the usual industrialists clapping their hands saying it's a 10 out of 10 budget, and everybody rushing around to pay obeisance to things because they're terrified or they're worried about their own considerations. This is not the way to run economic policy, and it doesn't work. So what we've seen is that even the things that could be done, that would have provided some relief, that they themselves announced in their own budget, like the PM Kisan, they don't spend that money. They haven't spent their allocation on agriculture. The NREGA is crying for money. State governments are desperate. They're unable to pay wages in a period of severe demand recession and when there are no other employment opportunities to be had. This is a government that doesn't respond to the needs. It makes promises that it doesn't keep. It declares numbers that are false. So in a sense, what I'm really suggesting is that this entire budget exercise, we're all going to get excited about these numbers and say, oh, this is up by that much and that is down by that much. But none of them actually means anything, because they're all probably
fair enough point. Akhil Bansal, do you agree that even the last time, and the numbers that we saw, while there were questions raised even at that point of time, since then the government has cut back so much on its expenditure that it will be interesting to see how much of those allocated funds were actually utilized.
Well, that's the critical point, Tanvi, that how we're going to implement the scheme which have been announced whether last year or we are all looking forward to what will get announced this year. This year is a very critical time from a budget perspective. I don't think we have been so interested in the budget as we are this year because this is a point where if actions are not taken, it can go to a worse situation than we are in, or if actions are taken, we can actually start reviving the economy. The economic survey has shown a good indication, and I'm more particularly looking as to say how reviving the economy, some steps are taken and start getting implemented from the very next day rather than waiting for it. As has been pointed out, it is important to boost the rural economy. It is important to boost the income at the farmer hands or even non-farmers in the rural areas or the lower income class even in the urban areas, and that can and that will boost the economy, that will boost the consumption. Implementation, as you point out, is the key which will determine whether we are successful or not.
Okay, we were talking about the government's acceptance and as a step one, and then going forward to fix the problem. Now, one of the things that came out in yesterday's economic survey and grabbed everybody's attention was this new concept that the chief economic advisor seems to be pushing, which is the Thalinomics, which seems to be an attempt to really bring about an argument that, well, food inflation is not so bad right now. If you look at the last 5 years, you've effectively ended up saving more on your an average food plate, or you're paying lesser for an average food plate than you were. But Aviksa, does that also indicate, another way of saying, no, this is not such a big problem? Look at what's happened in the 5 years, not just what's happening right now?
In fact, that is the problem.
Is that the question to me?
This government has, as Jyoti Ghosh said, been in denial. The government has been in denial. So this year we are hoping that this is the third budget in 12 months. The February 2019 budget was about revolution. The word revolution kept coming up. The July budget was about trillions. This budget should be about truth, admission, course correction, and this is the time when this huge mandate that Mr. Modi has, it is put to use to be brave, to be bold. And so far as the agri sector is concerned, so far as the consumers are concerned, this is a make and break budget. So the same zeal that Mr. Modi and his team show in winning elections, in the micromanagement, in the last mile thinking and connectivity, they have to bring that into administration now. It's time that they stop advertising. It's time that they get out of the manifesto mode. It's time that they get into action mode. And this should be an implementation budget. Farmers are dying and waiting for implementation of the schemes already announced. We don't want anything new. We don't want anything great. No big bang announcements. Please implement what has been announced. There is raging unemployment in the countryside. Address it. Address both the cause and concern of producers, all primary producers and consumers. So Thalinomics is an attempt to divert. Thalinomics tells you that it's all right if you're not earning so much because you're spending less. That is exactly the wrong way in which this budget and Mr. Modi's government should not walk. The economic survey does not show a bright morning, but I hope things have changed in the last 24 hours and we'll see a budget with intent, a budget with content, and a budget with implementation this time.
Well, I'm with you totally and 100% on the hope aspect of it, and hoping for a budget which is much better than what we heard the last time. But here is what the market seems to be sensing. And yes, today the stock markets are open, by the way, because the budget announcement is happening on a Saturday. So the stock markets are also functioning today, and the stock markets and the Sensex is actually down 115 points. It's opened down about 0.3%. So extremely cautious, clearly. Even the stock market investors, very, very cautious of what it is that the government is going to do. Before I go across to Anand Gurumurthy for a response on what our panelists are saying, let me just ask Akhil this question. Akhil, are the investors also being a little cautious of which way the government is going to go in terms of the fiscal deficit? That there is a sense that everybody is getting that, yes, the government will have to spend more, and that essentially will mean higher borrowing.
Investors are certainly very cautious, and not for now, but they have been cautious for last couple of years. If you see the private investment that has happened more so in the greenfield, while there is a lot of FDI which has been coming into the country, but that's been more into buying the existing stakes. The fresh investment happening into the greenfield has been really low for last 18 months, 24 months. And that's the sentiments at the moment. And more so, investors are looking at it as to what initiatives will be taken by the government, where the predictability, that hand of trust, which has been talked about in the economic survey yesterday, how's that reflected in actions? And that would pave the way for investment being made in this country.
Okay, Mr. Anand Gurumurthy, do you want to respond to what others are saying now about, the government needing to do a lot more, and also giving us an indication of how much money has actually been spent and how the schemes will be implemented?
See, I perfectly agree with the statement that, some of them are making, like, already the things have been set and they have to go in the same direction. And that's what I feel it's going to be, because even our manifesto says the same, and the way we have given the interim budget, that also went in the same direction. There were some course corrections due to the global economic slowdown and oil price hike and other things. There were some course corrections. But I just want to make one more point here. Because already the panelists have spoken in detail about it, and the economists and other people in discussion have also spoken about it. But I just want to make one point clear. There was one point made by one of the panelists here saying that the government is giving all its money to the crony capitalists. That's a very wrong message that that is going around. The fact of the matter is, all the they say the lot of money was borrowed, but there was a lot of money that was sitting, which was government's chunk, which the RBI had to give, and they transferred it. And a part of it, yes, it was invested in that in reviving 25,000 crores was invested in reviving housing schemes that will actually help the sector of citizens who are, come in the middle class and the lower middle class range. Then, of course, some of the tree planting initiatives and other things, they're all schemes which will directly help the poor. They will, the poorest of the poor, in fact. So, and there are other schemes like Ayushman Bharat and other things which are, in parallel they're running. They're new. In parallel they're running from the past 2 years, and they're doing humongous change in the lower strata of the society. So, government is focused for all sectors, because you cannot just say that only the poor and the middle class, the upper middle class, the high, the rich class who invest more, all have to be taken care in their own way. And the government has done its best, and it has put a direction, and I'm sure it's going to go in that direction, and we will have a very positive budget.
Okay, so let's talk about one aspect of it, and let's talk about the rural part, because that's where the slowdown has been significant. That's where unemployment is a big issue. That's where the farmers are struggling, buried under debt, committing suicide, and that's the problem that needs to be addressed on priority. Let's play out some reactions that we got from citizens of our country talking about helping our farmers.
हमारी मोदी सरकार ਨੂੰ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਸਲਾ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਜੀ। ਕਿਸਾਨ ਆਤਮ ਹੱਤਿਆ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਜੀ, ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰਾ ਹਾਲ है जी। नुकसान कर रहा है वो सरकार बार बार बताता है, ये कर रहा है वो कर रहा है। अभी शेतकरी के वजह से कुछ ये सरकार कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, इसलिए शेतकरी को और प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए और कुछ योजना बना सकता है।
अपेक्षा क्या अपेक्षा सरकार ने शेतकरी के लिए कर्जा माफी होना चाहिए। जो लॉस हुआ है वो उसकी वजह से हमको सरकार से कोई राहत मिलेगी तो अच्छा होगा। दवाई का पैसा बहुत दवाई बहुत महंगी जा रही है, खाद भी बहुत महंगी जा रही है, उसकी जो सब्सिडी आती है वो हमको मिलती नहीं है।
Jayati Ghosh, what can the government do as far as the rural sector is concerned to bring about some more employment opportunities and help our farmers?
It's really quite simple. You have to spend more. You have to spend more on agriculture. You have to spend much, much more on the employment guarantee. You have to spend more on health and education. And what's really happening is quite bizarre, that the government announces schemes and it doesn't put any money into them. It declares that it will spend this much in the budget. It doesn't spend that money. We had less spending. In fact, last year, when there were all these major cuts, they were not uniform across ministries. They were concentrated in the ministries that actually were the most important for increased spending. Most of the budget cuts occurred in agriculture, in rural development, in health, in education, in sanitation. The Ayushman Bharat scheme was mentioned. How much of the even budget allocation has been spent? So really the government is doing the opposite of what it should do. Instead of giving a tax cut that just gave away almost 1.5 lakh crore to big business and did not revive investment, because in fact demand did not revive, you should have actually used that money to dramatically increase spending on agriculture, including on ensuring a minimum support price and on ensuring proper other inputs and other provision to farmers. You should have actually ensured that the employment guarantee gets extra funding and that state governments are able to provide employment at every level. You should have ensured the health and education spending, and you should have given money to state governments, which you're denying. You're not even giving the GST compensation cess to state governments when they are the ones really responsible for most of the things that affect normal citizens. So it's very strange, because there are constitutional and statutory obligations of the government which it is not meeting. There are its own promises that it makes in the budget which it does not meet. And all the essential things that are really required to revive the rural economy today, they're quite simple. They're just available if you choose to do so. They are not choosing to do so. It is unbelievable. It's inexplicable.
Okay, two of our experts here, Anand Gurumurthy, are calling out the government for making huge announcements.
Scheme that they declared, even that they're not spending on.
Yes, so let's ask Anand Gurumurthy, two of our experts here, calling out the government for the big announcements that are made and the money never spent and the scheme never implemented.
See, I want to talk about three things in the farming sector, especially. I want to talk about three things. The number one being, the first thing that always people say that what happened in the farming sector since 2014. One of the best things that happened in farming sector was availability of urea on demand. The farmers didn't have to do strikes. Now, neem-coated urea is available to every farmer on demand, because of which the crop production has definitely increased and the data is there. So let's stop denying that something bad has happened in the farming sector. Something good has happened and something really good has happened, because our farmer in India is a real entrepreneur. He just needs certain things, and if it's there, he does beautiful work, and we have very good weather, because of which things have gone in the positive direction in that. The second point which I want to make is, after the neem-coated urea thing which has helped the farmer, the second point what I want to make is the direct benefit transfer of a small amount of money to a farmer's family, about 2,000 rupees, and that is something which before election also we have done, after election also we have done, and that has been continuous, and there is no and that was also not announced, but it was taken up later, and it is being continued. So government is doing its part. People might say that the amount is small, but that itself is a very big amount in the rural sector where they are under distress. In Karnataka state, especially the state government also pushed it with little bit more funding from the state government side. So this way, the farmers' distress is being addressed, and it's going to get addressed in better ways in coming days. The third one, I'll just complete this last one, and you can, the third one is the insurance. 1 minute, Tanvi. I'll just complete this. The third one is the most important thing, that is the insurance part. You know what? In our country, the farmer goes into distress mainly because of crop failures due to weather patterns. that, change, since we're a monsoon-fed country, it changes. So the insurance part is actually like a balancing thing, because ours is a huge country, and, on one side we will be in a very profitable mode, in certain sections we'll go into distress. So here, there is a very big balancing act. Without the government coming into picture, the farmer's, loss is balanced, and he at least, gets some kind of compensation for what he had done that year. So this is something which are, the humongous changes done in the farming sector. There are certain other things promised in our 2019 manifesto, and one of the most important thing is the e-portal that the government wants to set up. This
okay, let's take it step by step. 1 minute. Let's take it step by step.
And other things,
because we are talking about the schemes that were announced in the budget. I'm not talking about the manifesto right now, Mr. Anand Gurumurthy.
So that he gets the best amount.
Mr. Anand Gurumurthy, we're not talking about the manifesto right now. We're talking about what was actually announced in the budget as the intention of the government as
been
selected.
The finance ministry which does the...
11, I know. But I'm just saying, 11,379 farmers committed suicide in 2016. That was just 1,000 less farmers than 2015 or 2014. That's the extent of the rural pain that we are looking at. Now, you raised the issue of the crop insurance. Yes, it's a great idea. But to what extent is it working on ground right now, Mr. Avik Saha? Because every time we raise the issue of farmers and farming crisis, often the excuse that's been given to us is, well, what can we do? Unseasonal rains or floods or something other weather-related disaster happened, and thus the farmer suffers.
Mr. Modi has stopped talking about Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. It is a complete, it's a complete failure. I'm surprised to see Mr. Gurumurthy being the person to speak about it. Mr. Modi understands that it has not worked. Go to any village, go to any farmer, they will tell you what difficulties they are facing with the insurance scheme. The point is, the scheme was good. It was announced in April 2016. A lot of time has passed. Public money is being spent to pay the premium. Mr. Modi should call all insurance companies and take them to task and ask why public money spent on crop insurance is not reaching the farmers. You see, this has to be a budget of accountability. It is not just about how much to spend and in which sector to spend. All the money that is being spent is not being utilized in the correct way. Let me give Mr. Gurumurthy 3 things where it's not working. The DBT in fertilizer has estimatedly not reached more than 40% farmers simply because of the record mishap. I have some more figures of how exactly the allocation is not working. The total allocation of 1.38 lakh crores, only 49% has been spent. 51% of the allocation to the agri sector stands unspent. In the PM Kisan Nidhi, out of the allocation of 75,000 crore, only 60% has been spent, 40% remains unspent. And farmers are suffering because they don't get price. The scheme of the government is ENAM, the electronic market, which was supposed to be the silver bullet. Of the allocation of 2,000 crores, only 0.5% has been spent. 99.5% of the budget allocation remains unspent.
Imagine that.
So, budget is not mere announcement. Budget has to be implemented.
Yes, absolutely. Jayati Ghosh wanted to come in. Go ahead, please, before I move on.
Well, actually, I think the points about the crop insurance program have already been made, so I don't want to repeat those. It is generally a major failure, but I think it's something that marks now all of the major announcements of this government, which is that they are poorly designed and horribly implemented and executed. So it's not just a question of poor execution, which of course it is, but it's also the fact that the design is often deeply flawed. That's also true for Ayushman Bharat, which really opens the way for private insurance companies to milk all the cream off and leave both the government and final consumers, people who need the healthcare, bereft. So I think there's a real problem of competence in the government. in terms of they're very good at the public relations. They really can manage a lot of the public relations and make big announcements and go around declaring that they're doing lots of things. When it comes to designing these schemes, they're really quite poor across the board, and the implementation is actually even worse than the design, and this goes for everything from GST onwards. Demonetization we don't even mention, but all of the other schemes as well. So there's a reason why there's such a loss of credibility. It's not just the fact that the intentions of the government seem much more oriented towards different kinds of discord and feeding off the political benefits of discord. It's also that when they do the economic stuff, they're just not competent.
Well, I will say this much.
Simply does not work.
And perhaps they have been wrongly, perhaps they have been wrongly advised or ill-advised or not advised, in the previous years. But in the run-up to this budget, and justifiably so, as the economy struggles and further spirals downwards, the Prime Minister has had meetings with a set of economists. The Prime Minister personally has had consultations. Finance Minister always obviously does it before the budget. There have been more economists who've been roped in for special consultations. Whether or not it will yield results, and if the government listens to them, what does that bring about? We'll know maybe in an hour and 15 minutes from now. But I just want to take a pause here and go across to Aarti for some interesting insights into this budget announcement, an hour and 15 minutes away from when Finance Minister stands in the Parliament and speaks and presents the Union Budget 2020-2021. Aarti has some interesting trivia on how it's been historically. Aarti?
Tanvi, we're waiting for Finance Minister's speech at 11 a.m. on the 1st of February, but it's not always been like that. In fact, the NDA government in particular has made a lot of changes to the delivery and the timing of this particular speech and the entire budget exercise in itself. Now, for instance, the time of the budget speech used to be very different earlier, but in 1999, Yashwant Sinha broke that British-era tradition and presented the budget at 11 a.m. instead of 5 p.m. as it used to be. The second big change that we've seen over the years in the budget is also the date of the budget. Now, it is something that the government has also changed, and it was the NDA government that has changed it. The date of the budget changed in 2017. That was the late Finance Minister Arun Jaitley, who was the Finance Minister at that point of time. He presented for the budget for the first time on the 1st of February. Otherwise, it was always on the last day of February. So we've seen these two big changes. And the third big change that was also instituted during the NDA's change is the merger of the railway budget along with this. Earlier, the railway budget used to be a separate exercise in itself, but now after the NDA government in 2017, the railway budget was also merged by Arun Jaitley with the regular budget. So three big changes. Otherwise, maybe we would have been here at 5 p.m. on the 28th of February instead of right now.
Okay, but it's 1st of February and you and I were here at 5 a.m. in anticipation of the budget that gets presented at 11 a.m. One more interesting, of course, a change that has happened is what happened last year, which is when the Finance Minister decided to abandon the traditional budget suitcase and bring in the Bahi Khata, the Indian traditional part, which is like a red purse that has all the financial statements and documents and records. And that tradition continues this year as well. So early this morning, we saw Nirmala Sitharaman enter the Finance Ministry and then emerge carrying that Bahi Khata. Aarti Subramaniam, thanks so much for joining us. I'll keep coming back to you for some more interesting trivia as we count down to that big speech. Let me get back to our panelists at this point of time. And Mr. Dinesh Vashne, if I can come across to you, we've also seen, in the recent past, the budget exercise, and not just for this government, but for previous governments as well, have become about a political messaging, largely about sending across a political message or looking at, various state elections which may happen and rolling out some doles for that. Perhaps looking at some farm loan waivers only when there is an election around the corner. Do you expect this budget to be more about the government's political messaging, or do you think this time around the focus will be strictly on fixing the economy?
Look, political messaging will not solve the problem of the nation which the India is facing. While fully supporting the view is put forward by Dr. Shah and Dr. Jayanti Ghosh, I would wish to inform you that Mr. Gurumurthy said about urea. Do you know one thing? In urea matters, Mr. Shah has already said 40% farmers have not got it. Let me tell you, the cost of the urea has increased many-fold and the weight of the urea bag has been reduced. Similarly, the neem coated urea he referred, you have to put more neem coated urea in the agricultural fields than compared to the normal urea. So it becomes more expensive. On the one hand side, the government do have not given anything to the farmers. On the other hand side, they are taking already much from the farmers. As far as crop insurance is concerned, please let Mr. Modi ask how much money the insurance companies have got and how much have they given to farmers. There is a lot of corruption. Crony capitalists have been helped in the insurance also, which Mr. Gurumurthy is denying. Because if they are so good with the economics, Jayanti Ghosh has correctly pointed out, why have they not given the state share of GST collected to the states? If they had said that good. I wish to ask this question to Mr. Gurumurthy.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Gurumurthy to respond.
I believe the Modi government should concentrate more on giving the unemployment to 45-year highest unemployed in the country now. They must give more to the education, more to the agriculture, more to the unorganized sector, which they are not going to give. I know, because they have no money.
Yes.
And I again repeat, money has been sent to the crony capitalists and capitalists instead of the common people of India.
Well, at that point of time, a few months ago, probably the Modi government thought it would be a good idea to cut down on corporate taxes and, and reverse the sentiment. It doesn't seem to have helped so far. Maybe it will in a few more months. But Anand Gurumurthy, respond to what Dinesh Vashne is saying.
Yeah, see, I have responded this multiple times, but I fail to understand why he's not understanding this. But the fiscal prudence of this government has been one of the best. Like, for example, tax returns and other things. Even I'm a taxpayer from past 16 years, and I know how tax repayment used to come, or any advance payment which we had done, if we had done any extra payments, how much time it used to take and how much time it takes today. And there's so much of things that have been ironed out, whether it is quarter to quarter, quarterly payments, or any other payments that the government has to give to the citizen. It just comes back, and there's a lot of fiscal prudence also which has been seen in Narendra Modi's government from the last 6 years. But instead of appreciating all this, again talking about something without data and with a lot of jargons doesn't help this country and doesn't help the debate either. You have to come up with some data, sir. You cannot just say
there is a data available about the crop insurance.
And say,
there is a data available about the
urea. Sir, please. I didn't disturb you. Sir, I didn't disturb you. Sir, I didn't disturb you.
Don't lie on
Sir, please, I didn't disturb you. You can continue.
No.
Sir,
you are lying on the
television. You can always
show me the data about
urea.
That you have increased the consumption of urea.
Sir,
it has reduced.
No, you have not given any data, sir. You have not given data. You are just throwing jargons. Next, there is another person in the panel who is giving a lot of data and the data.
No. We are a political leader. We can't buy your lies.
1 minute. Let me complete, sir. Sir, if you do this,
okay. Let him finish his point.
I hear anything in the debate.
Okay, Dinesh Vashne, we heard your side of the argument. Let him finish his point, please. Let him finish his point.
Another
panelist. There is a big issue right now. I agree with you, but let Anand Gurumurthy at least present his argument.
When they have no data, they just start shouting.
Neither does the government.
No. See, when they don't have anything to say, they just start shouting at the panelists. Fine. That is fine with us. But there is other person who also told. Another panelist beautifully told how much. I'm asking you. Again, this is not the way, Tanvi. I am answering your question. Please have patience. Okay, just shouting in the debate doesn't happen. Okay, and it doesn't help anybody. So next, there is another person who told that whatever was marked for spending, only 67%, 77% has been spent, and that is going towards whom? That is going towards 100% is going towards people. If the spending is needed, the government is ready to spend. Wherever there is prudence necessary, it has done its part. It has taken into account what it has spent, and it is going to allocate the amount.
Fair enough. Anand Gurumurthy, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you because I need to take a break.
Tanvi, I have a question.
No, I need to take a break. Fair enough. The point that many were making here is while the announcements do get made about spending in XYZ sectors and a huge amount of money, it doesn't get spent. And halfway through the year, we realize and the government realizes they don't have the money, and then they start cutting down on their expenditure. And then what happens to those schemes? That's the big question. So what we will watch out for, apart from the big announcements for the next year, is what the government tells us about how much money they have spent in the year gone by. That's also part of this budget exercise. How much of those funds were used and for what? We keep an eye out for that. Quick break now. I thank our panelists for joining us. We'll be right back with lots more. Well, there's some breaking news coming in. Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad has repeated his offer to talk to protesters of Shaheen Bagh. In fact, he has retweeted his interview to a TV news channel where he said that the government is ready to talk to protesters, but the conversation has to be in a structured format. What does that mean is still the big question. But here is Ravi Shankar Prasad saying government is ready to talk to protesters. It should be in a structured form, and the Narendra Modi government is ready to communicate with them and clear all their doubts they have against the CAA. What does that mean? Will somebody actually go and inform the Shaheen Bagh protesters of this and give them an assurance that a centre representative will hear them out and speak to them? That has been their demand for several weeks now.
Top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Well, these are the live shots that we're bringing to you right now as activity now begins to pick up. We're counting it down to the big union budget presentation inside the parliament. And the finance minister will be presenting that budget in about 1 hour from now. So the shots coming in from the from Vichachok and Raisina Hill area. As is the procedure, she's left the North Block, the Finance Ministry, with the Bahikhata in her hands. This budget has to be approved by the Cabinet, then by the President, and then it will be brought, and all the budgetary documents will then be brought to the Parliament. Good morning to all of our viewers who are joining in right now on this Saturday morning. It's the big budget day and all eyes are on the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, who will be shortly also reaching the Parliament. She's in a tough spot. There is no denying that fact. The GDP growth has nosedived. We are looking at an unemployment which is at employment which is at a 45-year low. Small-scale industries that are struggling. Inflation has now begun to go up, especially the food inflation. The overall environment and the sentiment really is down and out. When your economy goes from 8% growth to 4.5% growth, there is bound to be an impact, a bigger sentiment impact, which is what we are looking at. So the government has to figure out where it's going to get the money from. It is going to be looking at a shortfall in its tax collections, which means the money that it was expecting to get for this year, it's not going to get. And it needs to spend a lot more to get the economic growth going. So where are they going to get the money? And if they don't, how much will they borrow? How will they ensure that jobs are created? that private companies start investing money, that our farmers are helped out, that you start spending more money, that your wallet actually gets more money. Those are the things that we will be focusing on. The finance minister, flanked by MOS Finance, have now reached the parliament, and those were the shots that we were just getting from outside the parliament. Vinay Tiwari, managing editor, with me in our studios. I've also got Akhil Bansal, Deputy CEO of KPMG, joining us this morning, and Clyde Crasto, spokesperson for NCP, with us this morning as well. Now, the big talking point right now, and the big point that I want to focus on, is will the government focus more on populist measures and announcements to get the sentiment going, or will there be a little bit more of economic foresight and prudence that will be the focus? Vinay, it's going to be a tightrope to walk. They don't have the money, but they need to spend more.
Very, very tightrope walk. And I think we've got some sense of what they will do, because the economic survey itself, and I think some of the key people are also now suggesting that the government should give fiscal prudence a bit of a go by. And a lot of economists, I'm not an economist, but I can see most of them, a lot of them in fact, are saying that sometimes having a little bit of a higher fiscal deficit is not exactly necessarily a bad thing, depending on the situation. And they tend to argue that this is not the year when the government should worry about that. Clearly, they're not going to meet the target. There's no doubt that they will miss that, and they'll miss that by a margin. Remember, they have taken a big hit earlier when they reduced the corporate tax, already 1.5 crore down on that. And if, as most people are suggesting, there's a reduction in the personal income tax structures for individual taxpayers, that will also put a bit of a dent in the pocket, coupled with the need for the government spending to go in. So you're looking at a lot of money that is now required. Where they'll get it from is the big question. I think I'm also very, very interested in seeing how bold and decisive the government gets in terms of its disinvestment, because so far they've kind of hummed and hawed. It's not really happened the way it should be. It was really the left hand buying the right hand and not exactly leading to any substantive inflow of capital, so to speak. Those are the kind of bold things that will possibly be required. Politically, they are tough to do. If you see, Air India has been on the block for a while. It's only now that the government is talking very decisively. I mean, it's been there, the talk have been there for about almost 3 to 4 years now, that it should be sold off. First, they could set up a list of conditions that found no takers at all. Now they've diluted those conditions in a hope that people will come back and maybe look at it differently. There are, of course, a couple of other Navratna firms as well, which most people argue the government should get out of. So there's plenty of difficult decisions ahead. How much headroom the government has is the big question mark. And more than that, I also believe that it's also about the intent and about realizing that this is not the time for politics. This is possibly the time to fix a problem that can very easily and quickly become a major crisis going ahead.
That is for sure, but to what extent do they do that is the big question. Professor Arun Kumar, good morning to you and thank you for joining us. This is going to be a tricky one, a make or break budget even for our economy. What should the government do to ensure that we come out of this slowdown?
So, a budget is about two things. First is, to fix the problems that already exist in the economy. And second is to have a vision for the future and create policy space for that. Now, what is the problem that the economy faces? As everybody's been saying, demand shortage. And that demand shortage is what is really causing the slowdown in the economy. And that is why, the capacity utilization in the industry is low as per the RBI. Business confidence is down, consumer confidence is down. And that's why, the economy is doing poorly. Now, how do you fix that? You have to increase demand. The private sector is not going to increase investment as long as capacity utilization remains around 70 to 75%, So therefore, it has to be public investment that has to take the place, of increased investment in the economy. Now, how does the government do that, especially in a situation where, as has already been pointed out, the fiscal deficit is high? And the relevant fiscal deficit is actually the center plus the states plus the public sector. And as the CAG report last year showed, that the center's fiscal deficit of 3.4% was actually 5.8% if you include the off-balance sheet expenditures and the borrowing program of the Food Corporation of India, etc. And if you add to that 3% of the fiscal deficit of the states, it becomes 8.8%. And this time, as has already been pointed out, because of the various cuts in the tax rates and the expenditure that have been promised, the fiscal deficit currently is running at about 10.5%. GST shortfall also means that the state's fiscal deficit will be more than 3%. So therefore, the fiscal deficit is already very high. The question is, how much more can the fiscal deficit go without creating problems as far as the credit rating agencies are concerned, IMF is concerned, etc. So the fiscal space available to the government has been exhausted in the last year. And now if we talk about personal income tax cut, then the fiscal space will become even less. So my suggestion would be, rather than give more tax concessions, government has to increase expenditures. That is what it should have done with the corporate tax cut also, rather than cutting the corporate tax rate and having a hole of 1.45 lakh crores. That money should have been spent in the unorganized sector, in rural areas, to generate demand. When you give incomes at the lower level, and that's where the problem began, from the unorganized sector, when you give incomes there, the entire money is spent. If you give a personal income tax cut, that goes only to barely 2% of the population, because they are the effective taxpayers. And that's not really going to boost demand, because they're already well off and they will consume very little more of the income. So I think the expenditure program in the budget is very critical. The fiscal deficit, how much will it rise? That is very critical. And then whether we'll put money into capital expenditures, because that is where the real boost to the economy will come. At the lower level, if we give incomes, that is where the boost to the consumption will come. These are the things to worry about. And finally, I would say the data has to be correct. If the data is fudged, like it has been last time, we assumed a 12% rate of growth in the budget, whereas the rate of growth turns out to be 7%. The problem with the GDP growth, which the economic survey tries to address, but I don't think it has come up with a convincing answer that the GDP is much less than what the official is saying. So I think data has to be correct for the budget
Professor
to turn
Kumar,
out to be right.
I actually
that's the final thing I'd say.
I actually want to come to you on the data point in just a bit, because there's something very interesting that the chief economic advisor said yesterday in the economic survey, and I'll come to that point in just a bit. But before that, we were talking about taxes, and Professor Kumar also spoke about the corporate tax cut, and whether or not it makes sense now to come out with a tax cut in income tax, in the tax that you pay to the government. Avni Raja is actually standing by with a lot more on expectations as far as taxation is concerned. Avni?
Are high this time round, because like you said, when the corporate taxes were cut, there was a lot of debate on whether that was the right move or should income tax actually be cut. So there is a lot of hope that there will be some relief on the income tax front. Let's tell you what the wish list as far as taxes are concerned is for this time round in the budget. So of course, realignment of the tax slab, but there is a hope that there will be zero tax on income below 5 lakh rupees. Now that currently, it is below 2.5 lakh rupees where there is no tax that needs to be paid. So they want some relief there. 30% tax on income above 20 lakh rupees. So currently that bracket is 10 lakhs. So anybody who earns more than 10 lakhs a year has to pay a 30% tax. People are hoping for will get increased. That slab will get increased to 20 lakhs. So that is the other big point. Of course, a hike in deduction on home loan repayments is the other big part, because of course, real estate sector, there needs to be some sort of a incentive for people to go out and buy homes, and so this is one way of doing that. And hike deductions under 80C to 2 lakh rupees. Now this is only 1.5 lakhs, and there are a whole lot of different small saving schemes which fall into this category. So there is a hope and there is a demand, which has been there for several years though, that this will be increased from 1.5 lakh to 2 lakh rupees. So that is essentially the most important tax expectations this time round. But like we've been talking, it's a very tightrope walk that the finance minister has to do. How much money do they have to actually spend is what we'll have to watch out for, Tanvi.
Oh yes, absolutely. And basis the fact that they don't have much money, can they really afford to lower the taxes is a big question. Clyde, where do you stand on this debate? Should there be a relief for the honest taxpayer? Will that somehow boost the sentiment and probably boost consumption and spending as well?
Well, good morning, Tanvi, and good morning to all our panelists. Well, I'm not an economist, but obviously I'm going to try and talk like a common man, also a spokesperson. But I was listening to what Vinay was saying, and I also heard Mr. Arun Kumar. I mean, he's a brilliant economist. Now, my point here is, like Vinay said, some experts keep saying that, the fiscal deficit, it's okay to take, kind of risk at this point of time. But how long can you keep taking risks is the question that comes up, because right now what is happening is the government has gone and made a lot of announcements, over the top targets, but the point is they've not been able to fulfill those targets or reach those targets, if you please. But the point here is, at the same time, they will have to draw a line between those targets and the common man. And when you talk about the common man, we are talking about tax burdens, relief in taxes, we talk about farmers. So it's a tricky situation for the finance minister, to draw a line between the two and, make both sides happy. Because if you talk about, for example, the $5 trillion economy, if you're talking about that, I think a year ago, a couple of years ago, Moody's gave a big rating and the government went to town talking about Moody's. The same Moody's is talking about how it's going to be difficult to reach those targets. We'll have to go by 8% every quarter to reach those targets. So it's going to be difficult. We'll have to wait and see what the finance ministers actually come up with, because there are a lot of numbers. For example, GST. GST collection, they had their own target of 14%. They've not reached, it was a marginal little better than last year. But again, there was a festive season, and even though it was a festive season, they didn't reach that kind of targets. So drop in the, say, for example, the automobile sector, the real estate sector. There was this whole funny jokes about why the auto sector was not doing well. But that jokes apart, it is a serious concern. We'll have to draw parallels between what is going wrong and what is going right. And the finance minister will have to, actually, my personal take on this is that the government should stop making over-the-top announcements, over-the-top targets. They should go and, be realistic. I know. I was listening to one. I think today only you were talking about how it's election time.
I can imagine, correct. I can imagine the temptation to make over-the-top announcements and hope that nobody ever comes back to check what you announced and what you actually delivered on. Just to explain what's happening on the screens and the visuals that we're getting, those big green bags are actually the budget documents that are now being brought to the parliament. So obviously the baikata that the finance minister carries is just symbolic, but this is how the budget documents are carried. Is there no better way to bring them in than what looks like, I'm sorry, but it just looks slightly dark and graphic?
Yeah, it does. Look, they've changed a lot of the traditions. This is one that hasn't changed. There are these, it's actually the Rexine. It's a mix of canvas and Rexine, which the finance ministry has had for decades. The same bags in which the papers are loaded in. They're always brought in a truck which is unloaded in full public view, and the dog squad comes and actually checks it. This is one routine that's never changed. We've been seeing it for decades, and they continue to do it. Some people have made fun of it very often. They've called them, they look like coffins. All kinds of things have been said.
Correct.
And whether it sounds a death knell for the economy and all of that. So a lot of jibes have been taken at this as well. But that's
we don't need one right now.
We don't need one right now, certainly not.
We already have enough of our problems.
But this is one thing that has maintained itself. They've never changed this tradition ever. This always happens in public, right at the gate of the parliament, gate number 2.
Yes, and then these documents are taken inside to the point that we were making earlier. And if I can go across to Akhil Bansal on that, what Professor Arun Kumar was saying, Akhil, and it's true, we're already struggling with our numbers for this year. The tax revenues have fallen. The government, the fiscal deficit is already at 114%. We've already overshot what was actually the target, and we've gone to 8.7 lakh crore just with the month of November. It's not bound to get any better from here. So then the big question is, where does the government get its money to spend next year?
So, Tanvi, before I come to that, I would like to make, if you allow me, I would like to make a point on income tax reduction,
yes, please do.
If you want. Contrary to the popular expectation this year that there would be reduction in personal taxes, I'm not a fan of income tax reduction, especially on the higher slabs, for a couple of reasons. One is that if you look at the maximum income tax rate on the personal side in the country, and if you compare it to the globe, it's a reasonable rate of income tax we are paying. And please mind that I'm saying this as a income taxpayer. I'm not saying it from any other reason. And if you look at it, the percentage of people who are filing the tax return and the percentage of people who are actually paying taxes beyond the maximum rate of 30%, effectively 35%, is very, very low. So if you try to reduce that income tax rate from whatever 30 to 25 or 20, it does not benefit whole lot of society. And when we are trying to induce consumption, increase consumption in the country, the larger population has to be affected, and therefore reducing the income tax, especially on the high slab, does not make sense to me. What can be done, maybe 250,000 limit can be increased to 5 lakh, because it does benefit the middle to lower strata.
Okay, but let me ask you this question, and you're right.
Specific schemes, if you want to.
Akhil, let's be realistic. While if it happens, and if there is a tax cut, it will only be for sentiment, a sentiment purpose to bring about some amount of, positivity, maybe in the minds of people that, oh, okay, the government is listening to us or looking out for us. But what percentage of our population really comes in this tax-paying bracket? We still have a very small proportion of the population paying income tax in our country.
Yeah, and that's the point. If you want to increase the consumption, just affecting 2.5% of the people who probably has not reduced consumption over last year, if the major consumption reduction has happened in the rural economy, in the lower income group, in the urban areas. If you want to answer the question on consumption, then you have to give more money in the hands of the rural economy or the lower income group, and it is counterproductive to reduce the income tax rate, especially when it comes to over 10 lakh rupees. What can be done is, if you want to revive the real estate economy, then maybe you have to increase the loan repayment or interest on loan to boost demand on the real estate side. If you want to do the same thing for auto industry, maybe come up with a scheme for some tax incentive if you're buying a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler up to a particular value. That would help increasing the consumption. Otherwise, it would just be an optics. So there is a huge demand on reduction in personal tax. I'm not in favor of that.
Okay, then how do we go about boosting consumption? Professor Kumar, how do we go about giving more money in people's hands, or ensuring that they spend a little bit more and start buying more products?
So, the problem really began with the unorganized sector, with demonetization and then GST and then the NBFC crisis. And that is where unemployment has increased, and that's where, the incomes fell. So that's why the demand first fell in the unorganized sector, and that then traveled into the organized sector, because many of the products from the organized sector are also sold in the unorganized sector. So I think what we have to do is boost the incomes at the unorganized sector, as Akhil was saying, at the lower levels. For instance, MGNREGS, the RBI says only 45 days of work is available, where the demand is much higher. The allocation 3 years back was 37,000 crores. It's risen now to approximately 70,000 crores, and still it's unfulfilled. 45 days of work is available. If you make it 100 days of work, and if you increase the incomes linked to inflation, then that would also pump in purchasing power at the lower levels. Second is that the PM Kisan scheme, that should be expanded. There, not enough money was pumped in, because, the governance in the country is so poor that we are not able to give money, even though digitization now has reached 90%, and 90% of farmers should be identified. Only 10% should be left out. So I think something needs to be done there. Third is, increase investment in employment generating the aspects, for instance, in education and health, where we've never crossed 4.1% on public education, whereas the target is 6%. And that's highly employment intensive. Then I think in the rural areas, we can increase, investment in infrastructure, like, the drinking water, like, for instance, roads, telecommunication, small irrigation. These will create a lot of jobs there, and MGNREGS would support this kind of a thing. So I think the two can be dovetailed together. Then you can create an urban employment guarantee scheme also, because a lot of people from the urban areas have gone back to the villages and have not been able to come back because the work is not available. Finally, what we need to also do is look at the micro sector. Micro sector, 60 million units, whereas the small, medium and large are only a few lakh units, So micro sectors where the unorganized sector is, the capital limit there is 25 lakhs, but they have problem of credit, they have problem of marketing, and they have problem of technology. I think if we give support there, the micro sector, when that gets boosted, a lot of employment would be generated. But that's a bit more long term. But immediately credit needs to be given more in the micro sector. So these 60 million units which are now suffering, they come up. Finally, I think GST has hurt the micro sector enormously because they don't get input credit, they cannot give input credit. So demand is shifted from the unorganized sector to the organized sector, and that has meant that the market for the unorganized sector has contracted, employment there has contracted. So GST needs to be reformed. And if GST is simplified, I have been arguing that it should be a last point tax alone, so that 5% of the units which pay 95% of the tax, they continue to do that, and 95% of the units which are facing problem, they then get relief. So if it's made a last point tax, I think that will lead to enormous simplification in the working conditions of the micro sector.
Okay.
So if some of these things are done, then purchasing power will be pumped in. The question is, how would you finance some of this? Because the fiscal deficit would tend to rise if you don't have additional resources and the rate of growth is lower. And that's where I would argue that we need to look at wealth taxation against. The disparity in wealth is enormous in the country. As Oxfam report showed, 9 people have more wealth than 700 million people have. And growth has been concentrated in the hands of a few. So I think wealth taxation needs to be looked at. Wealth taxation failed earlier because we gave large number of concessions, and therefore we made wealth taxation defunct.
Yes.
I think if we look at wealth taxation, we can get 1.5% of GDP out of wealth taxation if we tax only the top 1 or 2% of the
Well, I can tell you this, Professor Kumar.
As the recent Oxfam report shows, 1%.
Yes, while I do see merit in what you're saying, I can tell you this, it will see a lot of backlash, sentiment-wise, and I know the stock markets and the big investors of the stock markets are going to send back a message to the government that this is not all right and this is not fair. And that debate always happens, and I'm sure it will happen one more time if the government even looks at that. I just want to bring the attention of our viewers to what is happening on the screen right now. And this comment that's coming in from a Congress leader, Jaiveer Shergill, has just tweeted saying, Budget 2020 should maro goli to rising unemployment, rising farmer suicide, rising poverty-driven suicide, rising tax terrorism, maro goli to rising fuel prices, rising inflation, rising input costs, rising bank frauds, and not turn out to be goli maro Indian economy ko exercise. Obviously taking a jibe at the Goli Maro sloganeering that took place during the Delhi election campaign for MOS Finance, MOS Finance, Anurag Thakur's rally. But while Congress leaders do resort to some jibes at Twitter, they don't want to come for any conversations and debates pre or post budgets or on any other day, and that I think is also unfair. The Congress party cannot simply decide when they want to speak up and attack the government and then run away if questions have to be asked of them. But interestingly this time, Vinay, even the BJP representatives are not being allowed to talk to the media ahead of the budget.
Yes, in fact, what we showed just about 2 minutes ago was the Prime Minister reaching now the Parliament annexure, because there is a customary cabinet meeting that happens before the session begins. So the cabinet meeting is about to begin at 10:30. And what you said is absolutely true. I must say this, and I think our viewers must know this, that the one thing that I saw very consistent about the BJP in all these years, I mean, many parties nowadays who govern in different states pick and choose the debating points that they want to. A lot of parties don't come on debates at all now. Congress is one of them. Some of the other state parties also don't join debates, but I must give this credit that the BJP consistently has always participated in debates, never run away. This is the first time that I'm seeing where an official decision has been taken that they will not talk before the budget. It's never happened. I mean, I've not seen this in the last 6 years where the BJP has officially decided not to speak before the budget. So that is very unusual, and I'm still trying to figure out why that is so.
And I'm sure Clyde has a thing or two to say about it, yes. Go ahead, Clyde.
Yeah, Tanvi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had a serious discussion until when I said that, most parties are, but you have to remember, Vinay, NCP is consistently on your channel. And I come very often. So
no, I grant that to you, but I mean, there are other states as well, and they don't.
Yeah, but it is interesting.
No, we go across, and we don't go to show our faces, we go to. Yeah. Okay. 2 points. 2 points. If Professor Arun Kumar can throw light on my point, what I was thinking earlier, gentleman, I couldn't get his name. He was talking about he's not in favor of giving tax rebate or lowering down or increasing the tax brackets. But my thinking is maybe if you increase the tax bracket, say for example the lower income people, maybe the middle class will spend more. When they spend more, obviously the economy, it helps the economy because the purchasing power increases, buying increases. I don't know how much of that will generate income as compared to charging them taxes. So that is something that we need to look into. And secondly. In a budget, if you target more, see, we are going through serious job loss. I mean, the promises of 2 crore jobs and all will not be fulfilled. We all know. We've discussed that to no limit. But point here is to generate income. Maybe we should, pump in more money in sectors where, it's like, for example, Skill India. I mean, the announcements keep being made. But what is happening to it? A review of that. Maybe we can generate more, put, jobs in that way, put money more in where skill is involved. So these are the things that you need to look in. I think the economists could put more light onto that.
Yeah, so
middle class should be looked at so that you increase their spending power.
Well, or you can get them better job opportunities and create jobs that pay them better, that are of their choice based on the skills and qualifications that they have. And I will go back to Akhil Bansal, Deputy CEO of KPMG, on that point that you raised, Clyde. But first up, I want to go across to Pankaj, who's joining us from our ET Now newsroom for more insights on the personal taxation front. Pankaj, there is a huge hope that the taxpayers will get some relief.
Absolutely, that's the big buzz that's going around, and a lot of expectation regarding what happens to tax slab, what happens to deduction, and how essentially they boost consumption in the economy. So here you can see the current slabs on your screen, and here is the tax panel's proposal. Not that this may come in, but this is of course the proposal that has come in. So what essentially is the street looking for, or what essentially is the expectation that when you get direct money in the hands of consumer, and the best way to give it is to cut the current slabs, because it straight away gives you money starting from 1st of April. So that is something which now the street is looking at, and a very, very big one. It's not that people are expecting a minor cut where you may just see a marginal savings from here and there, but that is something which the street is looking at. Not only this, but also on the exemption front, which we'll show you that, how essentially the exemptions have been, and, how essentially exemptions are currently right now. So under Section 80C, we'll just show you that chart that, the Section 80C, here you go, 1.5 lakh. This could be increased. That's the buzz. NPS contribution limit, which is over and above this, and the current standard deduction of 50,000 plus the medical deduction. So let's see, what essentially comes in. Deductions may also go up because that is something which directly has an impact as far as the entire buzz is concerned. Now, when you look at deductions, we have some interesting data which we'll show you in the third slide. That how maximum number of people get impacted. Only if you cut between the 5 to 15 lakh bracket. So here you go. This is some data which has come in, and the just look at the light blue line. How it has increased, and that is the one between 2.5 to 5 and 5.5, 5 lakhs to about 10 lakhs. So between that blue line is what we are talking about. This number of people filing over here is increasing. So if you want people to get relief, this is probably the bracket where you could see maximum change coming in, because that's where the maximum number of filers are.
All right, Pankaj, thanks so much for bringing us all of those data points and, largely indicating to what the expectations are. That's coming straight from our ET Now newsroom. And Vinay, what we've seen in the last few times is not an income tax relief, but a little bit of tinkering here and there with the deductions, which is also, again, largely a sentimental boost.
Yeah, which is what my fear is. And I think tinkerings really don't matter. It's just about, tinkering is usually just to help the bookkeeping, nothing else. I think there is an expectation of a cut. I am not very sure, and I think I kind of probably go with the more pessimistic sentiment that we have on our panel, where I don't expect any major drastic cut that most people seem to be expecting. Simply because I also agree that, personal taxation covers such a little part of our entire population that if you start cutting, I mean, it's more about widening the base and figuring out innovative ways of how to raise personal tax, not just going by, announcing cuts, because above a particular income level, I absolutely agree that it's of no use, because consumption hasn't dropped at that level at all. The drop in the consumption is at a very different level. How do you put more money in those hands is a bigger problem. I mean,
or at least they haven't lost the money that they have. It's just that they don't want to spend it right now. They're being cautious.
I'll give you an example. The last time we had a downturn, in 2008 and 9, I think one of the big reasons why we did not feel the shock as much was because the rural spending management was done better.
Correct.
The money that was being spent by people outside of the big cities had not dropped to that level. I mean, I think whether it was the NREGS scheme or any other thing that had happened, but clearly there was a better management because there was more spending capability there. I think now in the last 4 or 5 years, that distress has also added to the other cities in the urban areas as well.
Okay, so and I just wanted to add to what you were saying. Also, this government has repeatedly put the onus and put more burden on the middle class, saying, well, you need to be the biggest contributors to nation building, and it's you who will, carry forward with your tax-paying capabilities to bring in the money. So I don't know if they're going to change that formula and that philosophy that they've had. But Akhil, do you want to come into what Clyde Craster of the NCP was asking you about, giving relief to the lower end of the taxpayers?
Yeah, so maybe my point got missed earlier. What I said, two things which I would suggest tinkering in the income tax side. One is, raising the 250,000 limit to maybe 500,000 rupees and maybe tinkering between 5 and 10 lakh rupees income group. What I was saying is I'm against in decreasing or giving any rebate to people who are earning more than 10 lakh rupees, because I believe that that's not the place where consumption has gone down. And country, on the contrary, needs money to implement several other schemes, and we have been debating the point as to where will this money come from. If I were to just tinker the income tax, when I said less than 250,000 to 500,000 rupees, and secondly, is the home loans repayment, those deduction for even auto, those kind of rules can be introduced where you are helping a particular industry. Other than that, I will not touch income tax. I would rather focus on rural economy, whether it is the national employment scheme, whether it is minimum support prices to the agriculture. The religious implementation of these two schemes will take care of the rural economy, which is the larger part of the economy. And if you take care of that, the consumption side will get far more positively impacted than income tax. The question is, where will this money come from? While I agree that there is already a high fiscal deficit if we include the state and all, but there we have seen such high fiscal deficit in the past. So if we tinker it around, and rather than 3.3%, which was expected for 2021, if we take it to up by 0.5% or 0.7%, that gives us about 1,40,000 crore. Religious implementation of the disinvestment, if we are able to generate 2.5 lakh crore rupees of these two things, that can be judiciously used.
Akhil, just one quick question. I wanted your view on one very specific point. Do you think DTC, the direct tax code, is possibly one way out of it? They seem to have not done that yet, even though the recommendations are in place, but we haven't moved to that at all. A lot of people are suggesting that's one possible long-term solution.
So it is, but my gut feel is that DTC is right now at the back burner. But what can be done? Several provisions from the DTC can be picked up and be incorporated in this budget. So in its entirety, DTC probably will take more time, but some of the provisions may get reflected in the budget.
Okay, and the interesting part about DTC, since you raised, is that this government put it in cold storage for the longest time, and it's only now that they've revived it and started looking at another version of it.
I'm wondering why they put it in the cold storage.
I mean, if only we had a BJP spokesperson there to give us that answer. We're going to take a very short break. We'll come back with lots more, fast-paced updates also now coming in. The cabinet meeting would have begun by now. 11 o'clock is when the parliament session will convene. Short break, and we'll be right back with lots more.
Welcome back to this continuing coverage on Mirror Now on Budget 2020. We're just about 20 minutes away from what possibly is going to be a very, very critical budget as it comes when India is passing through a serious economic crisis, a slowdown that we haven't seen possibly in the last 10 years or so. Standing by with us is Aarti Subramaniam, our resident analyst who's been bringing us some very interesting aspects and trivia about the budgets that have been presented in the past. Aarti, you are our in-house resident analyst who's knowledgeable about all the financial jargon, the lexicon. What do you have for us today?
I really wish I was, Vinay. Unfortunately, I'm not. So I'm just here to bring you some interesting trivia. Now, you said we have 20 minutes to go for the budget, but what we are really going to be looking at our clock for is how long Nirmala Sitharaman's speech is going to be, because that's something of something we're taking bets on right now, on how long her speech is going to be, because we've looked back to history and found out who made the longest speeches and the shortest speeches. Now, interestingly, the shortest budget speech ever was delivered by Haribhai M. Patel in 1977. It was just 800 words. I highly doubt Nirmala Sitharaman is going to make such a short speech. This was actually an interim budget presented under the Morarji Desai government, and it was all of 9 paragraphs, 800 words, but don't count Nirmala Sitharaman to be making such a short speech. The longest speech ever has been Jaswant Singh, and that was the 2003 budget speech. It was 2 hours and 30 minutes. I certainly hope Nirmala Sitharaman's speech is not going to be that long. We'd all like a very concise, to the point budget, but so hopefully she's not going to take inspiration from Jaswant Singh. Now, the shortest, the word count, as I was mentioning, was just 800 words, but also the most words in a speech was that of Dr. Manmohan Singh's historic 1991 Dream Budget speech, which was 18,364 words. So we're going to keep a close eye on how long Nirmala Sitharaman's speech is and what are the key words that she's going to use in that speech.
That Aarti, the man of very few words, actually used the maximum to present the budget. But I have one more question for you. Put your money. How long will today's speech be?
When I actually was very worried you were going to ask me a question about some jargon, and I was holding my breath there. This I'll stick my neck out. I'm going to give it 1 hour and 30 minutes.
1 hour 30 minutes, says Aarti. So fair enough. 90 minutes is not that bad, considering Jaswant Singh made it for 2 hours and 13 minutes. I just hope that that's not the kind of record that he sets today, because that becomes tough for us to not just probably analyze, but even to understand what's going on. Before we move on to the next thing, we'll just slip into a quick break and coming back in just a shade under a minute. Keep watching Mirror Now.
stepping away from the budget special broadcast for just a bit to get you this information. President Ramnath Kovind has rejected the mercy plea of Nirbhaya case convict Vinay Sharma. Meenakshi Bhanja is on the phone line with me. In fact, just to let you know, this is the second convict in this case whose mercy plea has now been rejected by the president. Of course, he still has the option of going to the Supreme Court over it, and so the process will still go on. But Meenakshi Bhanja is with me. And Meenakshi, as far as the current status is concerned, two of the convicts have had their mercy plea rejected by the president, but two of them are yet to use that legal remedy.
Well, that's right, Tanvi. And like you rightly mentioned, despite knowing the Supreme Court's opinion on a challenge to presidential rejection of mercy, they will seek to create another round of litigation by challenging this particular rejection as well. But the point worth noting here very quickly, Tanvi, is this, that yesterday the trial court could not set another deadline for the death warrant because yesterday the status was that this mercy plea was pending before the Honorable President's office. However, now an application can be moved either by the DG Tihar jail or Nirbhaya's Parents Council seeking an issuance of fresh death warrants, because as we speak in the current moment, there is no outstanding or pending plea in any court of law or the president. So this shows, yesterday also we saw great alacrity on the part of the Supreme Court as well to completely junk that review, which was another round of litigation sought to be created by these set of enabler councils for these death row convicts. So while they are looking to engage in an endless set of litigation, look at the messaging that is coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs and also the President's office, and they are quickly disposing of the mercy petition.
Yes, absolutely. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that, like you, Meenakshi, are pointing out, there is no fresh date for the execution of the death warrants, and two of the convicts still haven't exhausted all the legal remedies. So this process just seems to go on endlessly. We'll keep a close track on it. Meenakshi Bhanja, thanks so much for joining us. Well, let's get back to the big conversation, the big talking point today, the Union Budget 2020-21. What is it that the government can do and bring about to restart the India's growth engine, to bring about some more, better and more job opportunities and really get us out of this economic slowdown? And I want to just briefly touch upon the whole data debate and maybe go across to Professor Kumar first. And Professor Kumar, you know, from the GDP data to even the revenue and expenditure math that was presented to us, to unemployment, to consumer spending data, almost everything currently is being debated and questioned, and there is a big question mark on the credibility of it. In such a scenario where the government itself says that some of the data cannot be taken at face value and isn't estimated rightly, how does a government go about building, creating policies and building a vision path?
So, you know, you're absolutely right. You know, we have to have some data, you know, and the data will always have problems because it's a fast changing economy where lots of things are changing. The database needs to be changed. You know, what is included in the data for GDP, that needs to be changed. You know, employment nature is changing. So I agree that there's a lot of change. But you need some basic data on which to plan. If you don't have the basic data to plan, then your budget figures will go wrong. For instance, last year, you assumed a 12% rate of growth and you got only 7% rate of growth nominal terms this year. So therefore, your revenues are short and therefore you're planning for fiscal deficit, you're planning for expenditures, that goes wrong. So in other words, we need employment data, robust data, we need GDP data, etc. And the government cannot deny what its own agencies are pointing out, you know, what its own agencies are putting out as the data. Then there's the CMI data, there are other, you know, data. I think all that data needs to be put together and, you know, robust calculations and robust policies need to be made. But let me step back a little and, you know, on this tax cut controversy, you know, that was being pointed out, I'd like to say that there is a possibility that you cut the tax, but that'll raise the fiscal deficit. If you increase expenditure, that also raises the fiscal deficit. The question is, what will give you the biggest bang for your bucks? And here the bang is increase in the demand in the economy. And therefore, you know, if you look at the tax cut, there are only 80 million people in the income tax net, and out of that, 40 to 45 million declare nil income or very low income, and effectively only about 22, 25 million people pay effective taxes. And these are all in the organized sector with TDS, and therefore they are not the ones who've been hurt by the slowdown in the economy. So therefore, it's not they who will increase their expenditures when you do the tax cut. Whereas if you increase the expenditures in the unorganized sector, like in MGNREGS and other such schemes that I was pointing out earlier, then immediately the demand goes up. So if there is a choice between a tax cut or a tax concession on income tax, and there's a choice between increasing expenditures in the unorganized sector, then I'd go for the latter, for the increased expenditure in the unorganized sector and increasing demand there. If you don't want the fiscal deficit to increase, then you have to have alternate sources of revenue. You can't increase personal income tax. You cannot touch goods and services tax rates, because that has to come from GST Council. And if you cut GST rates, then again the fiscal deficit problem comes in. So therefore, new sources of revenue, and that's where I was suggesting wealth taxation. Now, it will affect the stock market, no doubt, but the stock market is at its peak and the investment rate in the economy is still going down. And that's because capacity utilization is low. So increasing wealth taxation will be a positive sum game, because you get the money, you spend that money in the unorganized sector, reduce disparities as a result, and therefore the demand starts going up.
Okay.
So therefore, the only option that the government has is to increase tax revenue through a new source like wealth taxation, spend it on the unorganized sector so that the demand starts going up, and when inequalities go down, then again the demand goes up. So I think that's what is very necessary.
Okay.
Regarding real estate, the problem for the last 7 years is oversupply, and until that oversupply is washed out, the real estate sector will not revive. It's not simply the concessions that have been given in the previous announcement that the government has made that will lead to a stepping up of the real estate investment. There's a lot of problems that the real estate sector faces, including the cash payments, the GST problems, the REITs problem that they've had. So I don't think that's a long-term solution. That's not a short-term solution. And finally, for the direct tax code, the things that we are talking about is expanding the tax slabs, lowering the tax rate, etc. But some of these are long-term. All you can do is immediately cut the tax rate. But that, I think, will not work. So I think the direct tax code will also not be a solution at this point of time. That's a long-term solution. And I think steps should be taken to move towards that, like simplifying the direct tax structure completely and, changing the tax slabs. But that's a long-term thing. Immediately, we have to look at what happens to tax rates, what happens to tax collections, and what happens to expenditures. These are the things that we need to look at immediately.
Okay, Clyde wanted to come in on the taxation front and the income tax front. Go ahead, please.
No, I just wanted to add to what you started off with, the data. I think, it's most important thing is the government to start giving out the actual data. Because, in the past we've seen that, data has not been correct. When you give out wrong data to, show that, everything is going on well, everything is positive, at some point it's going to hit you back, because when the actual data comes out, you realize that you were so much into the minus that all those positives did not mean anything. So the most important thing is whatever is happening right now, the government should come out with all the data in actuality. The reality should be shown. The second point I'd like to make here is, I hope that the finance minister concentrates a lot on the agriculture sector. The agrarian situation in our country is actually in doldrums. So the farmers are suffering. So I think a lot needs to be looked at the farmers, the agriculture sector, because that's where, we are an agriculture country. A lot of things depends on what our agriculture output is. So if farmers are happy, if our agriculture sector is doing well, only then will we increase whatever we are looking at in terms of 5 trillion economy or whatever. I mean, a lot of other things do come into the play and correspondent to whole things. But farm sector is what the finance minister should look at, and this is what the government should look at right now.
But what would you expect, Clyde, specifically in the farm sector? And I'm asking you this because NCP also, has a huge focus here in the rural parts of Maharashtra as well. What is it that you would want from the center?
No, a lot of incentives in terms of, we went through the whole onion crisis. The stocks were not taken care of. We brought from outside. We did not buy MSP. The prices were not given to the farmers. We look at the buying and selling of the produce of the farmers. So the government has not concentrated on the farmers, and you need to look at your own people before you look at outside. So the output has increased, but the buying capacity of the government has not bought the produce from the farmers at the rates that they actually should get. So that's where the farmers struggling. All those loans that have been happening, the farm loan waivers are not looked into properly. There are issues in digital farm loan waiver. So all these these are the micro things that you need to look into. That's where everything will sort itself out. And if you're going to start looking at just the macro things and bigger things, big announcements and bigger incentives, then it's not going to work. But at some point, it's like an elastic, it's like a rubber band. If you stretch it too much, it's going to break at some point.
Okay, Akhil Bansal wants to come in.
So
go ahead, please.
Farmers' micro issues need to be looked at.
Yeah.
Tanvi, I want to make a quick point on the wealth tax, which Professor Kumar talked about. I'm not particularly keen on wealth tax for a couple of reasons. One is that we already have raised the income tax on the high income bracket to 42%. And any increase on that segment, whether in form of personal tax or wealth tax, will lead to more negative sentiments and less savings and less investment. I would rather take out that 1 lakh crore from extra fiscal deficit, put it into a financial institution, make it 10 lakh crore, and then spend on the infrastructure, which will generate jobs, which will generate expenditure on behalf of the government, and which will create a platform for long-term $5 trillion economy.
Professor Kumar, would you want to respond to that?
Yeah. Wealth taxation and using that to increase expenditures is actually going to lead to boost in demand, which will actually lead to a greater amount of income for the wealthy people who are, not investing at the moment. It's the investments which result in greater income and greater savings. So what is required is an increase in investment in the economy. And if the public sector begins to increase its investment in the economy, and that then crowds in the private investment as capacity utilization rises, then I think more than the amount of tax paid would be collected by the wealthy people in terms of increased income, because the output increase and employment will increase. So I don't think it should be viewed as a negative sum game that if I pay more tax, then I'm sort of losing out. If I pay that extra amount of tax, and given the disparities, the huge disparities, that is one source of why demand is short. Because when you have disparities, then the demand for production doesn't go up. And I'm reminded of what Henry Ford said when the Model T was made, the mass-produced car. He said, how will my Model T sell in large numbers unless my workers can buy my car? So therefore, unless you increase incomes at the lower level, the mass demand doesn't increase. If the mass demand doesn't increase, industry suffers, and wealth creators also suffer. So at this point, the whole distribution is shifting in favor of those who are the wealthy, and that's why the Oxfam report shows that 9 people have more wealth than 700 million people have. And once that is corrected for, it's not that the wealth creators will lose incomes. It's not that they will lose their wealth, but it is that their wealth would increase as the total GDP increases. At the moment, it's proving to be a bit of a negative sum game rather than a positive sum game, and using wealth taxation to generate resources and reduce disparity, increase demand, would actually work out in terms of a positive sum game for everybody. So I don't think wealth taxation should be viewed negatively at this point of time.
Akhil Bansal, respond to that. And like you said, if it is not imposing higher taxes on the wealth creators as of now, what other solutions or what other options does the government have to bring in some more money? Because let's be honest, we need the money right now.
So just on the wealth tax, if you impose wealth tax, you are targeting the same set of people who are very limited in numbers to pay the additional tax required for the country. I'm absolutely in for more money to be taken out from the taxation.
Right.
But there is another alternative, is increase the net the tax net. There are enough number of people in the country who are rich enough, who are wealthy enough, but not paying their taxes, and I think that's one.
Okay, we are going to cut across
to
to the Lok Sabha now, where the parliamentary proceedings have begun, and you can see the finance minister, you can see Nirmala Sitharaman there getting ready to deliver her union budget.
माननीय मंत्री जी, आइटम नंबर 1।
हाँ जी, एक मिनट जी। Sir, I rise to lay on the table a copy of the following papers: report of the 15th Finance Commission for the year 2020-2021, explanatory memorandum on the action taken on the recommendations contained in the report of the 15th Finance Commission.
आइटम नंबर 2, श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी, नए दशक का पहला आम बजट में मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं।
Sir, I rise with your permission to present a statement of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Government of India for the year 2020-2021.
दो हजार 2021 के लिए भारत सरकार के अनुमानित प्राप्तिय और वे विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगी निर्मला सीतारमण जी।
I rise to present the budget for the year 2020-2021. Sir, in May 2019, Prime Minister Modi received a massive mandate to form the government again. With renewed vigor, under his leadership, we commit ourselves to serve the people of India with all humility and dedication. People of India have unequivocally given their Janadesh for not just political stability and also reposed faith in our economic policy. This is the budget to boost their incomes and enhance their purchasing power. Only through higher growth we can achieve that and have our youth gainfully and meaningfully employed. Let our businesses be innovative, healthy, and solvent with use of technology. For today's youth, born at the turn of the century, for every member of the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes who seek a better life, for every woman wishing to stand up and get counted, for every individual from the minority sections of our society, this budget aims to give and have your aspirations and hopes addressed. We wish to open up vistas for a vibrant and dynamic economy with a gentle breeze of new technology. This vibrant India shall be a caring society which shall attend to its weak, the old, and the vulnerables among its citizens. During 2014-19, our government brought in a paradigm shift in governance. This shift was characterized by a twin focus: fundamental structural reform and inclusive growth. Fundamentals of the economy are strong, and that has ensured macroeconomic stability. Inflation has been well contained. Banks saw a thorough cleaning up of accumulated loans of the past decade, and then they were recapitalized. Companies were provided an exit through the IBC. Several steps on the formalization of the economy were taken up. Of the structural reforms, the Goods and Services Tax, the GST, has been the most historic in our country. Its chief architect is not with us today. I pay homage to the visionary leader, late Sri Arun Jaitley. At the time of rollout of GST, he had said, and I quote, It will be an India where the center and states will work harmoniously towards the common goal of shared prosperity. The unanimity of the constitutional amendment and the consensus of the GST Council highlights that India can rise above narrow politics for the nation's interest. With the GST, neither the state nor the center loses its sovereignty. In contrast, they will pool their sovereignty on decisions on indirect taxes, unquote. True to this vision for the historic structural reform, the goods and services tax has been gradually maturing into a tax that has integrated the country economically. It has consolidated numerous taxes and cesses to one tax and facilitated formalization of the economy. It has resulted in the efficiency gains in logistic and transport sectors. The turnaround time for trucks has witnessed a substantial reduction to the tune of 20% due to abolition of checkposts in the GST. The dreaded Inspector Raj has also vanished. It has also led to a significant benefit to MSME by way of enhanced threshold and composition limit. The effective tax incidence on almost every commodity came down substantially. Through several rate reductions, an annual benefit of 1 lakh crore rupees has been extended to consumers. It amounts to 10% reduction in overall tax incidence. An average household now saves about 4% of its monthly spends on account of reduced GST rates. During this phase of maturing, GST did face certain challenges. This was natural, as transition was daunting. GST Council has been proactive in resolving issues during the transition. In the last 2 years, we have added more than 60 lakh new taxpayers. A total of about 40 crore returns were filed. 800 crore invoices were uploaded and 105 crore e-way bills were generated. There has been extensive engagement with stakeholders. A simplified new return system is being introduced from 1st April 2020. A former Prime Minister had once voiced a concern that the fruits of the welfare schemes were not reaching the intended citizens. The common and deserving citizen was only receiving 15 paise of every rupee sent to him. Guided by Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, our government and our Prime Minister added manifold speed and scaled up the implementation of schemes and programs that directly benefited the poor and the disadvantaged. I wish to list out only a few as examples. 1. Welfare schemes with direct benefit transfer embedded in them. 2. Sanitation and water as provision of basic needs and as a measure of preventive health care. 3. Healthcare through Ayushman Bharat. Clean energy through Ujjwala and solar power. 4th. 5th. Financial inclusion, credit support, insurance protection to vulnerable sections and pension scheme. 6th, digital penetration with broadband and UPI. And finally, affordable housing for all through PMAY, the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. The milestones achieved are unprecedented, globally recognized and benchmarked against international indices. This strategy changed the established order of a few individuals, cornering most of the benefits, and was appreciated by the people. This had immensely positive outcomes. We have moved on from a growth rate of just over 4% in 1950s to 6% in 80s and in the 90s. However, during 2014 and 19, we clocked a growth of 7.4% on average, with inflation averaging around 4.5% itself. It is worthwhile to note that inflation was close to 9% in the 5% during 2009 and 14. Between 2006 and 16, India was able to raise 271 million people out of poverty, which we all should be proud of. We are now the 5th largest economy of the world. India's foreign direct investment got elevated to the level of $284 billion during 2014 and 19 from $190 billion that came in during the years 2009 to 14. The central government debt that has been the bane of our economy got reduced in March 2019 to 48.7% of GDP from a level of 52.2% in March 2014. Just between 14 and 19, I recall this figure, the central government's debt in March 2019 has come down to 48.7% of the GDP from a level of 52.2% in March 2014. With this backdrop, our government shall work towards taking the country forward so that we can leapfrog to the next level of health, prosperity, and well-being. We shall strive to bring ease of living to every citizen. I'm mindful of presenting this budget in the backdrop of two cross-cutting developments. One, proliferation of technologies, especially analytics, machine learning, robotics, bioinformatics, and artificial intelligence. And also, number two, the number of people in the productive age group, that is 15 to 65 years of age in India, being at its highest. So these are the two cross-cutting streams, keeping in the backdrop while we are talking about the budget today. This combination is special to contemporary India. Across the world, if there is a shrinking of globalization, equally, there is a debate on the efficacy of monetary policy too. The efforts we have made in the last 5 years and the energy, the enthusiasm, and the innovation of our youth are the ignition required to push forward. This Indian spirit of entrepreneurship, which weathered several storms over the centuries, inspire and motivate us. We recognize the need to support and further energize this spirit. This budget is woven around three prominent themes. One, aspirational India, in which all sections of the society seek better standards of living with access to health, education, and better jobs. Two, economic development for all, indicated in the Prime Minister's exhortation of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. This would entail reforms across swathes of the economy. Simultaneously, it would mean yielding more space for the private sector. Together, they would ensure higher productivity and greater efficiency. And 3, ours shall be a caring society that is both humane and compassionate. Antyodaya is an article of faith. So, I repeat, this budget is woven around 3 prominent themes: aspirational India, economic development, and a caring society. The digital revolution, which has placed India in a unique leadership position globally, will see the next wave. We shall aim to achieve seamless delivery of services through digital governance, to improve physical quality of life through national infrastructure pipeline, risk mitigation through disaster resilience, social security through pension and insurance penetration. Each one of these initiatives and their components would be benchmarked to international standards, and the indices would be announced soon. Before I move to elaborate on each of these 3 themes, I wish to recite a small verse in Kashmiri. सोन वतन गुलजार शालीमार ह्यूं, सोन वतन गुलजार शालीमार ह्यूं, दल मंज फोलवून पंपोश ह्यूं, नवजवान अन हुंद भूषण खुमार ह्यूं, म्योन वतन च्योन वतन सोन वतन Nundboni Watan. I'll read this in Hindi, not as a poem, but for the meaning. Hamara Watan, खिलते हुए शालीमार बाग जैसे. हमारा वतन, खिलते हुए शालीमार बाग जैसे. हमारा वतन, डल लेक में खिलते हुए कमल जैसा. नवजवानों के गरम खून जैसा. नवजवानों के गरम खून जैसा. मेरा वतन, तेरा वतन, हमारा वतन, दुनिया का सबसे प्यारा वतन. It is everything that we do here, everything that we speak through the budget, and everything that this government everything that this government does with the guidance and leadership of the Prime Minister is for this Pyara Watan. This poem, I must mention, is a poem written by Pandit Dinanath Kaul, who's a Sahitya Akademi awardee. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now move to the first of my theme, which is the aspirational India. I shall cover programs and plans related to agriculture, irrigation, and rural development. That's my first under the aspirational India theme. Second, wellness, water, and sanitation. That's the second under aspirational India. And the third is education and skills. I move to talking about agriculture, irrigation, and rural development. Our government is committed to the goal of doubling farmers' incomes by 2022. We have provided energy sovereignty through Kusum and input sovereignty through Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. We have provided resilience for 6.11 crore farmers insured under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Focus on cultivation of pulses, expansion of micro-irrigation through Krishi Sinchai Yojana have raised the self-reliance of the country. Provision of any annual supplement of the income to the provision of annual supplement of income to the farmer directly is done through PM Kisan. Connectivity through PM GSY, Gram Sadak Yojana, financial inclusion have helped raise farm incomes. Prosperity to farmers can be ensured by making farming competitive. For this, farm markets need to be liberalized. Distortions in farm and livestock markets need to be removed. Purchase of farm produce, logistics, agri-services need copious investments. Substantial support and hand-holding of farm-based activities such as livestock, apiary, and fisheries need to be provided for. Farmers desire integrated solutions covering storage, financing, and processing and marketing. Adopting sustainable cropping patterns and bringing in more technology are integral to our plan. All this and more can be achieved through working with and in cooperation with the states. The following 16 action points indicate our focus. We propose to encourage those state governments who undertake implementation of following model laws already issued by the central government. My first of the action points, 16 action points, but the first one is to encourage those state governments who undertake implementation of following model laws which are already passed and issued by the central government. First, Model Agricultural Land Leasing Act of 2016. Model Agricultural Produce and Livestock Marketing Act of 2017. Model Agricultural Produce and Livestock Contract Farming and Services Promotion and Facilitation Act of 2018. So 3 model agriculture-related laws we would like state governments to consider favorably. Second of the 16 action points, water stress-related issues are now a serious concern across the country. Our government is proposing comprehensive measures for 100 water-stressed districts. Our government is proposing comprehensive measures for 100 water-stressed districts. Third of the 16, in the budget speech of July 2019, I had stated that Annadata can be Urja Data also. The PM Kusum scheme removed farmers' dependence on diesel and kerosene and linked pump sets to solar energy. Now I propose to expand the scheme to provide 20 lakh farmers for setting up standalone solar pumps. Further, we shall also help another 15 lakh farmers solarize their grid-connected pump sets. In addition, a scheme to enable farmers to set up solar power generation capacity on their fallow and barren lands and to sell it to grid would be operationalized. Speaker, sir, this is a major step forward in which we are saying that farmers, if they have fallow or barren lands, now will be helped to set up solar power generation units so that they can then sell that which is being generated, solar power, to the grid. And through the grid, having given the solar power from their barren land, they will be able to make a living out of their barren land also. Fourth of the 16, our government shall encourage balanced use of all kinds of fertilizers, including the traditional organic and other innovative fertilizers. This is a necessary step to change the prevailing incentive regime which encourages excessive use of chemical fertilizers. So this is an important point. I'd like to repeat it. This is a necessary step to change the prevailing incentive regime which encourages excessive use of chemical fertilizers. Honorable Speaker, sir, In Tamil Nadu, there was a very wise old woman saint poet who lived more than 3,000 years ago. And she had used every letter of the Tamil alphabet to teach children moral stories. Not stories, moral lines. Each line was only 3-worded ones. They were very simple ones. They're called Aati Chudi, written by Avayar. Whilst talking about effective use of land, taking care of your land, removing weeds, and making sure you tend to it properly, she had just used 3 words in a little sentence, which says it all. And that's exactly what our Prime Minister is aiming to achieve, so that the farmlands are used with proper manure, not excessive manure, and limited water to grow their grains. Bhumi Tirutti Un is the line from Attichudi, which was said by a saint poet, a woman called Avayar. Bhumi Tirutti Un. First, tend to your land, take care that you're not excessively leaving it, and then trying to take a crop out of it. So the 5th point out of my 16 action points. India has an estimated capacity of 162 million metric tons of agri-warehousing, cold storage, reefer van facilities, and so on. NABARD will undertake an exercise to map and geotag them. In addition, we propose creating warehousing in line with Warehouse Development and Regulatory Authority, WDRA norms. Our government will provide viability gap funding for setting up such efficient warehouses in the block or taluk level. This can be achieved where states can facilitate with land and are on PPP mode. Food Corporation of India and Central Warehousing Corporation shall undertake such warehouse building on their own land too. 6th action point. As a backward linkage, a village storage scheme is proposed to be run by SHGs. This will provide farmers a good holding capacity and reduce their logistics cost. Women SHGs can avail of Mudra or NABARD assistance and regain their position as Dhanya Lakshmi. We've heard of Dhana Lakshmi often, and many of us are familiar with Dhanya Lakshmi, and I'm sure many of us do recall the days when women in the villages were the ones who kept the seed for the entire village, and they would distribute seeds as and when a farmer required it. So we would like to restore women SHG groups to play that role or at the village level as Dhanya Lakshmis, being assisted by Mudra and being assisted by NABARD. To build a seamless national cold supply chain for perishables inclusive of milk and fish, the Indian Railways will set up a Kisan Rail through PPP arrangements. There shall be a refrigerated coaches in express and freight trains as well, so that perishable goods can be quickly, easily within the country transported, and the benefit will accrue to the farmers. Krishi Udan will be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, not just trains. Krishi Udan will be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation on international and national routes. This will immensely help improve value realization, especially in Northeast and in the tribal districts. Horticulture sector. So this is very important. Point number 9 of the 16th. Horticulture sector with its current produce. It's a very important point, sir. Horticulture sector with its current produce of 311 million metric ton exceeds the production of food grains. Horticulture exceeds the production of food grains. For better marketing and export, we propose supporting states which, adopting a cluster basis, will focus on one product, one district. so that a high focus is given at the district level for products in horticulture to really gain that momentum. 10th of the 16 action points. Integrated farming systems in rain-fed areas shall be expanded. Multi-tier cropping, beekeeping, solar pumps, solar energy production in non-cropping season will be added. Sir, I had mentioned in my July budget, zero budget natural farming. That shall also be included in our activities. The portal on Jaivik Kheti, online national organic products market, will also be strengthened. So the next point, the 11th, financing on negotiable warehousing receipts, ENWR, has already crossed more than 6,000 crores. Financing on negotiable warehousing receipts. This will be integrated with National Agriculture Market, the electronics one. The next point is the 12th of the 16. Non-banking finance companies and cooperatives are active in the agriculture credit space. The NABARD refinance scheme will be further expanded. Agricultural credit target for the year 2021 has been set at 15 lakh crores, 15 lakh crores, agricultural credit availability. All eligible beneficiaries of PM Kisan will be covered under the KCC, Kisan Credit Card Scheme. 13th of the 16th. Our government intends to eliminate foot and mouth disease, brucellosis in cattle, and also what is called the PPR in sheep, which is a French expression. Sorry for those who know French. I'll try to pronounce. Peste des petits ruminants. PPR in sheep and goat by 2025. So foot and mouth disease, brucellosis in cattle, and also PPR in sheep and goat by 2025 will be eliminated. Coverage of artificial insemination shall be increased from the present 30% to 70%. Manrega would be dovetailed to develop fodder farms. Further, we shall facilitate doubling of milk processing capacity from 53.5 million metric tons to 108 million metric tons by 2025. From 53.5 million metric tons of milk to 108 million metric tons by 2025. 14th point, blue economy. Our government proposes to put in place a framework for development, management, and conservation of marine fishery resources. 15th, youth in coastal areas benefit through fish processing and market. By 2022-23, I propose raising fish production to 200 lakh tons. Propose raising fish production to 200 lakh tons. Growing of algae, seaweed, and cage culture will also be promoted. So this coming point is very important. Our government will involve youth in fishery extension work through 3,477 Sagar Mitras and 500 fish farmer producer organizations. We hope the rural youth, particularly those who are in the coastal areas and inland fishing areas, will work as Sagar Mitras and also form 500 fish farmer producer organizations. You know that we already have a farmer producer organization, which is FPO. Now we are expanding it to cover fish farmer producer organizations. 16th and the last action point, sir. Under Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, for alleviation of poverty, 58 lakh SHGs have been mobilized. We shall further expand on SHGs in this regard too. Now, for the fund allocation, for the 16 different steps that I have announced, they are being stated under two broad categories. They are being stated under two broad categories. For the sector comprising of agriculture, allied activities, irrigation and rural development, an allocation of 2.83 lakh crores has been made for 2020-21, and it is divided, among other things, for agriculture, irrigation and allied activities, 1.6 lakh crores. For rural development and Panchayati Raj, 1.23 lakh crores. Both put together, it is about 1.73 lakh, 2.8 lakh, 83 lakh crores, 2.83 lakh crores. Wellness and water and sanitation is the second under Aspirational India. I said my three themes: Aspirational India, economic development and caring society. Under each, I state three which contain specific programs. Aspirational India, already I've mentioned about the rural development and so on. Now I talk of wellness, water and sanitation. We have a holistic vision of healthcare that translates into wellness for citizens. Mission Indradhanush has been expanded to cover 12 such diseases, including 5 new vaccines. Fit India movement is a vital part of fight against non-communicable diseases coming out of lifestyle issues. A very focused Safe Water Jal Jeevan mission and comprehensive sanitation program Swachh Bharat mission have been launched to support the health vision that would reduce the disease burden on the poor. Presently, under PM Jan Arogya Yojana, there are more than 20,000 empaneled hospitals who help in Ayushman Bharat. We need more such hospitals to be empaneled in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities for poor people in these areas to benefit from them. It is therefore proposed to set up a viability gap funding window for setting up hospitals in PPP mode. In the first phase, those aspirational districts will be covered. We know there are 112 of them. So those aspirational districts from 112 that we have, where presently there are no Ayushman empaneled hospitals, will be given priority. So from 112 of aspirational districts, those which don't have an empaneled hospital for Ayushman treatments will be given the first priority, so that in Tier 2 and Tier 3, we have more such hospitals. This would also provide large-scale employment opportunities to youth. Proceeds from taxes on medical devices. This is very interesting. It has a bearing on what I will be saying during taxation, the Part B. Proceeds from taxes on medical devices would be used to support this vital health infrastructure which will get built in the aspirational districts. Using machine learning and artificial intelligence in the Ayushman Bharat scheme, health authorities and the medical fraternity can target diseases with an appropriately designed preventive regime. TB harega, desh jeetega. TB harega, desh jeetega. This campaign has been launched. I propose to strengthen this campaign to realize our commitment to end tuberculosis by 2025. I propose to expand also Jan Aushadhi Kendra scheme to all districts, offering 2,000 medicines and 300 surgicals by 2024. I have provided for the health sector about 69,000 crores. That is inclusive of 6,400 crores for Prime Minister Jan Arogya Yojana. So now the important point on sanitation. Our government is committed to ODF Plus. We know ODF is already there, launched, successfully sort of covered, saturation reached. But our government is committed to ODF Plus in order to sustain ODF behavior, because it has a lot of impact. If behavioral patterns don't remain consistent, it can have a negative bearing. So our government is committed to ODF Plus in order to sustain ODF behavior and to ensure that no one is left behind. Now, more needs to be done towards liquid and grey water management. Focus would also be on solid waste collection, source segregation, and processing. The total allocation for Swachh Bharat mission is about 12,300 crores for this year, 2020-21. Aiming to provide piped water supply to all households, Prime Minister announced from the Red Fort the Jal Jeevan mission. Our government has approved 3.6 lakh crore for this mission. 3.60 lakh crore for this mission is being approved. This scheme also places emphasis on augmenting local water resources, recharging existing sources, and will promote water harvesting and desalination. Cities over 1 million population will be encouraged to meet this objective during the current year itself. During the year 2021, this scheme would be provided a budget exclusively of 11,500 crores. So I now move to the third under Aspirational India, education and skills. The third and the final item under Aspirational India is education and skills. By 2030, India is set to have the largest working age population in the world. Not only do they need literacy, but they need both job and life skills. Dialogues have been held with state education ministries, members of parliament, and other stakeholders about education policy. Over 2 lakh suggestions were also received. The new education policy will be announced soon. It is felt that our education system needs greater inflow of finance to attract talented teachers, innovate, and build better labs. Therefore, steps would be taken to enable sourcing external commercial borrowings and FDI so as to deliver higher quality education. Students in general stream, as opposed to those in services or technology stream, sciences and technology stream, need their employment opportunities improved. About 150 higher education institutions will start apprenticeship embedded degree diploma courses by March 2021. The government proposes to start a program whereby urban local bodies across the country would provide internship opportunities to fresh engineers for a period up to 1 year. So local bodies, as you know, do undertake a lot of public work programs, and their manpower is also limited. But yet, young engineers who are ready to serve for the purpose of learning how it is to work with the government are also going around seeking opportunities. So here we have created an opportunity by saying urban local bodies should now give opportunity for fresh engineers so that they can help them plan better and in turn also learn as an intern under the local bodies. So this is for a period of 1 year that we've opened up. In order to provide quality education to students of deprived section of the society as well as those who do not have access to higher education, it is proposed to start a degree-level, full-fledged online education program. This shall be offered only by institutions who are ranked within top 100 in the National Institutional Ranking Framework. Initially, only a few such institutions would be asked to offer such programs. India should also be a preferred destination for higher education. Hence, under its Study in India program, an IND SAT exam is proposed to be held in Asian and African countries. It shall be used for benchmarking foreign candidates who receive scholarships for studying in Indian higher education centers. A national police university and a National Forensic Science University are being proposed in the domain of policing science, forensic science, and cyber forensics. There is a shortage of medical doctors. There is a shortage of qualified medical doctors, both general practitioners as well as specialists. In order to meet this requirement, it is proposed to attach a medical college to an existing district hospital in PPP mode. Those states that fully allow facilities of the hospital to the medical college and wish to provide land at a concession would be able to receive viability gap funding from the center. Details of the scheme would be worked out soon, so we aim to have at the district level, with hospitals which are being extended for medical college training and also for producing more doctors, viability gap funding will also be extended. So the National Board of Examination imparts PG medical qualification, diploma and fellow of National Board, DNB and FNB. The government will therefore encourage large hospitals with sufficient capacity to offer resident doctors the DNB and FNB courses under the National Board of Examinations. There exists a huge demand for teachers, nurses, paramedical staff, and caregivers all abroad. There exists a huge demand abroad for teachers, nurses, paramedical staff, and caregivers. However, their skill sets many a time do not match the employer's standards and therefore need to be improved. I propose that a special bridge course be designed by the Ministries of Health, Skill Development, together with professional bodies to bring in equivalence. Language requirements of various countries need also to be included. All these should be achieved through a special training package. Our government proposes to provide about 99,300 crores for education sector in 2021 and about 3,000 crores for skill development. So I move to the second theme, economic development. Aspirational India, economic development, and caring society. I'm now talking on economic development. And in economic development, industry, commerce, and investment are the ones which come first in our. So the most important thing as an introduction I'd like to say here, the guilds of Saraswati Sindhu civilization and the Harappan seals are remarkable. Saraswati Sindhu civilization is about 4,000 before the Common Era. The seals in particular belong to 3,300 BCE, before the Common Era. Words from the Indus script, which are all hieroglyphs, have been deciphered. Words from those hieroglyphs have been deciphered. Interesting words which we need to know when we're talking about commerce and industry. Commerce and trade-related words show how India for a millennia has been a continuing civilization with rich skills in metallurgy, rich skills in trading, and so on. Sreni is a word found in the Harappan seals, which means guild. Seti is a word found in the Harappan seals, which means wholesale merchant. Seti was a wholesale merchant in the Sindhu civilization, Saraswati Sindhu civilization. Poddar is an affair of metal into treasury. And also, India is a continuing maritime power in terms of commerce and industry. Sakara Kholmi is using word which shows blacksmithery and also iron and tinsmithery existed that time. So India's commerce, India's industry, India's trade in such materials which were all unique to India have existed and continues to exist over the millennia. So entrepreneurship has always been the strength of India. That's the point I wanted to explain. I'm sure many members already know it, and therefore they are a bit restless. Entrepreneurship has always been the strength of India. Even today, young men and women have given up greener pastures elsewhere to contribute to India's growth. They are risk-taking and come up with disruptive solutions to festering challenges. Equally, established old industries are resetting themselves in a changing global and domestic situation. We recognize the knowledge, skills, and risk-taking capacities and capabilities of our youth. He is no longer a job seeker. He is a creator of jobs. Now we wish to create more opportunities and remove roadblocks from this path. I propose to set up an investment clearance cell that will provide end-to-end facilitation and support, including pre-investment advisory, information related to land banks, and facilitate clearances at the center and also in the state level. It will work through a portal. There is a case for maximizing the benefits of three separately developing economic activities: the upcoming economic corridors, revitalization of manufacturing activities, and technology and the demands for aspirational classes. We have to benefit from their convergence. Hence, it is proposed to develop 5 new such smart cities in collaboration with states and in PPP mode. Such sites would be chosen that offer the best choices in terms of the aforementioned principles. India needs to manufacture networked products that will make it a part of global value chains. This in turn gets more investment and generates more employment for our youth. Electronics manufacturing industry is very competitive, and India has shown its cost advantages. The potential of this industry in job creation is immense. India needs to boost domestic manufacturing and attract large investments in the electronics value chain. Here I propose a scheme focused on encouraging manufacture of mobile phones, electronic equipment, and semiconductor packaging. The details will be announced sooner. With suitable modifications, this scheme can be adapted for manufacturing of medical devices too. India, sir, imports significant quantity of technical textiles worth $16 billion every year. To reverse this trend and to position India as a global leader in technical textiles, a national technical textiles mission is proposed with a 4-year implementation period from 2020-21 to 23-24 at an estimated outlay of 1,480 crores. Honorable Speaker, sir, from the Red Fort, our Prime Minister spoke about quality and standards when he spoke of zero defect, zero effect manufacturing. In September last year, I had called for a time-bound adoption by industry of all necessary mandatory technical standards and their effective enforcement. All ministries during the course of this year would be issuing quality standard order. So to achieve higher export credit disbursement, a new scheme, NIRVIC, is being launched, which provides for higher insurance cover, reduction in premium for small exporters, and simplified procedure for claim settlements. It is proposed to digitally refund to exporters. That was NIRVIC. I'm coming to a different point now. It is proposed to digitally refund to exporters duties and taxes levied at the center, state, and local levels, such as electricity duties, VAT, the VAT, on fuel used for transportation, which are not getting exempted or refunded under any other existing mechanism. This scheme for reversion of duties and taxes on exported products will be launched from this year itself. Honorable Speaker, it is the vision of our Prime Minister that each district should develop as an export hub. Efforts of the centre and state governments are being synergized and institutional mechanisms are being created in order that every district becomes an export hub. Government e-marketplace, GEM, is moving ahead for creating a unified procurement system in the country for providing a single platform for procurement of goods, services and works. It offers a great opportunity for medium and small and micro enterprises. 3.24 lakh vendors are already on this platform. It is proposed to take its turnover to 3 lakh crores. I propose to provide about 27,300 crores for development and promotion of industry and commerce for the year 2020-2021. So under economic development, the second point that I want to focus on is a very important point, and it is on infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, in his Independence Day speech of 2019, the Prime Minister has highlighted that 100 lakh crores would be invested on infrastructure for the next 5 years. As a follow-up measure, I had launched the National Infrastructure Pipeline on 31st December 2019 of 103 lakh crore worth projects. It consists of more than 6,500 projects across sectors and are classified as per their size and stage of development. These new projects will include housing, safe drinking water, access to clean and affordable energy, health care for all, world-class educational institutions, modern railway stations, airports, bus terminals, metro, railway transportation, logistics and warehousing, irrigation projects, etc. The National Infrastructure Pipeline envisions improving the ease of living for each and every individual citizen in the country. It will also bring in generic and sectoral reforms in development, operation and maintenance of these infrastructure projects. A huge employment opportunity exists for India's youth in construction, operation and maintenance of infrastructure. National Skill Development Agency will give special thrust to infrastructure-focused skills and their development opportunities. I propose to set up a project preparation facility for infrastructure projects. This program would actively involve young engineers, management graduates, and economists from our universities. It is also proposed to direct all infrastructure agencies of the government to involve youth power in startups. They will help in rolling out value-added services in quality public infrastructure for citizens. A national logistics policy will soon be released. Among other things, it will clarify the role of union government, state government, and also the key regulators. It will create a single window e-logistics market and focus on generation of employment, skills, and making MSMEs competitive. So also, accelerated development of highways will be undertaken. This will include development of 2,500 kilometer access control highways, 9,000 kilometers of economic corridors, 2,000 kilometers of coastal and land port roads, and 2,000 kilometers of strategic highways. The Delhi-Mumbai Expressway and 2 other packages would be completed by 2023. Chennai-Bengaluru Expressway would also be started. So the fast-track mechanism encourages us towards greater commercialization of our highways so that NHAI can raise more resources. I propose to monetize at least 12 lots of highway bundles of over 6,000 kilometers before 2024. In carrying out its duty, the Indian Railways performs a service to the nation. Within 100 days of assumption of this government, it has commissioned 550 Wi-Fi facilities in as many railway stations. It has eliminated unmanned level crossings and aims to achieve electrification of 27,000 kilometers of tracks. This will call, obviously, for optimization of costs. Railways have small operating surplus. About Indian Railways, there are 5 measures, among other things, that I wish to highlight. Setting up a large solar-powered capacity. Setting up a large solar power capacity alongside the rail tracks on the land owned by railways. A proposal is under consideration. 4 station redevelopment projects and operation of 150 passenger trains would be done through PPP mode. The process of inviting private participation is underway. More Tejas-type trains will connect iconic tourist destinations. High-speed train between Mumbai and Ahmedabad would be actively pursued. 148-kilometer Bengaluru suburban transport project at a cost of 18,600 crores would have fares on metro model. Central government would provide 20% of the equity, and it will also facilitate external assistance up to 60% of the project cost. Sir, our seaports need to be more efficient. Technology has to be used to improve performance. A governance framework keeping with global benchmarks needs to be put in place. This government would consider corporatizing at least one major port and subsequently its listing on the stock exchanges. Inland waterways received a boost. Inland waterways received a boost in the last 5 years. The Jal Vikas Marg on National Waterway 1 will be completed. Further, the 890-kilometer Dhubri-Sadiyar connectivity in Assam will be done by 2022. Honorable Speaker, sir, developing waterways has its impact on the ecosystem on both the banks of the river. Our Prime Minister has conceptualized Arth Ganga. Plans are afoot to energize economic activity along the river banks. Air traffic has been growing rapidly in the country as compared to global average. 100 more airports would be developed by 2024 to support the Udaan scheme. It is expected that the air fleet number shall go up from the present 600 to 1,200 during this time itself. I propose to provide 1.7 lakh crores for transport infrastructure in 2021. So taking electricity to every household has been a major achievement of this government. However, the distribution sector, particularly the DISCOMs, are under financial stress. The ministry intends to promote smart metering. I urge all the states and union territories to replace conventional energy meters by prepaid smart meters in the next 3 years. Also, this would give consumers the freedom to choose the supplier and the rate as per their requirements. So this is a very important step in reaching electricity to all people. This would give consumers, the prepaid meters, the smart meters, would give consumers the freedom to choose the supplier and the rate as per their requirements. Further measure to reform DISCOMs would be taken. I propose to provide 22,000 crores to power and renewable energy sector for the year 2020-21. So now I come to oil and natural gas. In the upstream sector, oil and gas, the open acreage licensing policy, OALP, is a success, having awarded 137,000 square kilometers for exploration to private sector and to the CPSCs. City gas distribution rights are also awarded. Further, it is proposed to expand the national gas grid from the present 16,200 kilometers. At the moment, it is 16,200 kilometers only. We propose to expand it to reach 27,000 kilometers. To deepen the gas markets in India, further reforms will be undertaken to facilitate transparent price discovery and also ease of transactions. So I come to talking about the new economy now. The new economy is based on innovations that disrupt established business models. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, 3D printing, drones, DNA, data storage, quantum computing, etc., are all rewriting the world economic order. India has already embraced a new paradigm, such as the sharing economy with aggregator platforms, displacing conventional businesses. Government has harnessed new technologies to enable direct benefit transfers and financial inclusion on a scale like never before. It's now a cliche, data is the new oil. And it is true that analytics, fintech, and Internet of Things are changing the way we deal with our lives. To take advantage of this, I propose to bring out soon a policy to enable private sector to build data center parks throughout the country. Building data center parks throughout the country. It will enable our firms to skillfully incorporate data in every step of their value chains. Our vision is that all public institutions at the Gram Panchayat level, such as Anganwadis, health and wellness centers, government schools, PDS outlets, post offices, and police stations will all be provided with digital connectivity. So, the fiber to home FTTH connections through BharatNet will link 100,000 Gram Panchayats this year itself. 1 lakh Gram Panchayats this year itself will be connected to the optical fiber FTTH program. It is proposed, therefore, to provide 6,000 crores to BharatNet program 2020-21. We need to expand the base for knowledge-driven enterprises. Intellectual property creation and protection will play an important role. Several measures are proposed in this regard, which will benefit the startups. A digital platform would be promoted that would facilitate seamless application and capture IPRs. Also, in an institute of excellence, a center would be established that would work on the complexity and innovation in the field of intellectual property. Honorable Speaker, sir, knowledge translation clusters would be set up across the different technology sectors, including new and emerging sectors, for designing, fabrication, and validation of proof of concept, and further scaling up technology clusters, harboring such test beds and small-scale manufacturing facilities would be established. Mapping of India's genetic landscape is critical for next-generation medicine, agriculture, and for biodiversity management. To support this development, we will initiate 2 national level science schemes to create a comprehensive database. The government proposes to provide early life funding, including seed fund, to support ideation and development of early stage startups. So critical to our quantum technology. Quantum technology is opening up new frontiers in computing, communications, cybersecurity, with widespread applications. It is expected that a lot of commercial applications would emerge from theoretical constructs which are developing in this area. It is proposed to provide an outlay of 8,000 crores over a period of 5 years for the national mission on quantum technologies and applications. India would probably be the third biggest and pioneering nation if we are able to break into this technology of quantum technology related to computing and other applications. Sir, I come to the third theme, the last theme in my part A, after which, of course, I will speak of a few others. Caring society. In our third theme, we focus on women and child, social welfare, culture and tourism, and also on environment and climate change. Women and child and social welfare, sir. I am pleased to inform the House that Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao has yielded tremendous results. Gross enrollment. Sir, if you hear the data, I think it's important not to politicize issues related to women. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao has yielded tremendous results. Gross enrollment ratio of girls across all levels of education is now higher than boys. At elementary level, it is 94.32% as against 89.28% for boys. At secondary level, it is 81.32% as compared to 78% for boys. At higher secondary level, girls have achieved a level of 59.70% compared to only 57.54% for boys. So girls are actually, under Beti Padhao, benefiting from the scheme. Health of mother. Sir, health of mother and child are correlated closely. Nutrition is a critical component of health. To improve nutritional status of children 0 to 6 years, adolescent girls, pregnant women, and lactating mothers, our Prime Minister launched a Poshan Abhiyan in 2017-18. More than 6 lakhs Anganwadi workers are equipped with smartphones to upload the nutritional status of more than 10 crore households. Sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, for the benefit of those who may not have heard this line, because it's very important, I'd like to repeat it. To improve the national nutritional status of children in 0 to 6 years of age, adolescent girls, pregnant women, and lactating mothers, our Prime Minister launched a Poshan Abhiyan in 2017-18. More than 6 lakh Anganwadi workers are equipped with smartphones to upload the nutritional status of more than 10 crore households. The scale of this development is unprecedented. The next is, women's age of marriage was increased from 15 years to 18 years in 1978 by amending erstwhile Sharda Act of 1929. As India progresses further, opportunities open up for women to pursue higher education and careers. There are imperatives of lowering MMR, maternal mortality rate, as well as improvement of nutrition levels. Entire issue about age of girl entering motherhood needs also to be seen in this light. I propose to appoint a task force that will present its recommendations in 6 months' time. I propose to provide 35,600 crores for nutrition-related programs for the financial year 2020-2021. So in continuing with our government's commitment to welfare of women, this budget provides for about 28,600 crore for programs that are specific to women. Our government is determined that there shall be no manual cleaning of sewer systems or septic tanks. Suitable technologies for such tasks have been identified by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The ministry is working with urban local bodies for the adoption of these technologies. We will now take this to its logical conclusion. We will now take it
एक मिनट बाद मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करूंगा आपको बजट पर पर्याप्त समय और पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा उस समय आप बोलना और दादा विशेष रूप से आपको बोलने की परमिशन दूंगा
Thank you, sir. No. Thank you, Speaker, sir. We will now take this. We will now take this to its logical conclusion through legislative and institutional changes. Financial support for wider acceptance of such technologies will be provided. In furthering this government's commitment towards the welfare of scheduled castes and other backward classes, I propose a budget provision of about 85,000 crores for 2020-21 for scheduled castes and other backward classes. I repeat, I propose a budget provision of about 85,000 crores for 2020-21. In furthering the development and welfare of scheduled tribes, sir, I provide in the budget for the year 2020-21 an amount of 53,700 crores. For scheduled tribes, I repeat, we provide 53,700 crores. This government is mindful of the concerns of senior citizens and Divyang. Accordingly, an enhanced allocation of about 9,500 crore is being provided for 2020-21. So now I move to the second of the third topic theme that I have, which is culture and tourism. Our government proposes to establish an Indian Institute of Heritage and Conservation under Ministry of Culture. It shall have the status of a deemed university to start with. Acquisition of knowledge in disciplines such as museology and archaeology are essential for collecting and analyzing scientific evidence of such findings and for dissemination through high-quality museums. Currently, lack of trained manpower is a handicap for both these disciplines, and therefore it also has a negative impact on tourism. 5 archaeological sites would be developed as iconic sites with on-site museums. They are Rakhi Ghadi, Haryana, Hastinapur, Uttar Pradesh, Shiv Sagar in Assam, Dholavira, Gujarat, Adichanallur, Tamil Nadu. I repeat, 5 archaeological sites would be developed as iconic sites with on-site museums. They are Rakhi Ghadi, Haryana, Hastinapur, Uttar Pradesh, Shivsagar, Assam, Dholavira, Gujarat, and Adichanallur in Tamil Nadu. Our Prime Minister in January 2020 announced recuration of the Indian Museum in Kolkata, which is the oldest in the country. In the historic old Mint building, Kolkata, a museum on numismatics and trade will also be located. 4 more museums from across the country shall be taken up for renovation and recuration so that a world-class experience can be offered to our visitors. Our government shall also support setting up of a tribal museum in Ranchi, Jharkhand. So I spoke about the Sindhu-Saraswati civilization. A maritime museum would be set up at Lothal, the Harappan age maritime site near Ahmedabad, by the Ministry of Shipping. I propose to provide 3,150 crore for Ministry of Culture for the year 2021. Sir, India has moved up from the rank 65 in 2014 to 34 in 2019 in the Travel and Tourism Competitive Index, the World Economic Forum's index. Foreign exchange earnings grew 7.4% to 1.88 lakh crores for the period January to November 2019 from 1.75 lakh crores. From 1.75 lakh crores, it has gone up to 1.88 lakh crores. Growth of tourism directly relates to growth and employment. States have a critical role to play. I expect the state governments to develop a roadmap for certain identified destinations and formulate financial plans during 2021 against which specified grants will be made available to the states from the center in the year 2020-21. For purpose of tourism promotion, sir, I propose to allocate 2,500 crores for 2020-2021. So I now move to the third under this theme, environment and climate change. In September 2019, the Prime Minister has launched the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure with its secretariat in Delhi. This global partnership is the second such initiative, international initiative, after the launch of, as members would recall, after the launch of International Solar Alliance. That was in 2015. This global partnership will help in addressing a number of sustainable development goals, as also the aims of Sendai framework. It will enhance climate change adaptation with a focus on disaster resilient infrastructure. India submitted its nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement in 2015 on a best effort basis, keeping in mind the development imperative of our country. Its implementation effectively begins from 1st January 2021. Our commitments as action will be executed in various sectors. Honorable Speaker, sir, I interrupt here only to say this is a very important point because a lot of our commitments which have been given in the Paris Climate Change Conference on best effort basis will start kicking in from 1st January 2021. Our commitments as action will be executed in various sectors by the departments and ministries concerned through a normal budget process. They will do it through the normal budgeting process. There are, however, yet thermal power plants that are old and their carbon emission levels are very high. For such power plants, we propose that utilities running them would be advised to close them if their emission is above the preset norms. The land so vacated can be put to alternative uses. In large cities having population above 1 million, clean air is a matter of concern. I'm sure a lot of our members will be keen to know about what steps are being taken for cities and clean air. The government proposes, Honorable Speaker, to encourage such states that are formulating and implementing plans for ensuring cleaner air in cities above 1 million. Parameters for the incentives would be notified by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Allocation for this purpose is 4,400 crores for 2020-2021. So there is something which, before I move to talking about governance, because the three themes that I put before the members is coming to a close, I fall back on the wise words of Thiruvalluvar. And this, it's very important, sir. We have heard several words of wisdom from Thiruvalluvar. Thiruvalluvar has spoken about what a good country is. What a good country is actually got to be like. And what makes up for jewels of a good country. I first read it in Tamil, then I'll give you the meaning. Pini inmai, selvam, vilai inbam, emam. Pini inmai, selvam, vilai inbam, emam. Ani enba, nattin vaindu. Ani enba, nattiv vaindu. There are 5, what Thiruvalluvar says, which are jewels for a good country. The first is pini inmai, meaning the country will have to be without epidemics or illnesses, major illnesses. The second, he says, it should be wealthy. It should have wealth. It should have wealth. Vilai. It should also have velachal. In the sense, from the fields, it should have good crop. It should have inbam. It should have happiness. It also should have emam, which is security and safety of the country. So the 5 jewels. 5 jewels. Pini inmai, selvam, vilaivinbam, emam, and inbam. Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi. Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman Bharat for health for all is penny in mind. Selvam. Wealth creators will be respected in this country. Wealth creators will be respected in this country. Selvam. Vilaichal. Having good crops. Farmer PM Kisan. Doubling of income, use of fertilizers and proper growth leads to surplus in horticulture, surplus in Silhan, surplus now, probably also in Dalhan. So the Prime Minister's program at health, at creating and giving respect for wealth creators and improving agricultural output and looking at ease of living, bringing happiness to people, and above all, the 5th, emam. This country's national security. You have enough proof to say national security is the top priority of this government. So, if Thiruvalluvar,
आपको कुछ होना चाहिए, तमिल में पढ़ा है, बैठ जाइए.
That's right, sir. If Thiruvalluvar identified the 5 jewels for a good country, those 5 jewels are the ones which Prime Minister Modi is now addressing through his program. For health, Ayushman, for wealth creators, a respectable and honorable climate, good crops, happiness through ease of living, and national security. So, now with all that said, the bouquet of flowers, which I would like to give every citizen, with trust and faith, had flowers and aspirational India, had aspirational India, a set of flowers under aspirational India, had set of flowers under environment and economy and also commerce and industry. A third set of flowers was under the caring India, caring society that we want to have. Now this bouquet of flower is held by two hands, governance and other financial institutions. I speak about governance, sir, which is very important. Good governance is what is going to be giving face to the people. Honorable Speaker, sir, all the while I have explained the color and composition of the bouquet of flowers, schemes and programs. They were grouped under Aspirational India, Economic Development and Caring India. Now I speak about the two hands that will hold them. One such a hand is governance, which is clean, corruption-free, policy-driven, and good in its intent. And most importantly, trusting in faith, trusting every citizen, the aspirational youth, the hard-working women. Honorable Speaker, sir, trusting every citizen, I repeat, trusting every citizen, the aspirational youth, the hard-working women, the risk-taking entrepreneur, the ever-hopeful and untiring farmer, or the wise and old senior citizen. Many among them are taxpayers. Others may not be taxpayers now. Our Prime Minister has laid before us ease of living as a goal to be achieved on behalf of all citizens. An important aspect of both ease of living and ease of doing business is fairness, efficiency of tax administration. We wish to enshrine, this is important, Honorable Speaker. This is important, sir. Money being allocated to various programs is finance of this country. This is very important, sir. Businesses should have the confidence that things are being fair and the efficiency of the tax administration. We wish to enshrine in the statutes a taxpayer charter. Through this budget, a taxpayer charter is getting institutionalized into the statutes. It's going to be enshrined as a part of our laws. That's building trust. A taxpayer statutes will be a part of our, a taxpayer charter will be a part of our statutes. Our government would like to reassure taxpayers that we remain committed to taking measures so that our citizens are free from harassment of any kind. We mean it, and we are willing to put it in the law. Tax harassment cannot be tolerated when we are talking about citizens and wealth collectors. There has been a debate about building into statutes criminal liability for acts that are civil in nature. This is important, sir. There has been a debate about building into statutes criminal liability for acts that are civil in nature. Hence, for Companies Act, certain amendments are proposed to be made that will correct this. Similarly, other laws would also be examined where such provisions exist, and attempts would be made to correct them also. The government intends to introduce major reforms in recruitment to non-gazetted posts in governments and public sector banks. At present, candidates have to appear for multiple examinations conducted by multiple agencies at different points of time for similar posts. This places enormous burden on time, effort, and cost for young people. To mitigate the hardship so faced, it is proposed to set up a national recruitment agency as an independent, professional, specialist organization for conduct of computer-based online common eligibility test for recruitment to non-gazetted posts. A test center in every district, particularly in the aspirational districts, would be set up. For the speedy disposal of commercial and other disputes, government has constituted various tribunals and specialized bodies. It is proposed to evolve a robust mechanism for appointment, including direct recruitment to these bodies to attract best talents and professional experts. A stable and predictable business environment is a key objective of this government. There is also a strong argument for ensuring that contracts are honored. India has a sound framework related to Contracts Act. We shall deliberate upon strengthening it. There is a growing need, sir, for Indian statistical system to meet the challenges of real-time monitoring of our increasingly complex economy. Data must have strong credibility. The proposed new national policy on official statistics would use latest technology, including artificial intelligence. It would lay down a roadmap towards modernized data collection, integrated information portal, and a timely dissemination of information thus collected. I'm happy to inform that India will host G20 presidency in the year 2022. That is the year of 75th anniversary of independence of the Indian nation. During this presidency, India would be able to drive considerably the global economic and development agenda. For this historic occasion, I allocate a sum of 100 crore to begin the preparations. 100 crore rupees. Sir, Northeastern region has a very high priority in government's developmental agenda. Government is ensuring smooth access to financial assistance from multilateral and bilateral funding agencies to help introduce innovative and global best practices. Central government has effectively used an online portal to reduce gestation period of online. This has improved the flow of funds to the Northeast region. The government is fully committed to supporting the all-round development of the newly formed Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir and the Union Territory of Ladakh. Accordingly, an amount of 30,757 crore has been provided for the financial year 2020-21. An amount of 5,958 crore has been provided for the Union Territory of Ladakh. So that was one hand, which is governance. Now I come to the other, which is the financial sector. If governance was described as one of the pair of the hands holding the bouquet consisting of aspirational India, economic development, and caring India, the other is the financial sector. A clean, reliable, robust financial sector is critical to the economy. A clean, reliable, and robust financial sector is critical to the economy. In our efforts to achieve the US $5 trillion economy, the financial architecture should evolve. The financial architecture should keep evolving and move from strength to strength. We had earlier approved consolidation of 10 banks into 4. In the last few years, the Government of India has infused about 350,000 crores by way of capital into public sector banks for both regulatory and growth purposes. Governance reforms would be carried out in these banks so that they become more competitive. A few among them will be encouraged to approach capital market to raise additional capital. Sir, I wish to inform this august House that robust mechanism is in place to monitor the health of all scheduled commercial banks and that depositors' money is absolutely safe. I wish to underline this point, sir, that this August House should know that robust mechanism is in place to monitor the health of all scheduled commercial banks and that depositors' money is absolutely safe. Further, the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation has been permitted to increase deposit insurance coverage for a depositor, which is now standing at 1 lakh of rupees to 5 lakh per depositor. Sir, the insurance cover for a depositor is at 1 lakh now. Now we are raising it to 5 lakh for each depositor. Sir, to strengthen the cooperative banks, amendments to the Banking Regulation Act are proposed for increasing professionalism, enabling access to capital, and improving governance and oversight for sound banking through the RBI. The limit for NBFCs to be eligible for debt recovery under the Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interests under the SARFAESI Act 2002 is proposed to be reduced from 500 crores to asset size 100 crores only, or loan size from existing 1 crore to 50 lakhs. Therefore, we feel many of the small NBFCs which can come for debt recovery would be far easily done for smaller companies. In the last few years, the government has taken concrete steps to bring our banking system to be robust. However, there is a need for greater private capital. Accordingly, it is proposed to sell the balance holding of Government of India's IDBI Bank to private, retail, and institutional investors through the stock exchange. There is a need, sir, to take further steps to bring in transparency and greater professionalism in public sector banks. The government will take appropriate measures towards this end. So to help easy mobility while in jobs, we wish to infuse into the universal pension coverage with auto-enrollment. Also, we wish to place such mechanisms which can enable interoperability and provide safeguards for the accumulated corpus. Regulating role of PFRDAI, which is the pension regulatory body, requires strengthening. Necessary amendments would be carried out in Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority of India Act that will also facilitate separation of NPS trust for government employees from the PFRDAI. This would also enable establishment of a pension trust by the employees other than from the government. I am confident that this will motivate citizens to plan for their old age. So this section, which I will now speak, will relate to the MSMEs. MSMEs are vital to keep the wheels of our economy moving. They also create jobs, innovate, and also risk takers, and they are risk takers. Several measures for the MSMEs have been taken in the past few years. There are more steps proposed in this budget also. I propose to make necessary amendments to the Factor Regulation Act 2011. This will enable NBFCs to extend invoice financing to the MSMEs through TREDS, thereby enhancing the economic and financial sustainability. Working capital credit remains a major issue for the MSMEs. It is proposed to introduce a scheme to provide subordinate debt for entrepreneurs of MSMEs. This subordinate debt to be provided by banks would count as quasi-equity and would be fully guaranteed through the Credit Guarantee Trust for medium and small entrepreneurs. The corpus of the CGT MSC would accordingly be augmented by the government. More than 5 lakh MSMEs have benefited from restructuring of debt permitted by RBI in the last year. The restructuring window was to end on 31st March 2020. Government has asked RBI to consider extending this window till 31st March 2021, one more year, so that whoever wants, they can go and approach. An app-based invoice financing loans product will be launched. This will obviate the problem of delayed payments and consequential cash flow mismatches for the MSME. Many mid-sized companies are successful domestically, but not in export markets. For selected sectors such as pharmaceuticals, auto components, and others, we propose to extend hand-holding support for technology upgradations, R&D, business strategy planning, and so on. A scheme of 1,000 crore rupees will be anchored in the Exim Bank together with the SIDBI. Both these institutions would contribute 50 crores each. This 100 crore would be achieved towards equity and technical assistance. Debt funding of 900 crores from banks would be made available. Sir, financial markets. I would like to give a few of the major steps and initiatives being taken by the government for the financial markets. Last year in my budget speech, sir, I had mentioned about deepening the bond markets. To achieve the aspirational growth rate, we would require flow of capital in our financial system. A lot of work has been done on this in consultation with the RBI. Honorable Speaker, sir, I am pleased to inform this House of the developments. Certain specified categories of government securities would be open fully for non-resident investors, apart from being available to domestic investors also. The limit for FPI in corporate bonds, currently at 9% of outstanding stocks, will be increased to 15% of the outstanding stock of corporate bonds. To improve investors' confidence and to expand the scope of credit default swaps, we propose to formulate a legislation to be placed soon before this House for laying down a mechanism for netting of financial contracts. The debt-based exchange-traded fund, the ETF, recently floated by the government was a big success. Government proposes to expand this by floating a new debt ETF consisting primarily of government securities. This will give retail investors access to government securities as much as giving an attractive investment for pension funds and long-term investors. So to address the liquidity constraints of the NBFCs and the HFCs, this was very much talked about between July and December last year, sir, 2019. Liquidity constraints was very frequently mentioned to us. So to address liquidity constraints of the NBFCs and the housing finance corporations, post the Union Budget 2019-20, the government formulated a partial credit guarantee scheme for the NBFCs. To further the support of providing liquidity, a mechanism would be devised. Government will offer support by guaranteeing securities that are so floated. Infrastructure financing. Government's commitment for investment in infrastructure was reiterated when 103 lakh crore national infrastructure pipeline products were announced. I would also like to inform that about 22,000 crores of rupees has already been provided as support for infrastructure pipeline. On December 31st, if honorable members would recall, a national pipeline consisting of more than 6,500 projects were announced. 22,000 crore has already been provided as support to infrastructure pipeline. This would cater for equity support to infrastructure finance companies such as the IIFCL and a subsidiary which is of NIIF. So two institutions, IIFCL and the subsidiary of NIIF, take it. They would leverage it as permissible to create financing pipeline of more than 1 lakh crores. This would create a major source of long-term debt financing for infrastructure projects and fulfill a long-awaited requirement. So the IFSC GIFT City has the potential to become a center of international finance as well as a center for high-end data processing. GIFT IFSC has an approved free trade zone for housing vaults. It already has 19 insurance entities, 40 banking entities. It has also provided for setting up of precious metals, testing laboratories for them, and refining facilities also. With the approval of the regulator, GIFT City would now set up an international bullion exchange in GIFT City IFSC as an additional option for trade by global market participants. This will enable India to enhance its position worldwide, create jobs in India, and will lead to better price discovery of gold. Sir, in the recent years, there has been a surge in trading volumes of Indian rupee in the offshore financial centers. The government and the RBI has taken various measures to permit rupee derivatives to be traded in the International Financial Services Center at GIFT City, Gujarat. So just a very quick word on disinvestment. Listing of companies on stock exchanges brings discipline, and it disciplines the company and provides access to financial markets and unlocks its value. It also gives opportunity for retail investors to participate in the wealth so created. The government now proposes to sell a part of its holding in the LIC by way of initial public offer. Initial public offer. Sir, fiscal management. The 15th Finance Commission. The 15th Finance Commission has given its first report pertaining to financial year 2020-2021. In the spirit of cooperative federalism, I am pleased to announce that we have in substantial measure accepted the recommendations of the Commission. The Commission would submit its final report to the President during the latter part of the year for 5 years beginning 2021-22. It is decided to transfer to the GST Compensation Fund balances due out of the collection of the years 2016-17 and 17-18 in 2 installments. Hereinafter, transfers to the fund would be limited only to the collection by way of GST compensation cess. A fundamental overhaul of centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes is necessary so that we can align them with emerging social and economic needs of tomorrow and to ensure that scarce public resources are spent optimally. Recently, there has been a debate over transparency and credibility of the projected fiscal numbers. Let me assure the House that the procedure adopted is compliant with the FRBM Act. This is also consistent with the practices hitherto followed. However, for greater clarity, I have enumerated those central government debt that are not part of the market borrowing and are used to fund the expenditure at the annex. I'd like to repeat this line, sir. I'd like to repeat this line, sir. For greater clarity, I have enumerated those central government debts that are not part of market borrowing and are used to fund the expenditure at the annex. Servicing of interest and repayment of these debts, as hitherto done, are done out of Consolidated Fund of India. So now I come to some numbers. Revised estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2019-20 are at a level of 26.99 lakh crores and the receipts are estimated at 19.32 lakh crores. We have estimated nominal growth of GDP for the year 2020-21 on the basis of trends available at 10%. Accordingly, we have estimated, sir, let me finish, sir. So we have estimated the nominal growth. We have estimated the nominal growth of GDP for year 2020-21 on the basis of trends available at 10%. Accordingly, receipts for the year 2020-21 are estimated at 22.46 lakh crores. And keeping in mind commitment of the government towards various schemes and the need for improvement of the quality of life, level of expenditure has been kept at 30.42 lakh crores. Sir, during the year, government has unfailingly worked towards keeping up capital expenditure. Actually, there is substantial enhancement. All the flagship schemes of the government have been fully provided for. Details may be seen in the annexes to the printed copy of my speech. Every budget must appropriately address the issue of fiscal deficit. Every budget must appropriately address the issue of fiscal deficit. Recently, government has undertaken very significant tax reforms for boosting investment. However, expected tax buoyancy will take time. We estimate a fiscal deficit of 3.8% in RE 2019-20 and 3.5% for BE 2020-2021. This estimation is consistent with the government's abiding commitment to macroeconomic stability, and it comprises of A, 3.3 for year 2019-20 and 3 for the 2020-2021 budget estimate, and B, Section 4.2 of the FRBM Act, which provides for a trigger mechanism for a deviation from the estimated fiscal deficit on account of structural reforms in the economy with unanticipated fiscal implications. Therefore, I have taken a deviation of 0.5% consistent with the Section 4.3 of the FRBM Act, both for RE 2019-20 and BE 2020-21. Accordingly, the return path is being laid before the Parliament as a part of the medium-term fiscal policy cum strategy statement. This fiscal path commits us to the path of fiscal consolidation without compromising the needs of investment out of public funds. Accordingly, net market borrowings for the year 2019-20 would be 4.99 lakh crore, and for the year 2020-21, it would be 5.36 lakh crores. A good part, this is very important, sir, a good part of the borrowings of the financial year 2020-21 would go towards capital expenditure of the government that has been scaled up by more than 21%. As I had previously mentioned, another about 22,000 crores have already been allocated for equity to fund certain specified infrastructure finance companies who would leverage it manifold and provide much needed long-term finance for infrastructure sector. That should spur the growth impulses in the economy. So I would now move to part B of my speech. Direct tax. No, thanks. Sir, Part B of my speech starts with direct tax, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, our government has spearheaded radical fiscal measures to ensure that Indian economy continues to tread the path of high growth. There are times when countries are competing with each other like never before to become the most attractive destination for doing business. Therefore, to make sure that India stays globally competitive and a favored destination for investment, we took a bold historic decision of reducing the corporate tax rate for new companies in the manufacturing sector to an unprecedented level of 15%. Similarly, for the existing companies, the rate has also been brought down to 22%, which is the lowest in the world now. This will enable companies to expand their businesses and make fresh investments in the coming future. Though we will have loss of substantial revenue due to these measures in the short run, I'm certain that our economy will reap huge returns on this score in due course. So one quick verse from Raghuvamsa, written by Kalidasa. Prajanam eva bhutyartham satabhyo balim agrahit. Prajanam eva bhutyartham satabhyo balim agrahit. Sahasra gunam utsrashtam adatte hi rasam ravihi. Surya, the sun, collects vapor from little drops of water. He collects only from little drops of water. So does the king. They give back copiously. They collect these from the people only for their well-being. So the collection of taxes or the vapor from the water drops are only from small trickles, but they all go back to the people manifold. So the purpose of taxation and also the way in which it is done has been voiced even then. And this, in Raghuvamsa, refers to the Purvaja or the elders belonging to Ikshvaku dynasty, father of Ayodhyapati Rama, Dileepa, grandfather. It refers to Dileepa, the king. So in continuation of the reform measures already taken so far, the tax proposals in this budget will introduce further reforms to stimulate growth, simplify tax structure, bring ease of compliance, and reduce litigation. Personal income tax and simplification of taxation. So in the interim budget of 2019, our government exempted individuals having income up to 5 lakh of rupees from paying any income tax. Presently, an individual pays 20% on income between 5 lakh and 10 lakh and 30% on income between 10 lakh. That's the prevailing matrix. Further, currently the Income Tax Act is riddled with various exemptions and deductions which make compliance by the taxpayer and administration of Income Tax Act by the tax authorities a burdensome process. It is almost impossible for a taxpayer to comply with income tax law without taking the help from professionals. In order to provide significant relief to the individual taxpayers and to simplify the income tax law, I propose to bring a new simplified personal income tax regime wherein income tax rates will be significantly reduced for the individual taxpayers who forego certain deductions and exemptions. Under the new regime, sir, an individual shall be required to pay tax at a reduced rate of 10% for income between 5 lakhs to 7.5 lakhs against the prevailing 20%. So anyone who's earning between 5 to 7.5 lakhs, sir, today pays 20%. We are now reducing it in the new regime, which is devoid of exemptions, to 10% only. So 20% comes down to 10%. Sir, the next example. For income between 7.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, I earlier said about 5 to 7.5, now I'm saying about 7.5 to 10 lakhs. So for income between 7.5 lakh to 10 lakh, he or she will pay at the reduced rate of 15% only against the current prevailing 20%. Sir, similarly, for the income between 10 lakhs to 12.5 lakhs, presently the tax is 30%. For income between 10 lakh to 12.5 lakh, the present prevailing rate is 30%. That is now being brought down to 20% only. Sir, the income between, I spoke about 10 to 12.5 lakhs. Now, 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs will be taxed. At the moment, 12.5 to 15 lakhs is taxed at 30%. Now, those earning between 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs will be charged at 25% only. Sir, incomes above 15 lakhs will be continued at 30%, but no exemptions at all. Those earning up to 5 lakhs shall not pay any tax either in the old regime or in the new regime. So the proposed tax structure will provide significant relief to taxpayers and more so to those in the middle class. I just want to very clearly read out 0 to 2.5 lakhs exempt now, will be exempt in the new scheme also. 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs, 5% now will be 5% in the new tax rate. 5 to 7.5 lakhs, 20% now will become 10% in the new rate. 7.5 to 10 lakhs, 20% now will be 15% in the new. 10 to 12.5 lakhs, 30% now will now come to 20%. 12.5 to 15 lakhs, 30% now, 25% in the new rate. Above 15 continues at 30%. In the new tax regime, sir, substantial tax benefit will accrue to a taxpayer depending upon the exemptions and deductions claimed by him. For example, just to make it clear, for example, a person earning 15 lakh of rupees in a year and not availing any deductions whatsoever will pay 1,95,000 as compared to 2,73,000 that is paying now in the old regime. So his tax burden shall be reduced by 78,000 rupees. That will be the reduction in the tax that he has to otherwise pay. Then this is the example of somebody who earns 15 lakhs. He would still be a gainer. He would still be a gainer in the new regime even if he was taking deduction of 1.5 lakh under various sections of Chapter 6A of the Income Tax Act under the old regime. The new tax regime, sir, shall be optional for taxpayers, so there's no compulsion. Those who want to be in the old regime can continue to be in the old regime, in the old rates, in the whole sets of exemptions and deductions. But those who wish to come into the new are welcome to come into the new. An individual who is currently availing more deductions and exemptions under the Income Tax Act may choose to avail them and continue to pay the tax in the old regime. A new personal tax income tax rates will entail estimated revenue foregone of 40,000 crores per year. We have also initiated measures to pre-fill income tax return so that an individual who opts for the new regime would need no assistance from an expert to file his return and pay income tax. Sir, I will have to put this observation here. In order to simplify income tax system, I have reviewed all the exemptions and deductions which got incorporated in the income tax legislation over the past several decades. In fact, I have that list with me, sir. I have reviewed all the exemptions and deductions which got incorporated in the income tax legislation over the past several decades. It was surprising to know that currently more than 100 exemptions and deductions of different nature are provided in the Income Tax Act. No wonder the code is like this, the book. I have removed around 70 of them. I have removed around 70 of them in the new simplified regime. We will review and rationalize the remaining exemptions and deductions in the coming years, with a view to further simplifying the tax system and lowering tax rates. Sir, the dividend distribution tax. Currently, companies are required to pay dividend distribution tax on the dividend paid to its shareholders at the rate of 15% plus applicable surcharge and cess, in addition to the tax payable by the company on its profits. It has been argued that the system of levying DDT results in increase in tax burden for investors, and especially those who are liable to pay tax less than the rate of DDT if the dividend income is included in their income. Further, non-availability of credit of DDT to most of the foreign investors in their home country results in reduction of rate of return on equity capital for them. In order to increase the attractiveness of the Indian equity market and to provide relief to a large class of investors, I propose to remove the DDT and adopt the classical system of dividend distribution tax, under which companies would not be required to pay DDT. The dividend shall be taxed only in the hands of the recipients at their applicable rates. Further, in order to remove the cascading effect, I also propose to allow deduction for the dividend received by holding company from its subsidiary. The removal of DDT will lead to estimated annual revenue foregone of 25,000 crores. This is another bold move, sir, which will further make India an attractive destination for investment. Sir, a concessional rate for electricity generation companies. In order to give boost to the manufacturing sector, new provisions were introduced in September 2019, offering a concessional corporate tax rate of 15% to the newly incorporated domestic companies in the manufacturing sector, which start manufacturing by March 31st, 2023, the corporate rate cut which happened in September. In order to attract investment in power sector, I propose to extend the concessional corporate tax rate cut down to 15% to new domestic companies engaged in the generation of electricity as well. So that corporate rate, which came down to 15% for the new manufacturing companies, will now be available even for power generation companies too. So tax concession for foreign investments. In order to incentivize the investment by foreign sovereign wealth funds of foreign governments in the priority sector, I propose to grant 100% tax exemption to their interest, dividend, and capital gains income in respect of investment made in infrastructure and other notified sectors before 31st March 2024, with a minimum lock-in period of 3 years. Honorable Speaker, sir, In order to make available foreign funds at lower cost, I propose to extend the period of concessional withholding rate of 5% under Section 194LC for interest payment to non-residents in respect of monies borrowed and bonds issued up to 30th June 2023. I also propose to extend the period up to 30th June 2023 for lower rate of withholding of 5% under Section 194LD for interest payment to foreign portfolio investors and qualified foreign investors in respect of bonds issued by Indian companies and government securities. I further propose to extend the concessional rate of withholding of 5% under Section 194LD to the interest payment made on the municipal bonds. In order to incentivize listing of bonds at IFSC exchange, I propose to further reduce the withholding rate from 5% to 4% on interest payment on the bonds listed on its exchanges. Startups. Startups have emerged as an engine of growth for our economy. Over the past year, our government has taken several measures to handhold them and support their growth. During their formative years, startups generally use Employee Stock Option Plan, the ESOP, to attract and retain highly talented employees. ESOP is a significant component of compensation for these employees. Currently, ESOPs are taxable as perquisites at the time of exercise. This leads to cash flow problem for the employees who do not sell the shares immediately and continue to hold the same for long term. In order to give a boost to the startup ecosystem, I propose to ease the burden of taxation on the employees by deferring the tax payment by 5 years or till they leave the company or when they sell their shares, whichever is the earliest. Further, an eligible startup having turnover of up to 25 crores is allowed a deduction of 100% of its profits for 3 consecutive assessment years out of 7 years. If the total turnover does not exceed 25 crore rupees. In order to extend this benefit to larger startups also, I propose to increase the turnover limit from existing 25 crores to 100 crores. Moreover, considering the fact that in the initial years, a startup may not have adequate profit to avail this deduction, I propose to extend the period of eligibility for claim of deduction from the existing 7 years to 10 years. So the corporate rate cut in September has led to a lot of cooperatives who are asking for level playing field. Cooperative societies play an extremely important role in our economy in facilitating access to credit, procurement of inputs, and marketing of products to their members. These cooperatives are currently taxed at the rate of 30% with surcharge and cess. As a major concession, and in order to bring parity between cooperative societies and corporates, I propose to provide an option to the cooperative societies to be taxed at 22% plus 10% surcharge and 4% cess with no exemption or deductions. Further, I also propose to exempt these cooperative societies from alternative minimum tax, the AMT, just like companies under the new tax regime are exempted from minimum alternative tax, the MAT. MAT for corporate tax, corporates were removed, and similarly now AMT for the cooperatives is also being moved. Medium and small and micro enterprises, the MSMEs. Currently, businesses having turnover of more than 1 crore rupees are required to get their books of accounts audited by an accountant. In order to reduce the compliance burden on small retailers, traders, shopkeepers who comprise the MSME sector. I propose to raise by 5 times the turnover threshold for audit from the existing 1 crore to 5 crore. So up to 5 crore, there wouldn't be a requirement for auditing of their accounts. Further, in order to boost less cash economy, I propose that the increased limit shall apply only to those businesses which carry out less than 5% of their businesses and business transactions in cash. So we wish to move to greater digitization. Affordable housing. For realization of the goal of housing for all and affordable housing, in the last budget, I had announced an additional deduction of up to 1,50,000 rupees for interest paid on loans taken for the purchase of an affordable house. The deduction was allowed on housing loans sanctioned on or before 31st March 2020. In order to ensure that more persons avail this benefit and to further incentivize the affordable housing, I propose to extend the date of loan sanction for availing this additional deduction by 1 more year. Further, in order to boost the supply of affordable houses in the country, a tax holiday is provided on the profits earned by developers of affordable housing projects approved by 31st March 2020. In order to promote the affordable housing projects, I propose to extend the date of approval of affordable housing projects for availing the tax holiday by 1 more year again. I propose to extend the date of approval of affordable housing projects for availing this tax holiday by 1 more year. So next is the concession to real estate transactions. Currently, while taxing income from capital gains, business profits, and other sources in respect of transactions in real estate, if the consideration value is less than the circle rate by more than 5%, the difference is counted as income both in the hands of the purchaser and the seller. In order to minimize hardship in the real estate transaction and provide relief to the sector, I propose to increase the limit from 5% to 10%. Charity institutions. Acknowledging the important role played by the charitable institutions in the society, the income of these institutions is fully exempt from taxation. Further, donations made to these institutions are also allowed as deduction in computing taxable income of the donor. Currently, a taxpayer is required to fill the complete details of this in the donation done in the income tax return for availing deduction. In order to ease the process of claiming deduction for donation, it is proposed to pre-fill the donee's information in taxpayer's return on the basis of information of donations furnished by the donee. This would result in hassle-free claim of deduction for the donation made by the taxpayer. Further, in order to claim the tax exemption, the charity institution had to be registered with the income tax department. In the past, the process of the registration was completely manual and scattered all over the country. In order to simplify the compliance for the new and existing charity institutions, I propose to make the process of registration completely electronic, under which a unique registration number shall be issued to all new and existing charity institutions. To facilitate the registration of the new charity institution, which is yet to start their charitable activities, I propose to allow them provisional registration of 3 years. Faceless appeals. Our government is committed to bringing in transformational changes so that maximum governance is provided with minimum government. In order to impart greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability to the assessment process, a new faceless assessment scheme has already been introduced. Currently, most of the functions of the income tax department, starting from the filing of return, processing of returns, issuance of refunds, and assessment, are performed in the electronic mode without any human interface. In order to take the reforms initiated by the department to the next level and to eliminate human interface, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act so as to enable faceless appeal on the lines of faceless assessment. So faceless assessment was done, now faceless appeals will also be possible. Sir, Honorable Speaker, Vivad se Vishwas scheme. Vivad se Vishwas scheme. No dispute, but only trust scheme. If I can say it in English, no dispute, but trust scheme. Vivad se Vishwas scheme. Sir, in the past, our government has taken several measures to reduce tax litigations. In the last budget, Sabka Vishwas scheme was brought in to reduce litigation in indirect taxes. It resulted in settling over 1,89,000 cases. Currently, there are 4,83,000 direct tax cases. 4,83,000 direct tax cases pending in various appellate forums, Commissioner of Appeals, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, High Court, Supreme Court, and so on. This year, I propose to bring a scheme similar to the indirect tax Sabka Vishwas scheme for reducing the litigation even in the direct taxes. Under the proposed Vivad se Vishwas scheme, a taxpayer would be required to pay only the amount of disputed tax and will get complete waiver of interest and penalty provided he pays by 31st March 2020. Those who avail this scheme after 31st March 2020 will have to pay some additional amount, but even then they can come in. The scheme will remain open till 30th June 2020. So the first thing is 31st March 2020, where you just pay the disputed tax amount, no penalty, no interest. In case you don't do it before that, you move over to 30th June, but where you pay some additional amount. Taxpayers in whose cases appeals are pending at any level can benefit from this scheme. I hope that taxpayers will make use of this opportunity to get relief from vexatious litigation process. The losses of merged banks. As part of consolidation of the financial sector, our government has brought out schemes for merger and amalgamation of public sector banks in order to ensure that amalgamated entities are able to take the benefit of unabsorbed losses and depreciation of the amalgamated entities. I propose to make necessary amendments to the provision of the Income Tax Act. Taxpayers' Charter. I mentioned it briefly in Part A. Any tax system requires trust between taxpayers and the administration. This will be possible only when taxpayers' rights are clearly enumerated. Towards this end, and with the objective of enhancing the efficiency of delivery system of the Income Tax Department, I propose to amend the provisions of the Income Tax Act to mandate the Central Board of Direct Taxes, CBDT, to adopt a taxpayer's charter. The details of the contents of the charter will be notified soon. Instant PAN through Aadhaar. In the last budget, I had introduced the interchangeability of PAN and Aadhaar, for which necessary rules were already notified. In order to further ease the process of allotment of PAN, soon we will launch a system under which PAN shall be instantly allotted online on the basis of Aadhaar without any requirement for filling up of detailed application form. Sir, our government brought in the GST as a historic reform of the indirect taxes in 2017. We also took a path-breaking step of simplifying and rationalizing corporate tax in September 2019. More importantly, we offered a rate of corporate tax which perhaps is the lowest in the world. Continuing on this path, we have now put the personal income tax at its lowest ever rate and totally removed the DDT at the company's hands. Further, the direct taxes are now the lowest, simplest, and the smoothest. Direct tax on the startups have also seen many reformatory steps in quick succession. Even ease of compliance is seeing unprecedented changes. Last but not the least, personal interface with tax administration is at the minimum level. So last, indirect tax. Indirect tax, sir. As I mentioned earlier in part A of my speech, reforms are continuing in the GST. A simplified return shall be implemented from 1st April 2020. This is under the pilot run. It will make return filing simple with features like SMS-based filing for nil return, return pre-filling, improved input tax credit flow, and overall simplification. Refund process has been simplified and has been made fully automated with no human interface. Electronic invoice is another innovation wherein critical information shall be captured electronically in centralized system. It will be implemented in a phased manner starting from this month itself on optional basis. It will facilitate compliance and return filing. Several measures have been taken for improving compliance. That has been a worry for many of the states, sir. Aadhaar-based verification of taxpayers is being introduced. This will help in weeding out dummy or non-existent unit. Dynamic QR code is proposed for consumer invoices. GST parameters will be captured when payment for purchases is made through the QR code. A system of cash reward is envisaged to incentivize customers to seek invoice. Deep data analytics and AI tools are being used for crackdown on GST input tax credit refund, and other frauds, and to identify all those who are trying to game the system. Invoice and input tax credit matching is being done, wherein returns having mismatch more than 10% or above a threshold are identified and pursued. Significant policy level changes have also been made. GST rate structure is also being deliberated upon so as to address issues like inverted duty structure. Customs. A number of measures have been taken for ease of doing business. India's quantum leap in the trading across border parameter of ease of doing business rankings by the World Bank is a testimony to these efforts. India's rank on this parameter improved from 146 to 80 in 2018 and further to 68 in 2019. Measures have also been taken for providing a level playing field to our domestic manufacturers, particularly the MSME sector, and for securing our borders. It has been observed that imports under free trade agreements are on the rise. Undue claims of FTA benefits have posed threats to domestic industry. Such imports require stringent checks. In this context, suitable provisions are being incorporated in the Customs Act. In the coming months, we shall review rules of origin requirements, particularly for certain sensitive items, so as to ensure that FTAs are aligned to the conscious direction of our policy. Speaker, sir, we are also strengthening provisions relating to safeguard duties, which are applied when surge in imports causes serious injury to domestic industry. Amended provisions shall enable regulating such surge in imports in a systematic way. The provisions for checking dumping of goods and imports of subsidized goods are also being strengthened for ensuring level playing field for domestic industry. These changes are in line with international best practices. Exemptions from customs duty have been given in the public interest from time to time. However, a number of these have outlived their utility or have become outdated. On review, certain exemptions are being withdrawn. Remaining customs duty exemptions shall be comprehensively reviewed by September 2020 for taking a view on their relevance. I propose to crowdsource suggestions for such reviews. Suggestions would also be invited in respect of the customs laws and procedures for aligning them with the needs of changing times. Sorry. Labor-intensive sectors in MSME are critical for employment generation. Cheap and low-quality imports are impediment to our growth. Special attention has been taken to put measured restraint on import of these items, which are being produced by our MSMEs with better quality. Keeping in view the need of the sector, customs duty is being raised on items like footwear and furniture. Our policy of Make in India has started giving dividends. More water. Our policy of Make in India has started giving dividends. India is now making world-class goods and exporting such products. We have made considerable progress in medical equipments too. Thank you. We have made considerable progress in medical equipment too. Till a few weeks back, we were dependent on imports for medical equipment. Now, not only we are manufacturing medical equipment, but also exporting them in large quantities. This sector deserves furder fillip. Government has also been committed to provide health services to all. Ayushman Bharat has made it possible to achieve the twin objectives of giving impetus to the domestic industry and also to generate resources for health services. I propose to impose a nominal health cess by way of duty of customs on the imports of medical equipment, keeping in view that these goods are now being made significantly in India. I'm finished. No. There are only 2 more pages. To achieve the twin objectives of giving impetus to the domestic industry and also to generate resources for health services, I propose to impose a nominal health cess. I propose to impose a nominal health cess by way of duty of customs on the import of medical equipment. Keeping in view that these goods are now being made significantly in India, the proceeds of this cess shall be used for creating infrastructure. So I think I will lay the rest of the pages, sir. Please consider as read. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य प्लीज, माननीय सदस्य प्लीज अपने अपने स्थान बैठे आप। आइटम नंबर 3 श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी स्टेटमेंट सभा पटल पर रखें।
Sir, item number 3, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 4 श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी वित्त विधेयक पुनर्स्थापना 2020।
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2020.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2020 को सुबह 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so that was a 2-hour 43-minute speech or 2-hour 40-minute speech delivered by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and towards the end you could see visibly how tired she was. But here is the big takeaway from Union Budget 2020-2021. Massive tax reforms have been announced. Tax relief for you, the taxpayer, across various segments up to the salary of 15 lakh. Tax relief for corporates, tax concessions for startups, for cooperatives, and a overall new tax regime. So in fact, this new tax system with lower tax slabs for those who are earning salary up to 15 lakh is going to be optional. And if you want to continue staying on with the current tax system, then there you can claim the deductions, but you won't get the same basic tax exemptions as you do in the new tax regime. So it's a little complicated, but effectively what the Finance Minister is saying is you have the option, basis the kind of salary structure you have, to decide how and how much tax you want to give. Outside of that, big tax relief coming in for angel tax, for startups, as well as for those investing in the markets. We're going to go across to our experts as well to give you quick reactions. But first up, let me bring in Vinay Tiwari, our managing editor. And Vinay, it was well within 1.5 hours of her speech when she finally made that big announcement. And frankly, I think everybody was just about to give up on any personal tax relief.
Yeah, I mean, look, any personal tax relief will be in Part B. So, I mean, Part A was fairly long and very unconventional as well. And I think one thing that is now almost certain is that the BJP government currently presents budgets in an unconventional manner, in the sense that it's not how budgets, we are used to watching budgets. They don't go ministry by ministry or allocation by allocation. They've given that a bit of a go by. So obviously, if for the people who are subject experts, I think we need to read the annexures and the other documents that are there to figure out that quant. But if you go purely by perception, the markets don't seem to be happy about a lot of what seems to have happened. But I have a personal feeling that once markets reopen on Monday, having spent time over the weekend, understanding what they've presented, I don't think they will be that pessimistic at all.
Well, to begin with, we don't know what these sectoral allotments and allocations are. How much is really going to go into various kinds of infrastructure? How much has the government spent? For example, I spotted one key headline, which was that the government has effectively cut down the expenditure for the existing year from 27.77 lakh to 26.99 lakh. So they've not spent as much. We don't know what the spending will be. So yes, you're right. That fine print will come later.
The other thing is that nowadays, I mean, this is a pattern that now we've seen second time in a row, that they keep a few things deliberately vague. For instance, probably the biggest in terms of impact announcement is the divestment of LIC, because LIC is a mammoth organization, asset base of almost 32,000 crores, right? Lakh crores. Now, they haven't spelled out what is the quantum of the divestment they'll do. Now, that's something that's flexible. It could be 5%, it could be 10%, it could be 20%. We don't know that. So that obviously is a bit of a flexibility that we are still not sure, and that will change a lot of things, because I mean, again, as I said, I'm not an expert on that, but I can guarantee tell you that a LIC IPO is probably one of the biggest IPOs that we would have seen in a long, long time.
Usually, LIC, the Life Insurance Corporation, this mammoth giant viewers that we have, which is a government entity and has been forever giving insurance schemes to the citizens of this country. Usually, LIC is the tool that the government resorts to saving IPOs when there isn't enough interest in the market and nobody is buying the shares of a big government company. It's the LIC that comes in and buys those shares, and it's considered as the cash cow for the government. So it actually sends across a big message when the government decides to sell its stake in a company like LIC, and it either will be a masterstroke or it will see a massive backlash when, and we don't know which way it will go. Perhaps the experts can tell us, but it's a big, bold step that the government has taken.
That's why I think it's very important to see what is the quantum of divestment they're doing. Because if they're doing token divestment, then of course they're playing it safe.
Right.
But if the divestment is above, in double digits, for instance, then obviously the government is sending a very bold message and a risky one as well. Because obviously once you list yourself in the market, you have to be more disciplined.
There has to be minimum public shareholding that will happen any which ways. They will sell that much for sure. I believe we've got Amarjeet Singh, partner for tax, regulatory and internet business at KPMG, who's joining us right now. Mr. Singh, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being with us. The biggest focal point perhaps is the tax reforms, the series of tax announcements that the government has come out with. Can you help us decode what does it mean for the common man?
I think from a common man perspective, the biggest thing was there has to be rationalization as far as the personal income tax is concerned, so that consumption can be boosted. And what we have seen is that they have actually reduced the effective tax rate which is applicable to somebody who's earning income below 15%, below 15 lakh rupees. And they have made slabs. They have not only eased his tax burden, but they have also eased the fact that the way he'll be filing that tax return will be much more simpler, because if he opts for a scheme of lower tax and not claiming any exemptions, then his tax returns will take only 15-20 minutes for him to actually fill up. This additional money which will come into his pocket, the assumption that it will boost consumption. My only worry is that some of the benefits which are being taken away, which we have not seen the fine print up till now, will that reduce the overall saving rate? Because if he is not investing in certain ATC or areas, etc., where by putting in 1.5 lakh rupees, he was getting certain benefits. If those benefits are not being given to him, whether he will be forced to do saving or not. I think the fine print has to be seen, but that's one thing I think which will help him a lot. Second, I think on the corporate side, the removal of dividend distribution tax itself is a very big move, because it will not only give additional income and cash flows as far as the corporate is concerned. A retail investor will be able to get higher dividend out of that particular company. But the point is, in that case, it'll be taxed in his hands, but that tax rate might be a little different compared to the tax rate which company is paying right now. So on an overall basis, I think at a personal tax level, the change in slab, giving him an option to simplify his life by actually using without taking exemptions, using lower rate, etc. That's very beneficial. The changes at a corporate level on the dividend distribution tax, etc. I think these are some of the larger announcements which have been done up till which we have seen. The fine print should have much more, but I think there is definitely a lot more in tax this time compared to earlier. And also, I think something which we've seen on the startups. One of the things which we have, which the government is talking about, is the entrepreneurship is creating more employment today than manufacturing on its own. Manufacturing contributes more to GDP, whereas the startup ecosystem contributes more to employment. And to that extent, every time, every budget, the life is being made easier for the startups. This year, they're talking about a tax holiday 3 out of 10 years, as against 3 out of 7 years. I think that's again a very bold step, because they are realizing that the startup companies do not become profitable from day one. So I think all in all, they are touching areas where the consumption can be increased,
Yes.
returns can be better for retail investors, etc.
So then let me ask you this question. I'm looking at the markets right now, and the Sensex is down 660 odd points. You just touched upon various aspects of tax benefits and concessions for across the sector, from retail investor or consumers and taxpayers to corporates and cooperatives and smaller businesses and startups. Then why is it that we are seeing this kind of a reaction from the street?
I think if I just look at the stock market for last now 6 to 9 months, there was the whatever increase was taking place, there was no particular basis for them to actually get that increase, and also it was limited to very few stocks. So whatever you're seeing is again reaction in terms of immediate reaction for some of those stocks which actually govern the stock market up and down. At a larger level, as the larger budget proposals are seen, I'm very hopeful. I think by Monday, I think the reaction might be different. Or we don't know about the fine print. There might be some further reaction, but as of now, I don't see any reason for stock market to fall.
Maybe everybody needs to just digest what's come about right now. Okay, I'm going to take a very quick break. Let me also request Mr. Ashwini Mahajan and Shweta Shalini, good afternoon to you. Do stay on with us. I have to take a break since we were on that budget speech for about 2.5 hours. We'll come back and I will get your quick reaction. Stay with us, please.
More than 2 hours. More than 2 hours. More than 2 hours, 45 minutes, I think. I don't remember the exact time. A lot of repetition, a lot of rambling, nothing concrete. So it's the mindset of the government. All talk, nothing happening. But the country is, of course, suffering. You can ask, and I'll speak directly to the youngsters in university and college. You know exactly what's going on. You know that you don't have a future as far as jobs are concerned. And nothing happened here to help you. Thank you.
कि कैसे देखते हैं वित्त मंत्री के भाषण को? काफी लंबा भाषण था, एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया की बात की, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट की बात की।
मैंने बोला कि 2.5 घंटे से ज्यादा लंबा भाषण था और उसमें कोई स्ट्रेटेजिक बात मुझे नहीं दिखी। मेन इशू आज हिंदुस्तान के सामने, अरे मैं क्यों खराब कर रहा मेरा यार, रोजगार और जो इकोनॉमी की हालत है, उसके लिए कोई सेंट्रल स्ट्रेटेजिक आइडिया नहीं था। बहुत सारे टैक्टिकल आइडियाज़ थे, रिडंडेंसी थी। उन्होंने कहा कि हम इनकम टैक्स कोड को सिंप्लीफाई करेंगे और कॉम्प्लिकेट कर दिया, एक और ऑप्शन दे दिया, तो बड़ी कन्फ्यूजन में है। सरकार की जो अप्रोच है वो इस बजट से दिखती है। 2.5 घंटे बाद की लॉन्गेस्ट, शायद हिस्ट्री में सबसे लंबा बजट था, मगर उसमें कुछ था नहीं, खोखला था।
चलिए, पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल गांधी साफ तौर पर कह रहे
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Thanks for staying with us on this special broadcast this Saturday afternoon. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget 2020, her second budget in 7 months, and the biggest takeaway is the big tax reforms, big set of tax reforms, relief for the salaried class. Modi government has announced a tax cut proposal to woo the middle class and the honest taxpayers. Other areas focus upon infrastructure, healthcare, jobs and rural India. Finance Minister has pegged the nominal GDP growth, not the regular one that we refer to, at 10%. Of course, a lot is still missing. That will only emerge once the fine print is here. Individual sectoral allocation of funds. How much is the government expecting in terms of revenues? Where is it going to spend? All of those details are yet to be told to us. But first up, what's most important to you and me, and let's try and understand that. Avni Raja is joining us from the newsroom. Avni, major shift and change in the income tax slabs, And interestingly, this is optional. So either I stick with the original one where I can claim tax deductions, or I move to the new one where there are no tax deductions but a simplified tax slab.
Well, that's right, Tanvi, and only time will tell whether people are going to be comfortable with this option or whether it's going to in fact end up complicating it more for everyone. But let's just look at the new tax structure here that has been proposed. Now, up to 5 lakh rupees, there is no income tax. 5 lakh to 7.5 lakh rupees, that is 10%. Now, of course, that was 20% earlier. 7.5 to 10 lakh rupees is 15%. Once again, that was earlier on 20%. 10 lakhs to 12.5 lakh is then 20%, which fell into the 30% category earlier. And even 12.5 to 15 lakh rupees comes into the 25% bracket in the new structure. And above 15 lakhs continues to be 30%. So this is the new structure. Now, if you just compared it without assuming that nobody has taken any exemption, any of the tax benefits that are offered, so if you just compare it on that front, like apples to apples comparison, this structure is saving a lot more money for the taxpayer because obviously it is that much less income tax that you're paying. But it's not really going to be that simple to really compare because every individual person will have to, do their own calculation and figure out which structure is going to benefit them more. Because in the earlier structure, you have a whole lot of tax exemptions and in that Section 80 category. So that could be your insurance, it could be, your equity-linked savings schemes, your PPF, all those small savings schemes that fall under that category. You could get tax exemptions on that. So, for example, if somebody has a life insurance premium that they're paying, you have to continue paying that premium every year. So it may make more sense for you to get a tax benefit on that and continue with the old structure to avail of that benefit. Otherwise, you would not get any tax concession on that. So it's going to be a key to understand which one really works for you before jumping the gun and saying, I want to go in for the new structure. Okay. Now, the other issue, Tanvi, that, that comes to my mind here is the fact that this is going to make it, may discourage people from investing, and that I'm not sure is a very good idea because in the earlier case, you knew that you had 1.5 lakh rupees that you could put in your ATC or in your Section 80 investments, and you would get a tax structure. So, you would get tax benefits. So it forced you to go ahead and invest there. Yeah. But here, considering that nobody wants to get into, a lot of people find it complicated, and without wanting to get into it, they might just choose this and thereby not even put money into savings, into instruments where they can save for the long term. So that is my other issue with this entire, structure that has been proposed. But it's still early. We have to read the fine print. We have to understand how it's all going to work. And of course, we'll be talking to a lot of experts through the evening, as afternoon and evening. So we'll get more sense of how it's all going to
In fact, Avni, I'm going to go across to one of India's top tax experts who's joining us right now. Dhirendra Kumar, CEO for Value Research, is with us right now. And Dhirendra, help us decode, these two tax regimes, systems that are being given to us as options. Does it really change my life, or is it only about a simplified tax regime?
No, it is not simplified, it is complicated. You have, more choice, complicates thing. First and foremost, I can't claim to be a tax expert. But apparently what looks like is that this is of course, we have to wait for the fine print. We are waiting for the finance bill to explain things. Chapter 6 being mentioned in the finance minister's speech has a whole host of exemptions, about 100 of them. Your EPF, Provident Fund, NPS, everything, Now we have to see that how, what exactly has been taken off from that chapter 6. And so I don't think we should jump the gun. But apparently what looks like, I have, two objections. One is that it complicates things. Now you have to choose one of the two methods, with exemption, without exemption, and depending on what is beneficial to you. And people will generally, go for the, something which is beneficial or, has less tax outgo. The other is that, tax used to be, giving tax incentive to modify your behavior. It has always been there. Now, given that, the new tax regime, and if it is going to be good for those people, for some people, there will be absolute no incentive for them to, invest and save for the long term. And that, I think, is a very, very significant setback, because many people, they never used, and I just don't know, we have to really wait for the fine print, because your provident fund deduction for government employees, or, even for private sector employees, if that is also not going to be part of the exemption, because that is very much part of chapter 6. So I'm waiting for the fine print, but if that is so, then it's a big setback to a tax structure which was incentivizing long-term savings and whatever it meant, with lock-in, 3-year lock-in, 5-year lock-in, or encouraging people to hold, because people don't save if they have immediate consumption, and then it will never get started.
So I guess what I'm also trying to look at, Dhirendra, and yes, what you're saying is essentially what our in-house expert Avni Raja was also pointing out, that this may lead to a hit in the kind of investment and savings pattern that we are seeing in our country. But essentially, if you have exemptions on one side and a lower tax structure on the other side, and we just put them on par, is the taxpayer really going to benefit from the new regime? Is there a significant tax saving that will take place?
We are doing the calculation, and there will be some difference. But I think one has to look at the human behavior.
Yeah.
Investment, by its definition, is postponed consumption. And if there is absolutely no incentive for you to postpone consumption, then you'll consume all of it today. And that is what this new regime will encourage.
All right, so we're going to wait for the further calculations, and of course the fine print is still awaited. The documents are just about getting uploaded online, and that's when we will also be able to dig deeper. But quick response from Mr. Ashwini Mahajan, National Co-Convener for the Swadeshi Jagran Manch. Mr. Mahajan, your initial reactions on, and let's begin with the tax announcements that have been made today.
Tax announcements simply... what I understand is that it is more for the corporates, but not for the recipients per se. I do find some welcome steps in the budget, especially with regard to two things. One, raising the tariffs on non-essential commodities, and that would give a boost to the domestic production. Manufacturing will go up, and that is the way we can create more employment opportunities in the country, and that is the way we can really make the Make in India successful. The second good thing in the budget is that they are now looking at FTAs, which are not yielding good results, which are really causing the dumping by routing the commodities by the countries which are actually not part of FTAs, and therefore while bringing the rule of origin clause in that would help us really curbing the imports coming from China via Malaysia, via other countries which are part of our FTAs. I feel this way the government is going to help. Other good measures are about the raising the incomes of the farmers by way of suggestions to create more employment opportunities, more business opportunities in the rural areas. So that is another good thing. The startups, giving concessions to the startups, taking the 7-year period to 10-year period is also a welcome step for the employment opportunities and for the domestic businesses to really prosper. So I find
reaction,
that
Mr. Mahajan, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Finance Minister has done good. Yeah.
Okay, carry on, please. Carry on. Finish your point.
Yeah, please.
I think we've got some reactions coming in. Shashi Tharoor was speaking. Smriti Irani is talking right now. Let's listen in.
टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक बजट है. आज एंटी डंपिंग जो एमएमएफ सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी, उसका समाधान देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी को, वित्त मंत्री जी को मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं. टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल की दृष्टि से एक नेशनल मिशन की स्थापना सराहनीय काम है जिसका इंतजार भारत को वर्षों से था, लेकिन साथ ही महिला और बच्चों के लिए न्यूट्रिशन की दृष्टि से, पोषण की दृष्टि से जो विशेष प्रावधान वित्त मंत्री जी ने किया, वो उनके अंदर की मां का दर्पण साबित हुआ है। आज मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों के लिए दिवाली से कम नहीं जो टैक्स रिलीफ निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया है। एक सर्वव्यापी, सभी समुदायों को समाधान देने वाली और राष्ट्र को सशक्त करने वाले बजट के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का विशेष अभिनंदन करती हूँ।
केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी रेवोल्यूशनरी, आप डायरेक्ट टैक्स प्रपोजल्स देखेंगे, सब डायरेक्ट टैक्स प्रपोजल्स कम हुए।
All right, so let me quickly go across and get some more reactions. I also have Mr. Hemant Kanoria, Chairman for Shrey Infrastructure Finance, with me right now. Mr. Kanoria, the banking and finance sector, even the NBFCs, was spoken about and the issue addressed by the government. What's your own sense of what has come through in the budget right now?
I think that on the infrastructure side, what the finance minister has announced, some project investments, etc., which will be there for the new airports. 100 new airports will be there. Then the national grid capacity, which will be increased, expanded data centers. Now, these are all good things. Only on the financing side, I think that some points have already been covered. But once we see the details, then we will know that for the NBFCs and HFC, the partial guarantee scheme, which has been extended, or the amount which will be increased, so to what extent it is going to be covered. So we'll have to look at those particular details. Also, what has been a welcome step is that the sovereign funds which will be investing in infrastructure, they will get a 100% tax exemption. So that will also entice many of these sovereign funds to come in and make investments in the infrastructure, because they have long-term money which is available. They have large sums of money which is available, which again will be good for the infrastructure. So I would say that, once we go into the details, the Factoring Act, also some amendments have been done that the NBFCs can also do factoring of the bills for the MSME. That again is a very good step. But at the same time, we'll have to see that how the implementation would happen on that. So once we go into the fine prints, then we'll be in a position to understand that better, that how these would get implemented. I think that more or less the announcements have been good, and also on the agriculture sector, the VGF for creating warehouses, and the hospitals also the VGF for the public-private partnership for the hospitals. These are all good steps, and I think that it will encourage people to make investments if we see that the implementation is simpler. Because many times what happens is that when it comes to the implementation, there are some issues which come up and which takes a much longer time. So I think that here also the announcements have been good. We have to look at the implementation, look at the fine prints of it, and see that how it can be implemented faster.
Okay, but then I will ask you the question that I was actually asking Amarjeet Singh also just a short while ago. Why is it that we are seeing a bit of a negative reaction from the stock markets right now? Is it simply because everybody is awaiting more information and more clarity, and a lot more will only become clearer with the fine print? Or is there some other kind of a concern that the markets are talking about?
No, I think that the market was expecting that, maybe, that is my conjecture, that the markets may be expecting that there would be very specific issues which will get addressed, so which may not have immediately got addressed, or it may have got addressed, but it is the fine print for the market to see that how the implementation will happen. Because today the market needs immediate dose of medicine. And that is where I think that, here, the announcements have been good, more things have been covered. And I think that, the broad coverage has been decent, but in the fine print only we will know that how the implementation will take place. So that is why I think that the market reaction may have been muted.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Hemant Kanoria, for joining us. Mr. Mohan Guruswamy, good afternoon to you. Do you believe that somewhere there is a bit of a apprehension about the numbers and the math that seems to be, be presented right now? And which is why there is a cautious reaction coming from the street?
So where are the numbers?
That's also true.
The budget is very significant because it's devoid of any ways and means statement. The budget is supposed to tell you what the year's plan is and how are you going to get that money. Now, there's no talk about that. There's only bold figures. And, an analysis of the problem, of the economy's problem, was not done. It, to some extent, tried to gloss over in the economic survey, but she has not addressed any of those questions. Your big problem is capital investment. And you have made no announcement on that. You're talking about 103 lakh crore pipeline over the next 5 years, and how 20 lakh crores will be spent in the next 2 years, and how you have provided 22,000 crores now. Now, what is 22,000 crores out of 20 lakh crores for this year and next year? It amounts to nothing, which is why there is a lot of other stuff which goes on, including announcement of 100 crores for G20 conference. Now, do you have to make that in a budget?
So not when I'm not being told what is my infrastructure or defense allocation.
Without coming to the main issues.
Yes.
Nothing. There's nothing of that. Nothing of that. So, it's not a budget, it's just a propaganda speech going on there in praise of the Prime Minister and, telling us, a broad knowledge. She's quoting from Raghuvamsa, she's quoted from Kalidasa, she's quoted from Avaya, from lots of people, which is wonderful. I think she's quite a literate person. But the literacy doesn't show in her budget.
Okay,
What you need is economic literacy.
Let me get a reaction from Shweta Shalini.
And that is why I find the budget disappointing. And the market has reacted by dropping 700 points already within an hour.
Yes, on a day that markets are functioning when they're not supposed to, Saturdays they're usually shut. Shweta Shalini, it looks like a situation where the finance minister has beaten her own previous record and delivered the longest budget speech that we've seen. And she's spoken for 2 hours and 40 minutes, tired herself out. But here is a bunch of experts, economists and panelists who are sitting with us who are still not very clear on what this budget speech was going to give us.
Yes, I was hearing Mr. Guruswamy right before you posed the question at me. And let me tell you one thing, Tanvi, that this is the budget for New India. The young, the happening, the businesses, everyone seemed to be rejoicing. The common man is rejoicing. Yes, the fine print is yet to arrive, and hence the experts are yet to dive deeper into it, and that's when you will realize that the rejoice is worth the while. But shooting it down is something that should not be done. It is a very, very futuristic budget, very young, very happening, and if you ask me, the people who matter and people who are wealth creators, people who will drive the GDP and take it ahead, who will drive the country, are going to be extremely happy. This budget for me is going to be remembered for the tax, which means the new tax regime, for the technology. If you actually see, coming back to tax, I think I've been an entrepreneur. The DDT was a double tax. Removal of the dividend distribution tax was something which we were awaiting for a very long time. So I think, second, I think technology, when your government starts talking about quantum tech, when the world is talking about nanotechnology, we are having...
No, but this is not supposed to be a mission speech. This is supposed to be a speech about your financial status. This is supposed to be a financial statement. It's not supposed to be a mission and a vision speech. That's exactly the point that we are making. Unless the government has decided that the 2.5-hour budget speech is only going to be about what I want to do in life and not going to tell us about how they're going to do. Nitin Gadkari is speaking. Let's listen in and see if we can get more clarity on infrastructure.
Airports, जलमार्ग, जो इसका उल्लेख किया गया वित्त मंत्री जी के भाषण में, विशेष रूप से इन सब बातों को लेकर एक नया एरा विकास का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में आएगा। इसके साथ साथ इम्पोर्टेंट यही है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट डीपीआर हम बनाते थे, स्किल्ड पर एजुकेशन एंड स्किल्ड, ये एक उसमें बजट की विशेषता थी। और हमारे यहाँ जो डीपीआर बनाते हैं उसमें अभी इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट्स और इकोनॉमिस्ट, इनका यूथ पावर को इसमें नए रोजगार निर्माण होगा। स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से यूथ पावर ऑलरेडी टेक्नोलॉजी लेकर आ रही है, इसमें उनका उपयोग होगा। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट लॉजिस्टिक पार्क हम बनाने के लिए कर रहे थे, नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी, और उसमें सिंगल विंडो ये जो होगा, इससे लॉजिस्टिक मार्केट्स भी खड़े होंगे। विशेष रूप से हमारा जो बजट 2014 में हम आए थे तो केवल 31,000 करोड़ था और आज हम 91,000 करोड़ हुए हैं। इसका मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो सरकार का फोकस है वो लगातार बढ़ा है। पिछले साल हमारा 83.15 करोड़ था, अभी वो 91,823 करोड़ में 10.6% इंक्रीज हुआ है। हाँ, 2014-15 में हमारा बजट था 30,800 करोड़। 19-20 में हमारा बजट था 83,015 करोड़, 83,015, और 2021 का ये जो आज आया है बजट, ये है 91,823 करोड़। इसमें 10.6% इंक्रीज हुआ है। जो अलग अलग कॉरिडोर भारतमाला के थे उसमें ऑलरेडी वित्त मंत्री जी ने उसका सबका समर्थन किया है। एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है जो एमएसएमई का भी बजट का जोर रहा, क्योंकि एमएसएमई ये ग्रोथ में 29% कंट्रीब्यूट करती है और उसमें भी विलेज इंडस्ट्री के लिए उन्होंने विशेष रूप से ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया है। ये जो बजट है 7,011 था, वो 7,572 करोड़ हुआ है। इसमें 8% इंक्रीज है, 560 करोड़ बढ़ा है। विशेष रूप से एनबीएफसी जो थी उनको अब अधिकार मिल गया टू डिस्काउंट रिसीवेबल ऑन प्लेटफॉर्म, वो कर पाएंगे। ये जो TREDS जो है ये बहुत फ़ायदे का होगा, इससे काफ़ी एमएसएमई को फ़ायदा होगा। जो रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग था एमएसएमई का, मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा वित्त मंत्री जी को कि उन्होंने जो 31 मार्च 2012 से 31 मार्च 2020 तक की जो लिमिट थी उसमें ये लिमिट अभी उनने 1 साल से बढ़ा दी। इससे करीब काफ़ी एमएसएमईज को रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग करने का फ़ायदा होगा। ये ऐप बेस्ड फाइनेंशिंग इन्वॉइसेस ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। जैसे कोई इतनी GST नंबर है, इनकम टैक्स का कार्ड नंबर है, टर्नओवर है, ये सब अगर दे दिया उसी के ऊपर रेटिंग हो जाएगा। तो एक प्रकार से रेटिंग की ऑलरेडी हमने योजना लॉन्च कर रहे हैं हम लोग, ताकि रेटिंग होने के बाद और ये ऐप बेस्ड फाइनेंसिंग होगा तो रेटिंग और डिटेल्स भेज दो तो उधर से फाइनेंशियल क्लियरेंस होगा। तो इसमें जो रेट टैपिज्म है काफ़ी दूर होगा। एक्सपोर्ट में अच्छी बात हुई है कि फर्नीचर है जो हमारे देश में काफ़ी इंपोर्ट होता है, और फर्नीचर के इसके साथ उन्होंने ऐसी चीज़ें जो हमारी
we have our apprehensions. Till the time that fundamental equation is not set in order, the economy will not revive.
टैक्स रिलीफ की बात की गई है कि
सर बजट पेश किया गया किस तरीके से?
देखिए, जो यूनियन बजट आज प्रस्तुत किया गया है वर्ष 2020-2021 के लिए, उससे भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के ऊपर कोई लंबा चौड़ा फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, क्योंकि सरकार एक चीज़ नहीं समझ पा रही है कि भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था की जो समस्या है वो आर्थिक कम और राजनीतिक ज़्यादा है। जब तक ये सरकार जो सांप्रदायिक का तनाव है वो इस देश में फैलाती रहेगी, भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था कभी सुदृढ़ नहीं हो पाएगी। एक जो मूलभूत इक्वेशन है कि सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव बहुत ज़रूरी है आर्थिक विकास के लिए, पिछले 5 वर्ष में ये सरकार उसको पूरी तरह से भूल गई है और इसलिए कई रियायतें देने की वजह से के बावजूद 1,45,000 करोड़ की रियायत भारत के कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर को पिछले वर्ष वित्त मंत्री ने दी थी। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के ऊपर उसका फर्क नहीं पड़ा है। डिमांड तभी स्टिमुलेट होगी, इकॉनमी तभी ग्रो करेगी जब राजनीतिक हालात जो हैं, जो सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव है जिसको पूरी तरह से पिछाड़ दिया है, उसके परकच्छे उड़ा दिए हैं सरकार ने, जब तक वो बहाल नहीं होगा।
All right, reactions obviously coming in, and the Congress party saying that there is nothing new and nothing big in this budget. We will have to wait for the fine print to really take a look at what else does this mean. But if I had to just take you through one more time the new tax regime that the finance minister has announced, which she said is an optional tax regime, well, that on the face of it looks like there will be a tax relief. Those earning between 5 and 7.5 lakh will pay 20%, are paying 20% tax, will now pay 10% tax. Between 7.5 lakh and 10 lakh rupees as salary, 15% will be your tax rate. 10 to 12.5 lakh, 20% will be your tax rate. 12.5%, 12.5 to 15 lakh, 25% will be the tax rate. Dhirendra, if I can come back to you one more time on this. I'm just curious because we are being given two options, and I'm trying to understand why would the government give us two options when it comes to the tax that we are paying them.
I don't know. People will evaluate and see, and because of course, without exemption looks like a cleaner option.
Yeah.
Even for companies, maybe it makes sense. The corporate tax structure that we have all kind of complex, the design, all kind of exemption, and the marginal tax rate for companies is very different as compared to the tax rate that we see. The effective tax rate actually for corporate India comes down to, for the companies making profit, comes down to, about 17-18%. And even though the tax rate was 30 or 33%. So in that sense, but you have various exemptions and the way businesses are structured. In case of individuals, I don't see the rationale. I think there was a need to really, work on the exemptions that was available, because in saving for, a tax structure which is incentivizing saving for your retirement, it is actually a relief to the government, people who can take care of themselves rather than depending on the government. It is, I don't think that's a welcome move. Of course, our exemption list was becoming very complex, was becoming very long. In fact, some of the 80C deductions were actually not investments but spending. For example, the tuition fee of 2 children in school, that was also an exempt thing. So, if you make, if you earn 6 lakh rupee and that is your 1 lakh rupee spending, you can just deduct it from your income and you get into the zero tax rate. So in that sense, I think whatever be the thinking to simplify the structure, that might be the intent. But I would say that, I'll give the rider that let's wait for the finance bill.
So, that's what I was getting at. Would you...
so devoid of the legacy.
Will we be quick to jump the gun if we say that this is an income tax cut until we know the fine print, Dhirendra?
It may not be an income tax cut. There is a possibility that all, the kind of people to whom all these tax cuts are targeted or directed to, they will be salaried people. They are the only guys, they are the only people who have no choice. That tax gets deducted at source. And you can't really plan much beyond, the 80C or, 80CCD, which is a maximum of 2 lakh rupees. So it may not be a cut for most people.
Okay, Shweta Shalini, because you are telling us that this is a great tax reform that has come in and a great tax relief that is coming in for the middle class. Here is our expert who's sitting here, and in fact, I have now gotten word from 2 different experts to say it may not necessarily be an income tax cut.
What your expert is not realizing.
Yes.
Okay, so just to answer that question, one, I think we are just jumping our guns. We should wait for the fine prints. Second, please understand that this is a proposed new tax regime which says that the old tax regime is optional. So, in case you feel you are benefiting from the old tax regime, you can choose to follow the old tax regime. Your expert has rightly said that yes, one, we need to calculate further, and second, there were nearly 180 exemptions that could that was making the entire income tax for a common man complex, and that is the reason why, to simplify it and to ensure that taxes can be paid by self, because we want to make every single person on his own deliver the tax so that he knows this new regime has been set up. And I personally feel, though I am also waiting for the fine print, I personally feel that a large amount, a large percentage of salaried class, the middle class will definitely benefit from this new tax regime.
Okay, Mr. Mohan Guruswamy, I'll come to you as well on this because this has been the big focus point and what we are looking at. In fact, before that, if I can just go across to Amarjeet Singh and get his response as well. Amarjeet, the devil lies in the fine print. Should we be a little bit more cautious about this new tax regime that is being sold to us?
I was just reading the fine print. Actually, I've just got the finance bill.
Yeah.
And technically, when we are talking about that all exemptions would be withdrawn, typically your HRAs, leave travel allowance, everything which you were getting when you were preparing your tax return for actually calculating your taxes, everything completely goes away if you have to get into this regime. But I think if you start understanding, you know, someone who's getting more than 15 lakh rupees and some people who are getting less than 15 lakh rupees, what you're going to find actually people who are getting between maybe 7 to 10 to 12, 15 lakh rupees, where they were trying to take the benefit of the regime not the regime, they were trying to take the exemption and they were sometimes getting forced to invest. They might get additional money in their pocket. And to that extent, the idea would be to increase consumption. And I think that is the basic objective, that somewhere, people should start spending more. But I think it's a very dangerous way to go, because if I just look at the saving rate for India over the years, which at peak time would as high as 35%, over the years has been falling. If I just try to compare it with China, which is 30+%, India is now below 30% limit, and it has been falling over the years. And if by any chance we create a tax policy where the saving rate starts falling further, the capital accumulation as far as the country is concerned, that could be a challenge. Because the moment you actually have more money in your pocket and you want to actually go for this particular regime, you end up spending in things which is not adding to your wealth. It will be more on the consumption side, which might be the intention of the government at this particular stage. The fine print still has to be seen, but the overall benefit would be more around more money in your pocket to consume.
So actually, Amarjeet, what we are looking at is the government really giving us an option to not save or invest for the long term, but actually spend the money. So rather than giving us an income tax cut so that we have money to spend, the government has simply changed the tax structure, and that will perhaps give us more money to spend. Would that be correct?
Yes, I think that is one of the main ideas. And in any case, I think the second idea is ease of filing your tax return. Because if you are actually opting for this regime, you're not taking any exemption. I think it might just take 15 to 20 minutes for you to file a tax return in that particular case. Because the complexity arises only when you are actually trying to take certain benefits. I agree that maybe at the time when you are choosing between the two options, you might have to do a little bit of work. But the process that the tax return, see, if you are filing a simple tax return in which you are actually availing of this scheme, you will not come under scrutiny also, because tax withholding would have been done. You have opted for this particular scheme. Technically, the government should not pick up for those cases for scrutiny at all. So there's what you're going to see, the cases picked up for scrutiny in this particular case will be almost zero. The return filing process will be much easier. There will be more money in the bank account of this particular person for him to take a call. Now, when the money in his account, he can still invest into long-term investment. It doesn't mean that he has to consume. So he gets more options by using this particular scheme.
Okay, Mr. Mohan Guruswamy, if you would want to come in, because the sense that I'm getting is that the government, by this move, is essentially saying, creating an environment where people will go for the simple tax regime and not, go for the exemptions and then claim the exemptions, and hence perhaps will probably save less or invest less, because it's easier to just not do that and file all of those forms and make all those, claims.
So you don't have to file very many forms at all. I'm a taxpayer, I've been a taxpayer for almost 50 years now. All you do is, put in your receipts, your income tax deductions and your other savings deductions, and you get this. Not very complicated at all. Why does the government have these schemes in between? It is to incentivize savings. You put an LIC policy, you buy a house, you take loan for it, you take a cut on depreciation. All this is to incentivize savings and incentivize investment. If you take it away, your savings rate is going to go down. If your savings rate goes down, your investment rate goes down. After all, where does the money which goes to LIC, which goes to the government, and which goes to the banks, where does it come from? It comes from a lot of it comes from these schemes. Now, I can't understand the objective of this. To simplify, you club the deductions together, and you've taken out 70, 80 deductions have taken out, fair enough. But where is the need to, it doesn't really make any material difference. It only makes life for auditors more exciting because they have more work to do and, more business to pick up. But I don't see this as a great reform.
Okay.
This whole business of, that this is a budget for new India, this is a budget for young people, all that is, young people also need to save. Young people also need to be incentivized. What is this logic here?
Okay, Shweta Shalini, please respond to that. What is the big reform here for New India?
Yes, absolutely. I think this government and Nirmala Sitharaman ji and now this budget speech has been challenging the old school of thought, and that is what you are seeing on your panel also. If you actually look at it, the budget, the way it is presented, is new. We do not talk
ministry-wise. You are one of the new young birds, is it?
As per as the themes of the budget, and the themes were quickly picked up. And yes, it is a young country, it is a young play, and it is a young government, and hence the budget is for young India. India is flying, and so will it.
So let's call it a vision document then.
That yes, nobody stopped them from saving. You can save, and in case you want
India is flying, so you don't pay taxes.
You want to save, you opt for the old regime.
Okay.
But for all those people who had to go for a scheme or to buy something just because they wanted to put those deductions into the salaried package, now the government is saying you don't need to do that, just opt for the new regime and calculate it in a very ease of delivering your tax manner.
And
that
save.
is what it is all about. I don't think we should go into further details than this. What we need is further calculations to see as to how much a person earning till about 5 lakhs is saving completely. But from 5 to 15, we need to figure out old school versus old regime versus new regime, what the person is saving. And I personally think that the new regime is going to...
New India doesn't need to save.
Saving.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Guruswamy.
New India doesn't need to save. New India doesn't need to save. Money is going to come from the skies.
Old school needs to change.
New India doesn't need to save,
Sir,
obviously,
old school
by
needs
this person's
to change.
logic. Yes. What is old school?
People
What
need
is the
to
old
save,
school?
but people
There's only
need to
one
earn
school.
more.
To incentivize savings. You can't get savings rate up without savings.
We are putting more money in your hand. You decide what you want to do.
I don't think you have a clue. I don't think you have a clue about economics and how what works.
You want a term loan, please go ahead and take it. If you want to save, please save. You want to do an FD, do it. But just because you do not want to pay tax and you want to take this and go to a charitable trust and give that charity, please don't do that, because we brought in the new regime. This is New India, where you do not have to show false Absolutely not, sir. It's a new.
You have gone.
Of course,
Obviously,
sir,
you've gone
I
through
am
the
an
fine
entrepreneur.
details.
I have been. You've been paying taxes
Apart
for
from
60
making
years.
personal
I've been
allegations,
paying
you people
taxes
have
for
nothing.
nearly 25, 30 years. I can tell you that it was an extremely difficult tax
And you are New India.
To fill. And of course, you could not have done it on your own.
But
You
let me
always
just,
paid
if I
never
can just come in
difficult
here,
for me.
please. If I can just come in here, please. Let's just say that there has
Because
been
I always did it on my own.
a big
I
debate.
always did it on my own.
There has been a big debate that has
This
been
is
going
New India
out
talking.
about how
We don't need
Indians
savings.
are not saving. Traditionally, we've always done that, and the impact that essentially has on an economy. Dhiren, if I can come back to you on the big talking point right now, which is the new tax regime, and if you've managed to go through the fine print as well, is it clearer now? None of the exemptions are under this. It's a clean income tax slab which is there. So your, even your basic as HRA, ATC, all of that is gone under the new tax regime.
Yes, absolutely. All of it is gone. And, it basically gives you a choice of take care of your money, pay little lower tax, or go with the exemptions. And, I think, it's a completely new way of looking at it. That doesn't really preclude that doesn't really, of course, tax incentive for in long-term investment, which has always been the regimes, which has always been the framework. It's completely different. Take care of your money, and the government is not your guardian. You take care of yourself. You can take responsible decision yourself. All we can do is, if you follow the lean clean method, that's about it. We have to see how it actually evolves. There could be, there are people, who think very differently. They can also be responsible. I also, partially, in a limited way, because of course I am grown up, I'm old. I am unable to think of the new way. Of course, you need to really plan for your for your retirement, for your old age savings. But assuming that everybody will be responsible enough to spend all of it, and they won't do it if there is no incentive, may also be wrong.
Yeah.
Earlier, and this has happened gradually. Earlier the ATC, which was actually the preceding law was, Section 88, in which, you can invest only up to 10,000 in mutual fund, 50,000 in PPF, and, all kind of restrictions. And basically, government was deciding where you should be even investing.
Yes.
The government says that, pay this tax and do whatever you want to do.
Okay, so Vinay, essentially
I think
what
it will take
emerges,
some time for us to reconcile with the two things.
or maybe people with different thought process have a different view on it, and this debate will continue, because on one hand, Vinay, are those who will make the argument like Shweta Shalini that you decide, and you decide if you want to spend your money, or you decide if you want to invest your money and want to be a responsible person about it. The other one is to say, no, we cannot be a economy and a society where people don't invest and don't save, because that is bound to also have an impact on the economy.
Yes, and I think the clever thing that the government has done, which is this, that they have democratized the impact quotient on every individual. It's no longer now valid to say for the longest time, we would always analyze budgets in terms of omnibus wholes, whether this new structure benefits you or not. That no longer is the case. Like, for instance, the dividend tax now, the burden comes on you as an individual. Now, if you are somebody who benefits from the dividend tax, then obviously your taxable income goes up. If you're not investing in that it doesn't affect you at all. So actually now every individual has to figure out their own burden and their own benefit and the loss. So it's tough to actually pass any clear judgment on good or bad right away. I think every individual will have to go back and do it with their CAs to figure out who gains or not. Clearly there'll be one set of people who will gain, and there will be another set of people who may not gain as much. For them, life remains much the same. So in that sense, it's clever. I mean, it's clever politics.
May I just say that I have an issue with when the finance minister spends a considerable part of her speech in giving us the comparative numbers, in telling us in the old tax regime, this is what you were paying, in the new tax regime, this is what you will pay, and essentially doesn't present the fact that since there are no deductions, it may not be a significant change, except that it's simplified.
That's true. And I think, look, that's part of the advertising policy that every government has. They'll obviously pitch it as the greatest thing ever happened. But the point is, the bottom line is this. for me, the bigger and the more important question is this. By all these measures that have been announced today, some of which we are still trying to figure out because, of course, the document reading takes a little time, will it address the biggest problem the economy currently faces, which is consumption and spend? That is a much bigger question. The stock market doesn't seem to agree with it. If you see, they've tanked and they don't think this is going to help. But traditionally, I must also give this caveat, markets tend to fall after a budget and then they rise when it reopens the coming week. So we'll really know how the markets are reacting to it on a Monday morning. Right. But the fact is, how much it's going to impact the spending and how much is it going to add to the burden of the government is a question mark that can't be answered right away. I think that we still have to wait and watch what kind of budget this is in terms of the overall kick-starting of the economy that was required.
Okay, I have one more question for Mr. Amarjit Singh. Mr. Singh, let's talk about, that's as far as the personal tax is concerned. Let's talk about the corporate entities and the India Inc. Now, just a few months ago, a major corporate tax cut was announced. Some more concessions have come by. When can we expect to see the impact of that, the benefit of that really, show?
See, again, it's an optional kind of a rate, wherein either you're choosing the 22% rate along with a charge around 25%, or for a manufacturing company, we're talking about 15% rate. When we talk about manufacturing company 15% rate, that will be applicable people who are setting up new setups, new manufacturing units, etc. So the impact will come when the investment cycle actually starts coming back into the country, or any foreign investment comes into the country. As far as the normal tax rate is concerned, again, companies are still choosing between whether to go for the 25% rate versus the old rate. But the fact that the dividend distribution tax is going along with a reduction in the corporate tax rate, the effective tax rate for a company will come down substantially. There will be a lot more cash available in the company today, where either they can actually reinvest into their main business or they can distribute dividends. Because the moment they distribute dividends, what's going to happen is that money will go to the shareholder, and it's shareholder again who will have to pay tax on it. Yes. So from a corporate perspective, removal of dividend distribution tax itself will put a lot of money back into the company, and to the extent they were paying DDT, technically they can actually retain that particular money and they can pay only the net amount as far as the shareholder is concerned. And also I think there, if I just look at it, so also on an overall basis, I think for large companies, the DDT plus the lower corporate tax rate is a very positive news.
Okay, but here is the other part then, Mr. Singh. While the DDT has been removed, there is a tax, a dividend tax on the income, which you just mentioned, which the individual taxpayers will have to end up paying. So doesn't that mean that my tax outgo goes further up?
Yes. Yeah, as far as the individual is concerned, definitely I think if it is a retail investor, it will, depending upon which slab he is there, he has to pay taxes. When it comes to a foreign investor, he will have the benefit of using the tax treaties, because there are certain tax treaties where the overall tax rate is either capped to 10% or 5%. And to that extent, for a foreign investor, I think this move is a great move. As far as a local investor is concerned, I think it will. I think he will end up paying maybe little higher taxes compared to a foreign company.
Quick response I wanted also from Mr. Mohan Guruswamy before we bring in some reactions. Mr. Mohan Guruswamy, the other big announcement that has been, that we've not touched upon yet, is the government deciding to sell its stake in LIC. How do you view that decision? It's a big step, but we don't know which way it could go.
Well, it's philosophically, I'm not opposed to the sale of PSUs or PSU banks or other institutions which we have. But the important thing is to get them out of the control of the administrative ministries. The mess up takes place because these companies which have good managers are not free to act. They are dependent on the whims and fancies of deputy secretaries and joint secretaries. That is what you should really be looking at. But another point I want to make before I go is that the finance minister speaks of a nominal growth, GDP growth rate of 10%. Right now, the GDP growth is nominal GDP growth rate is 6%. And you're talking about 10%. And in 10% now, the inflation in January 2020 is 7%. So you're getting a real GDP growth rate of 3%. So what are these numbers and how do you arrive at these numbers? How do you come at 10%? On what basis? Is there an input-output model she's got? You just makes it in one line and moves on. That is your main part of the budget. What is your objective in terms of overall growth? And how do you do it? She hasn't touched that at all. She spent 2.5 hours on micro details and then she herself got tired of it and she sat down. So I think it's been a totally wasteful experience and it is, as that lady said, we have to look into the fine print now and find where there is truth in this budget, where there's logic, where there's reason.
Let's come back fresh at 6.
Okay? Thank you very much. I've got to go.
Thank you for joining us. The fine print is perhaps where the details will now emerge. What is going to be the government's calculation for growth? What is going to be the government's calculation for how much of income it is going to get, revenues it gets from tax and other places, how much of that gets spent in various sectors, for example, between infrastructure and defense. We don't know. She's given us for few sectors, such as the farming sector, but the rest of it, the details are yet to emerge, and our research team is right now pulling that out. So, the point that we were earlier also mentioning, this is a new style, where it's more of a vision and a message for all strata of society, perhaps, and say, okay, oh, all right, I'm going to name one announcement each for all categories. But if you are an economist or if you are a business journalist, then you got to wait for the detailed numbers to really come out to really give the full picture.
Yes, it is a new style, and it is also a style, I guess, probably deliberately designed to confuse everybody at the start.
So maybe we'll start making an elaborate budget coverage plans a day later.
A day later.
So it gives us some more time to come up with the details.
Since you mentioned the research team, there is some bit of research they have pulled out already. Our sister channel ET now has been able to do it because they've put all the might behind it.
Yeah.
Now, these are macro numbers. Some of it may not make much sense to our viewers, but I guess it's important for them to probably know this as well. They're saying that the financial 2021, the gross borrowing is going to be 7.8 lakh crore. The defense spending is going to be pegged at 3.23 lakh crore. The food subsidy bill they've estimated will be 1.15 lakh crore.
For FY21, you said
2021. That's what they've been able to glean so far.
That's essentially what they were also planning for this year.
That is correct.
Not
Absolutely.
much change.
The divestment target has been set at 90,000 crore. Now, this gives you some sense of probably the amount of divestment they will do in LIC.
With LIC.
Because, I mean, obviously, an entire amount will not come from it because IDBI has also been announced and maybe they have some other plans as well. But
I don't know if this counts for Air India.
Probably not, because Air India in itself has a target of almost 35,000 crore. So if that is the case, then it will be very notional divestment in LIC. That's my sense, because it can't be very high. LIC's, the quantum of LIC IPO would be much higher than that. The petroleum subsidy is actually at 40,000 crores as of now, which I think is much lower than what one would have expected. The divestment target for no, I'm sorry, it's 2.1 lakh crores. So that actually...
there you go.
There
so
you
it is LIC plus
it is
Air
LIC
India
plus Air
others,
India probably, because if it is 2.1 lakh crore, that can't possibly be only through LIC and IDBI. The revenue deficit is being seen as 2.7% GDP. Net tax revenue, 16.36 lakh crore. And the total tax mop-up, which includes everything, is 24.23 lakh crore. This is the fine print.
So essentially, factoring in a slowdown and a muted tax collection, the government is looking at a divestment target of over 2 lakh crore rupees.
That's massive.
That's a huge one. We haven't seen it this big in the recent past, and obviously a big chunk of that will come when the government puts Mammoth Life Insurance Corporation on the stock market and sells a significant chunk its stake there. So that's going to be the big one. We will analyze that in detail. We're going to take a very short break. The big headline for you viewers right now is that now they're going to be dual tax regimes. You can choose which one you want to pay via, whether you go for the exemptions under HRA and ATC and ATT and all the other investment and saving options that are available, or you can simply go for a clean slate where they're just clean income tax slabs, much lower than the previous one, but then there are no exemptions. That's essentially the first big takeaway for you. We'll keep getting you more details. Stay with us here on Mirror. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be addressing a news conference at 3 p.m. So stay with us.
enshrine in the statutes a taxpayer charter through this budget. A taxpayer charter is getting institutionalized into the statutes. It's going to be enshrined as a part of our laws. That's building trust. A taxpayer statute will be a part of our, a taxpayer charter will be a part of our statutes. Our government would like to reassure taxpayers that we remain committed to taking measures so that our citizens are free from harassment of any kind. We mean it, and we are willing to put it in the law. Tax harassment cannot be tolerated when we are talking about citizens and wealth collectors.
Are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
In the new tax regime, sir, substantial tax benefit will accrue to a taxpayer depending upon the exemptions and deductions claimed by him.
Budget 2020 announces new tax slabs and a new tax structure, introduces multiple slabs with a lower tax on income, but the new slabs are applicable to those who don't avail of exemptions. Finance Minister announces a host of measures to boost infrastructure sector under the National Infra Pipeline scheme, assures that Delhi-Mumbai Expressway will be complete, says work to also start on Chennai-Bengaluru highway. Funds allocated for a metro-like suburban rail system in Bengaluru, also 1.7 lakh crore rupee booster for transport in Budget 2020. 4 station redevelopment projects, more Tejas type trains also proposed.
112 of aspirational districts, those which don't have an empaneled hospital for Ayushman treatments, will be given the first priority.
Budget 2020 assures a boost in healthcare services. Funds allocated to start hospitals linked to medical colleges at district level. Large hospitals to run residency programs. Emphasis on improving access to healthcare and address doctor shortage. Fallout of the PMC bank scam. FM hikes insurance on bank deposits from 1 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees. FM assures depositors that their money is safe. Moments after President Kovind rejects second Nirbhaya convict Vinay Sharma's mercy petition, now a third convict Akshay files his mercy plea. After returning with 324 Indians from China, another Air India flight has left for Wuhan to evacuate a second batch of Indians. First batch of evacuated Indians shifted to isolation wards for monitoring for coronavirus. Good to have you with us on our budget special coverage, where we will break down what was announced in the budget and most importantly how it impacts you. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget 2020 today, her second budget in 7 months, and the biggest takeaway is the changes in the income tax slabs and of course the completely new tax structure that has been announced. Other focus areas were infrastructure, healthcare, jobs and rural India. Finance Minister also pegged the GDP, nominal GDP for the financial year 2021 estimated at 10%. Meanwhile, it was a completely new tax structure that has been announced. Now an individual will have to pay 10% for income between 5 to 7.5 lakh from the previous 20%. People with income between 7.5 lakh to 10 lakh will pay 15%, and those with income above 15 lakh will pay 30%. And no tax for those earning up to 5 lakh rupees. The Finance Minister also announced that the new tax slabs are optional and one can choose to stick to the current regime or switch to the new ones depending on whether one avails the exemptions or not. The new slabs will be applicable to those who do not avail of the exemptions.
To simplify the income tax law, I propose to bring a new simplified personal income tax regime wherein income tax rates will be significantly reduced for the individual taxpayers who forego certain deductions and exemptions. Under the new regime, sir, an individual shall be required to pay tax at a reduced rate of 10% for income between 5 lakhs to 7.5 lakhs against the prevailing 20%. So anyone who's earning between 5 to 7.5 lakhs, sir, today pays 20%. We are now reducing it in the new regime, which is devoid of exemptions, to 10% only. So 20% comes down to 10%. Sir, the next example. For income between 7.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, I earlier said about 5 to 7.5, now I'm saying about 7.5 to 10 lakh. So for income between 7.5 lakh to 10 lakh, he or she will pay at the reduced rate of 15% only against the current prevailing 20%. Sir, similarly, for the income between 10 lakhs to 12.5 lakhs, presently the tax is 30%. For income between 10 lakh to 12.5 lakh, the present prevailing rate is 30%. That is now being brought down to 20% only. Sir, the income between, I spoke about 10 to 12.5 lakhs. Now, 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs will be taxed. At the moment, 12.5 to 15 lakhs is taxed at 30%. Now, those earning between 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs will be charged at 25% only. Sir, incomes above 15 lakhs will be continued at 30%, but no exemptions at all. Those earning up to 5 lakhs shall not pay any tax either in the old regime or in the new regime. In the new tax regime, sir, substantial tax benefit will accrue to a taxpayer depending upon the exemptions and deductions claimed by him. For example, just to make it clear, for example, a person earning 15 lakh of rupees in a year and not availing any deductions whatsoever will pay 1,95,000 as compared to 2,73,000 that is paying now in the old regime. So his tax burden shall be reduced by 78,000 rupees. That will be the reduction in the tax that he has to otherwise pay. Then this is the example of somebody who earns 15 lakhs.
Similarly, in an assurance to taxpayers, Finance Minister Sitharaman said that the government wished to ensure the taxpayers were free against tax harassment, and the taxpayers' charter is to be institutionalized. Meanwhile, the tax exemption for affordable housing has also been increased by a year.
We wish to enshrine in the statutes a taxpayer charter through this budget. A taxpayer charter is getting institutionalized into the statutes. It's going to be enshrined as a part of our laws. That's building trust. A taxpayer statutes will be a part of our, a taxpayer charter will be a part of our statutes. Our government would like to reassure taxpayers that we remain committed to taking measures so that our citizens are free from harassment of any kind. We mean it, and we are willing to put it in the law. Tax harassment cannot be tolerated when we are talking about citizens and wealth collectors.
Let's in fact go across to my colleague Kavita, who's joining us right now to make sense of the new tax structure that has been announced. Kavita, help us understand how this is different from what the structure was earlier.
Right, Avni, we are, in fact, we've been used to a very simple 5, 10, 20, 30% tax slab. Now, what we have here is a completely different tax structure. You will see that there are multiple slabs out there on your screen over here. Let me quickly take you through these tax slabs. So, up to 5 lakh rupees, if you earn up to 5 lakh rupees, your tax outgo stays the same. You still pay 0% tax on income up to 5 lakh rupees. However, if it is between 5 to 7.5 lakh rupees, you will now pay a 10% tax versus the 20% that you were paying earlier. Similarly, from between 7.5 to 10 lakh rupees, you pay a tax of 15%. 10 lakh to 12.5 lakh rupees, you pay a tax of 20%. 12.5 to 15 lakh rupees, you pay a 25% tax. So till here, up until here, it will look like you're actually saving a lot on the tax outgo, but there is a rider over here. But let me quickly show you, above 15 lakh rupees, the tax structure stays the same. You're still paying 30% tax. Now the thing that is different over here is this. You have both the tax structures will function in tandem, which means you have the earlier tax structure, the one that we are used to, and this new tax structure with the new tax slabs. Now, what is different here is you do not get the exemptions that you've been getting all these years if you avail of this tax slab. So, you have a certain amount of income. You are not availing any exemptions, which means you will not get your home loan exemption. You will not get your exemption for, say, tuition fees if you're paying tuition for your school-going children. You will not get all of those exemptions that you get under ATC and ATCC. What you will have is a very clean tax structure where you make a certain amount of money and you know you have to pay a certain amount of tax. Whereas in the earlier structure, what used to happen, which is still in force, by the way, is that you have a certain tax slab that you come under. However, there are exemptions that you can avail of, which means you can reduce your tax outgo by availing of those exemptions. So that is how both of these tax structures are essentially different. What the government is now, what the government seems like it is telling you is that it is now in your hands. You decide what you want to do with your money. You decide which tax structure you want to follow, and accordingly you can file your taxes. Avni?
Absolutely, Kavita. It's going to become quite complicated. In fact, and ironic that Finance Minister started that section by saying she's simplifying the tax structure. But of course, this is now going to get a little complicated because each person now has to individually calculate which one works better for them, whether with exemption or without exemption, and then take a call as to which structure to really opt for. Thanks, Kavita, for getting us those details. And we've got breaking news that's coming in. Moody's has commented on Budget 2020. The comment says that budget flags challenges to fiscal consolidation. It also says that growth slowdown could last longer than what was earlier projected. So that is the word coming in from Moody's, saying that the slowdown could last longer, and fiscal issues, that is as the difference between what the government spends and earns, that is going to in fact also be a challenge. Those are the details coming in from Moody's. This is the first reaction as far as the first post-budget reaction from Moody's. Well, some of the other important announcements in light of the bank scams that came to light in the past year. The finance minister today announced that insurance cover for depositors would be increased from 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees. In an assurance to depositors, the finance minister said that she wished to underline the mechanism to monitor the health of all banks and deposited money is safe. That is the assurance that she gave, also saying that a clean financial sector was critical to the economy. Remember, this comes in the aftermath of the PMC bank scam, where we've seen depositors whose money has been locked away for a long time.
This August House should know that robust mechanism is in place to monitor the health of all scheduled commercial banks and that depositors' money is absolutely safe. Further, the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation has been permitted to increase deposit insurance coverage for a depositor, which is now standing at 1 lakh of rupees to 5 lakh per depositor.
In another announcement, the finance minister announced that it will sell off a part of its holding in the Life Insurance Corporation of India through an initial public offering. Finance minister, however, did not reveal the percentage of holding that it would sell.
The government now proposed to sell a part of its holding in the LIC by way of initial public offer.
Well, from more water pipelines to better road connectivity, infrastructural development is on the priority list. This includes construction of 2,500-kilometre long access control highways, 9,000-kilometre long economic corridor and 2,000-kilometre long port roads. After completing work on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, the government will start working on the Chennai-Bengaluru highway as well.
Accelerated development of highways will be undertaken. This will include development of 2,500-kilometre access control highways, 9,000 kilometres of economic corridors, 2,000 kilometres of coastal and land port roads, and 2,000 kilometres of strategic highways. The Delhi-Mumbai Expressway and 2 other packages would be completed by 2023. Chennai-Bengaluru Expressway would also be started. I had launched the National Infrastructure Pipeline on 31st December 2019 of 103 lakh crore worth projects. It consists of more than 6,500 projects across sectors and are classified as per their size and stage of development. These new projects will include housing, safe drinking water, access to clean and affordable energy, health care for all, world-class educational institutions, modern railway stations, airports, bus terminals, metro, railway transportation, logistics and warehousing, irrigation projects, etc.
The government has allocated 1.7 lakh crore rupees for transport in a big boost to Indian Railways. The government says it is planning more Tejas-like trains to connect tourist locations. 4 station redevelopment projects have been planned. Government is also actively pursuing the high-speed Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train as well, openly snubbing the Maharashtra government that's opposing it.
4 station redevelopment projects and operation of 150 passenger trains would be done through PPP mode. The process of inviting private participation is underway. More Tejas-type trains will connect iconic tourist destinations. High-speed train between Mumbai and Ahmedabad would be actively pursued. 148-kilometer Bengaluru suburban transport project at a cost of 18,600 crore would have fares on metro model. Central government would provide 20% of the equity, and it will also facilitate external assistance up to 60% of the project cost.
All right. Well, those, of course, are some of the important highlights of Budget 2020. Now, of course, the most important takeaway from this budget is the new tax structure that has, in fact, been announced. But let's get in another reaction on the budget at this point. Joining me right now is Adi Godrej, chairman of the Godrej Group. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Mirror Now. Your first reaction, let's talk about your first reaction to the budget first.
Yeah, no, I was expecting more from the budget in order to turn around the economy. But they have announced several provisions which will have some effect. Dividend distribution tax has been exempted and holding companies have been exempted. But the income tax rates reduction is conditional on giving up exemptions, which is not, in my view, correct. So I feel economic growth won't revive as one would like to, because if the economic growth had revived to 6% plus as a result of the budget, that would be very useful, because then tax collections would automatically rise with economic growth going up.
Right, absolutely. Now, one of of course, the main issues was, I think that everybody was looking out for to see if the budget provided any kind of a boost and put money in the hands of people to ensure that spending increases and, that helps in the recovery cycle as far as the economy is concerned. But specifically talking about this new tax structure that the finance minister has announced, what is your sense on that? Because it seems like it's going to make things more complicated. It's going to discourage people from saving, and it's not really going to help in boosting consumption in any way.
Yes, I think that could have happened if they had reduced the tax rates as they have announced without taking the exemptions away. That would have been a good move. It would have been very useful. It would have added to growth. I think this substituting exemptions with tax reductions is not a good move.
Right. Any other key takeaways from, this particular budget? Because like you pointed out, in retrospect, now, once it's over, the speech is done with it, you go back and look at it, there seems to be nothing tangible that is actually going to help the economy. And that's saying something, because a lot of hopes were pinned on this budget on, in terms of ensuring that it helps in reviving economy.
Yes, I think a lot of people were expecting the capital gains tax to be done away with on shareholdings. That has not come in. So it has got some good announcements, and some of the expenditure on rural areas announcements are good. But overall, I don't think it's as good as people were expecting it to be.
So now going forward, how do you see this playing out? Because budget now is over and done with. We'll, of course, now have to get back to seeing what really happens in the economy, whether the demand does pick up, whether consumption picks up, whether this rural spending that the government has announced, whether that is in fact going to have any impact on rural consumption.
Well, the budget is still an announcement. If they still make modifications based on some of the feedback they're getting, for example, in the case of personal tax rates, if to make it conditional on exemptions being foregone is not good, and if they withdraw that before the budget is passed, I think that would have a very positive effect.
Okay. You said that there are some, good announcements that have come in. To your mind, what sort of stands out, or what are the good announcements, the positive announcements that you're taking away from this budget?
I think dividend distribution tax being abolished is a good announcement, and dividend is exempt in the hand of holding companies is a good announcement.
Okay. Now if I can just sort of move away a little bit from the budget and just get your perspective on what you've seen in the last few months, because we know that consumer confidence has been at an all-time low. We know that demand has not picked up. Have you seen any indications that there could perhaps be some sort of a turnaround, or we could be seeing demand coming back in some way?
I think there is a slight improvement in December and January over earlier months, but nothing much. I think what we need is a growth rate back to 6.5%.
Well, the nominal GDP growth estimation that the government has given is of 10%, that was really announced. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, but nominal GDP growth is a sum of the inflation rate plus the GDP growth rate.
Yes, yes. Right, all right.
So that would be higher if the inflation rate is higher.
Correct. But, just speaking about inflation, right now, the fact that retail inflation is so high, coupled with the fact that the economic growth, the GDP itself has been falling, that combination also is something that's not very encouraging, given that we are looking at a road to recovery right now.
Yes, you're right. So I think it's very important that the GDP rate comes up. That itself would lead to higher tax collections and things would be much better.
All right, Mr. Godrej, thank you so much for joining us with your perspective on Budget 2020.
Thank you. Good talking to you.
That was Adi Godrej there telling us that nothing spectacular from this budget, although some good announcements, but especially on the tax front, the government definitely could have done more instead of complicating it a little as it has. All right, let's listen into some of the other reactions that have come in.
ये बजट में जो पुराने काम किया गया है, जो रिफॉर्म्स किया गया है, उसकी कंसोलिडेशन किया गया है. स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म कंटिन्यू करते रहेगा. अगर मैं एकदम प्रारंभिक 2-3 विषय में जो समझा, मैं ये कहूँ कि रिफॉर्म कंटिन्यूड रहेगा, लो टैक्स रिजिम रहेगा, डायरेक्ट टैक्स इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स दोनों में इन्वेस्टर और नागरिकों को और सहूलियत दी जाएगी, और सोशल सेक्टर में, हेल्थ सेक्टर में और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में काफ़ी निवेश की सरलीकरण किया जाएगा, जिसमें रोजगार और सृजन होगी.
Well, the main issues facing this country today are unemployment and situation as far as the economy is concerned. I didn't see any concrete idea, any strategic idea that would help our youngsters get jobs. I saw a lot of tactical stuff, redundant things. But I didn't see any central idea.
3 parameters.
I think it describes the government quite well. How many hours was it? 2 hours?
More than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours, 45 minutes, I think. I don't remember the exact time. A lot of repetition, a lot of rambling, nothing concrete. So it's the mindset of the government. All talk, nothing happening. But the country is, of course, suffering. You can ask, and I'll speak directly to the youngsters in university and college. You know exactly what's going on. You know that you don't have a future as far as jobs are concerned. And nothing happened here to help you.
All right, Finance Minister is in fact addressing a press conference. Let's cut across.
So number 11. Mike, please.
Personal income tax cuts that you have given, what all exemptions will remain in the new tax regime? Secondly,
given that 40,000 crore rupees is the revenue outgo that you said on behalf of this new personal income tax regime, savings take a backseat with exemptions going. How would you encourage savings in the new personal income tax regime?
I will certainly ask the Revenue Secretary to come up with the list of exemptions which are part of this new scheme. But first, let's understand as to what has been in our minds when we came up with the new scheme. The intention is to reduce the rates as much as to simplify the structure. We wanted to be sure that money is in the hands of the people by not paying a tax which they don't need to pay, in the sense the rate can be brought down where we can bring it down, particularly for the middle class and the lower middle class. We have brought the income tax down. So if you go by the way in which we organized the corporate rate tax cut, in September when the corporate tax was reduced, even there the pattern was similarly adopted. Those who want those exemptions and other things can continue with the old. And those who are looking for a simplified rate, a reduced rate, and a simple process could adopt the new. The same principle is in our minds when we designed this. Eventually, we want to bring the rates down and remove the complications that are there in the compliance. Too many exemptions, it's very difficult for the administrators to administer it. As much as too many exemptions, you need an expert to keep advising you as to how you plan your taxation. So we wanted to achieve two goals: make our intentions clear that we want to simplify the income tax process. We want to reduce the rates. So to achieve both, we have come up this year with a new scheme with very limited exemptions to it. Ideally, a new scheme without any exemptions would have been the best, but still, because there are some exemptions which are absolutely indispensable, and therefore we have brought in those exemptions to it and kept it at the minimum. Those who still want to have the benefit of those exemptions which they have been using for some years can remain in the old system. So we provided both with an intention that in the long run, we will be gradually able to remove all exemptions, and in India, your personal income tax, the entire framework should be simple and a very low rate without difficulties in compliance. With that said, I have also read out the examples of people who don't want any exemption in the old, don't want any exemption in the new. What will be the benefit? I've also given you in my speech example of, all right, some benefits in old and some benefits in new, what do you tend to benefit? The new scheme has been designed in such a way that you definitely benefit in terms of the money which is going to be remaining in your hand, having not to pay a higher income tax. With that said, I'll ask the Revenue Secretary to tell you which are those exemptions which are part of the new scheme now. With the reduced rate and with those few exemptions, what will be the benefit that anyone can get will be obvious from his answer. Revenue Secretary.
We took a very comprehensive review of all exemptions, and what we found that there are close to 120 exemptions, all different kinds of exemptions. For example, the amount received by a member of a Hindu united family from the income of family state, share of a Hindu undivided family from an income of family state, share of profit received by a partner, interest on certain notified securities, interest on masala bonds, income of foreign diplomats, income of employee, consultant and family members under technical assistance program, death cum retirement gratuity. So this way there was a huge list. And so we took a review of each item, and then we found that in this new regime, as has been explained by the finance minister, that the whole idea was to offer a simplified regime and also lower the tax rate, because there were large number of people who, because of cash constraints, the amount of the income that they were having, they were not able to take all benefits. And some people were able to take a larger number of exemptions and deductions. So in order to offer a simplified system and also to help those who are not taking an exemption, offer a lower tax rate, this system has been introduced. That now the total number of exemptions which have been removed from the new system is about 70. So in fact, I will give you some example that which one have been removed and which one have been retained. So particularly the important ones which have been retained in the new system would be like the retirement benefits, for example. Death cum retirement gratuity for government employee, no limit. For others up to 20 lakh, it was already there, they will be retained. Commutation of pensions will be retained. Then the leave encashment on retirement, that will be retained. Retrenchment compensation will be retained. Amount received on VRS up to 5 lakh, that will be retained. Similarly, the EPFO, the employer contribution up to a certain limit, whatever limit that is there now, that will be retained. Payment received from NPS, National Pension Scheme on closure. Partial withdrawal from NPS, they all will be retained. A scholarship granted to meet the cost of education, that will be retained. Then payment of awards instituted in public interest, that will be retained. So similarly, so these are the things which will be retained. Then and then there are 70 exemptions, as I mentioned.
You can probably put it all in the net.
Yeah.
Yes, so I will put it on.
So that will be clearer for you.
Yes.
Okay, we take next question 13. Ma'am, just you will get the details. Question number.
Timsy, when there's more money in your hand and you, the person who has it, will be better in a position to decide where you want to save instead of me directing it. So I'm allowing you to have more money in your hand and depend on your judgment where you want to place your savings.
मैम दिस इज़ मोनिका फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम मेरा सवाल है कि आपने कहा कि पार्शियल क्रेडिट गारंटी स्कीम में रिवीजन करने की ज़रूरत है. आपने हाल ही में कुछ रिलैक्सेशंस अनाउंस करे थे, तो अब हम क्या स्पेसिफिक मेजर्स उसमें एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं? और दूसरा ये कि रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर जो वन ऑफ द टॉप एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेटर्स है, उसके लिए आपने कुछ भी अनाउंस नहीं करा, बल्कि उन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन थी कि एटलीस्ट एक वन टाइम लोन रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग स्कीम जो है उसकी घोषणा हो जाएगी. तो क्या कारण रहा उसके पीछे?
नहीं, actually for the real estate we had announced some things even earlier. We had announced that stalled projects which need to be completed will be given the last mile funding so that that project can be completed. Home buyers will be getting the project. That is already ongoing. Now, in this also, we have extended the date by 1 year so that if it's affordable housing, the exemption which the home buyer has is available for them, and the tax holiday for the real estate people, promoters, is also extended by 1 more year. So actually they can now seek the buyer and benefit from it once the transaction gets over. So we've actually given something much more than what was announced even before the budget for the real estate sector.
29. Next question,
That's
29.
Already ongoing. Na?
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. You've also created a lot of buzz with your new divestment target of 2110 lakh crore estimated for FY21. Ma'am, you've clearly mentioned that, out of this amount, around 90,000 crores is what you're looking at via sale of stake in public sector banks and financial institutions. Could you please explain that to us? And also IDBI, sir.
So the target which has been specified, FM has already mentioned it during the budget speech. It is essentially to come from the listing of the LIC and also from the IDBI at this stage. Yes.
Yeah.
And so that listing will decide the valuations. We will work on this.
Next
and
question
it's
from
essentially these two.
53. Yes, 53.
Sir, this is Mukesh Kaushik from Dainik Bhaskar. Ma'am, I want to have clarity on defense budget, how much this time has been allocated and what is the percentage increase, what is the capital budget for this, and what is the amount allocated to Indian Air Force, Army and Navy specifically?
I think all these details will be provided in the documents. So if there is any clarification on that, you can. Otherwise, PIB press release is providing all the details and data about the different heads. We can take next question number from 8.
Ma'am, this is Ruchi Bhatia from ET Now. Congratulations on the budget. I want to ask you about the massive 2.1 lakh crore target that has been set out in the budget for disinvestment proceeds. Many say this is a very stiff target. How will the Department A look to achieve this target? Because we've seen a massive shortfall in this year. So A, on the target, and you've also spoken about a tax charter that the tax department will bring in. What will the tax charter really entail? Just to understand that.
I'm glad you asked that question. I was a bit worried that on a measure like a tax charter, and in spite of me mentioning it in 2 different places in my speech, not a person has asked me any question. I'm so glad you asked. That's a very major step. Other than us going around the country to tell tax administrators to ensure that face-to-face engagement with the taxpayers need not necessarily be there, to ensure that they are dealing with them more like wealth creators, and to make sure that they would approach them only to gather information. In spite of all this, you would still hear some comments occasionally about, no, there is a level of harassment and so on. And our commitment to make sure that taxpayers are respected, and we quite honor them for the commitment in nation building that they're showing by being honest taxpayers, had to be given an expression of sorts. And therefore we came up, and I must thank, he's not here, the principal advisor, Sanjeev Sanyal did a lot of work for me on this. He researched and gave me a lot of inputs. If I'm right, there are only 3 countries in this world which have enshrined the rights of a taxpayer in their laws. Canada, USA, and Australia, if I remember correct. So when he, after quite a lot of inputs, came up with the taxpayer rights and a charter as a result, we, as usual in the ministry, discussed it in my morning meeting with the secretaries, and then we worked on it. That is to prove very clearly that the government's intent is not to harass anybody. If there are 1 or 2 black sheep here and there, they are there everywhere, not just among tax administrators. But the intent of the government had to be cleared. And therefore we thought we'll enshrine it in the statute itself, because we believe in it. It's an article of faith for us to respect wealth creators. It's an article of faith for us to make sure that the honest taxpayer is not suspect. And therefore we have made it a point to bring it into the Act itself as a charter, the details of which will come out. So that was one of your questions. What was the other? Tuhin Pandey is here. Only to have one word in his favor before he speaks is, I set the target in July. And I also will have to tell you, didn't you know about it, will be your question next. But I'll also have to tell you, between July and now, January, the immense effort that Atanu, before Tuhin as disinvestment secretary, and now Tuhin, are all undertaking. You will see successful disinvestment happening within the next few months. But your accounts for this year end 31st March. Can I keep speculating? So obviously I agree Between July and now, a lot of legwork has been completed. And the benefits are going to go into the next financial year. So you may hold me for having set a target which I didn't fulfill, but within 6 months, I can stand up and tell you, we have done enough groundwork. Tuhin Pandey can speak now about the rest.
So I think 20th of November, government took decisions of some big ticket disinvestments. One is the BPCL, another is Concord, another is Shipping Corporation of India, and THTC and NIPCO. Some of them we are going to conclude this year, but some of the large ones are going to spill over to the next year, and the revenues, receipts are going to come in the next year. So the transactions are all lined up. As you know, the Air India expression of interest is already out, and very soon BPCL expression of interest it is just about ready. It will be out as well, and so on and so forth. So therefore we are quite hopeful that we would be achieving the disinvestment target next year. And also for this year, whatever is there. As you know, we are a very successful ETF. Last 2 days we raised 21,000 crore on the ETF, of which we are retaining 16,500 crore.
40.
Sir, ma'am, this is Karunjeet from ET. This is a question for the Revenue Secretary. Sir, there's a provision in the finance bill that Indians who are not paying taxes abroad, will have to pay taxes in India. How will this work? Does this mean people working in Dubai and places like that which have zero taxation will have to pay taxes on their global income in India?
We have made changes in the finance changes. We have proposed changes in the Income Tax Act, where if an Indian citizen, if he stays out of country for more than 182 days, he becomes non-resident. So we have made some changes there. So now in order to become non-resident, he has to stay out of the country for 240 days. That is one. And secondly, we have also provided that in many cases we have found that some people are resident of no country in the world. They may be staying a certain number of days in different parts of the country. So what we have said is that if any Indian citizen, if he is not a resident of any country in the world, then he will be deemed to be resident in India, and then his worldwide income will be taxed.
Number 12.
All right, that is the post-budget briefing that is going on at the moment. But let's quickly slip into a quick break and come back.
31 मार्च तक आप लोगों ने कहा कि कोई उसमें एडिशनल चार्जेस नहीं लगेंगे, 31 जून तक चार्जेस लगेंगे, वो क्या डिटेल्स होंगे, कितने चार्जेस लगेंगे, अगर इसके बारे में जानकारी देते, और कितना इससे अमाउंट कलेक्ट हो सकेगा, रेवेन्यू कितना सपोर्ट मिल पाएगा?
रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी इसका डिटेल्स देंगे, फिर भी इसके पीछे हमारी नियत ये था कि इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स में भी सबका विश्वास के द्वारा हमने पेंडिंग लिटिगेशन को सॉल्व की, और उसका रिस्पॉन्स आपने देखा, that most of them decided to join in the scheme and close the cases which have been pending. On the very same principle, अभी डायरेक्ट टैक्स में भी कर रहे हैं. 31 के अंदर ही करो तो सिर्फ डिस्प्यूटेड टैक्स अमाउंट पे करो, कुछ पेनल्टी नहीं है, कुछ टैक्स भी, इंटरेस्ट भी आप पे करने का आवश्यकता नहीं होगा. अगर 31 मार्च को क्रॉस कर दिया फिर भी करना चाह रहे हैं तो थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज पे करके यही प्रिंसिपल के आधारित आप आपके क्लोज कर सकते हैं आपके केस को जून 30 तक. यही है मूलभूत इसमें विषय. मगर रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी इफ यू वांट टू ऐड ऑन.
करीब 4,90,000 केसेस हैं जहां पर कि केसेस डिस्प्यूट में हैं, ITAT, हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, कमिश्नर अपील में. सभी को यह सुविधा दी गई है कि 31 मार्च के पहले अगर इसका फायदा उठाएं तो किस डिस्प्यूट में जहां पर कुछ टैक्स डिस्प्यूट में होता है, उस पर इंटरेस्ट है, पेनल्टी है, वो सब माफ हो जाएगा, सिर्फ उनको टैक्स देना पड़ेगा. अगर 31 मार्च के बाद लेंगे तो उनको 10% और टैक्स देना पड़ेगा. लेकिन बहुत सारे केसेस ऐसे हैं जिसमें कि टैक्स डिस्प्यूट में नहीं है लेकिन इंटरेस्ट और पेनल्टी का सवाल होता है. उस केस में भी हमने कहा है कि जिसमें सिर्फ इंटरेस्ट और पेनल्टी आ रहा है उसमें सिर्फ वो 25% भर दे अगर 31 मार्च के पहले, तो उसका पूरा केस खत्म हो सकता है. अगर वो 31 मार्च के बाद करता है तो 25% के बदले में 30% देना पड़ेगा.
113.
I'm Nikunj Ori from Bloomberg Quint. Vishwas scheme, I'd like to ask you a question on that. This has been designed to the previous scheme for indirect taxes. Although the collections from that scheme were better, there were only small taxpayers who actually availed the scheme. So how would this scheme be attractive for even large taxpayers who generally owe larger tax dues to the government? And also, ma'am, there's not been any allocation for recapitalization sector banks this year. And most of the mergers that were announced last year would take place now. So what happens, what's your recapitalization plan for the next year?
I'll answer that second bit first and then ask the Revenue Secretary to talk on the Vivad Se Vishwas. I have very clearly said about the mergers. I'll ask also the Secretary Banking to speak about it. I have spoken in detail about the recapitalization of the bank and about the bringing 10 banks to 4 and the process of amalgamation. And later also I've spoken about the way in which banks can benefit from certain tax deductions, rates, concessions and so on. All in this context of banks having been amalgamated. I have not said I won't give any money for recapitalization. Just as you're saying you've not given any numbers for recapitalization, I've also not said no, I will not give. Which means, as and when there is a need, we'll certainly consider that.
As Madam said that this will be assessed during the year, but at the same time, out of the merger, if we look at the Bank of Baroda, already there are signs of huge expenditure, rationalization and efficiency gains out there. The synergy which has been identified for annual saving is close to 1900 crores and the realizable target for this year itself is around 500 crores. So these are the kind of efficiency gains which are coming, and therefore these banks will also go through this process in terms of whole lot of expenditure optimization and efficiencies. You have seen the SBI results yesterday. I mean, this is a record operating profit which you have seen. So all these banks, having done all the NPAs reduction, PCR coverage at high time, recoveries, are in a position that they can also go to the market to take care of their own capital needs.
25.
only involves the rights of the taxpayer, but also the obligations of a taxpayer. So what has the government decided as far as the obligations are concerned? Because compliance to taxes is a problem, and Mr. Pandey, others have been working at it. The second question is although you have said that a list will be given later about what exemptions to taxation still there, but I wanted to know a lot of tax was saved by people by making donations to charitable trusts. For example, tomorrow there is a mandir and people want to donate to that. What will happen? Will that exemption continue?
In the new system, any donation made to a charitable trust will not be allowed as a deduction. However, if someone wants to make deductions to the charitable trust and claim exemption, he can be in the old regime, number one. So far as the charitable institution is concerned, they will continue to enjoy the exemptions as permissible under the Income Tax Act.
additional demand from some areas which comes up. Accordingly, at RE stage, we'll again meet it. All these schemes, rural development has a very large chunk this year, and rural development and agriculture put together are very close to 3 lakh crores. So wherever there is a demand, especially on MNRGA, whenever additional demand comes up, they will be fully funded. It's a normal run of demands over the year which comes up. There was an additional demand from certain areas which came up, which were funded. So RE of 2019-20 reflects meeting the demands fully, not rolling them over.
We'll follow the extant procedure for listing and for other things, including the legislative changes if it requires, in consultation with the Ministry of Law. And that process we have already started.
103.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Ma'am, congratulations for presenting a very positive budget in a very odd macroeconomic situation. You've mentioned you've targeted 10% growth of GDP. And you have also given a lot of income tax exemption this time, which is supposed to fuel the consumption demand, which is why the economy is in this position, sir. Ma'am, what the recent, if you see the Sensex right now, it has tanked by about 1,000 points. It means that the corporates are not happy with the exemptions and deductions that you've given in the budget. So what is your take on that? Do you think they were also expecting the STT and CCT also to be reduced?
Well, thank you for, first of all, seeing what we had worked for, the positive side of the budget. The observation that you have put forward about the stock market, I would wait for a full working day in the stock market. Today being Saturday, I think they have not really, well, I'm not sure if every aspect of the stock market was fully open today. So we'd wait for Monday. I would think many of what we have said in the budget would definitely have an impact, positive impact on the stock market, particularly the kind of reforms that we have put forward on the bond market. Is for the first time ever in this country, such progressive, forward-looking, bold steps on strengthening and deepening the Indian bond market has come through in this budget. And I'm confident that on Monday, when the stock markets actually open, there will be definitely a clear indication of what the government has done on this. So today's response from the stock market, I would reserve my comments till Monday. Unless any of the secretaries want to say anything more.
57.
मैं आनंद हूं इंडिया टीवी से। यहां सब आपको बधाई दे रहे हैं बजट के लिए, लेकिन विपक्ष को आपका बजट जो है पसंद नहीं आया है। राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि इतिहास का सबसे लंबा बजट भाषण था, लेकिन ये खोखला था और इसमें युवाओं को रोजगार कैसे मिले इसका कोई रास्ता नहीं दिखाता है ये बजट।
मैंने सोचा इतना लंबा बजट के भाषण में युवाओं के रोजगार कहां से मिलेगा, कैसे मिलेगा, इसमें ही मैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा हर एक जो नया स्कीम हम अनाउंस कर रहे हैं, हर एक नया जो कदम हम उठाना चाह रहे हैं, उन सब में युवा के लिए क्या है ये तो मैं विस्तार से बोली। और ये भी मैं मानती हूं, मैं सेक्रेटरी से थोड़ा नाराजगी भी जताई कि क्या इतना लंबा करवा दिया मैंने बजट को। शायद हाउस में बहुत सारे इतना लंबा बजट स्पीच मेरे से एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किए होंगे। उस बात को मैंने मानने को तैयार हूं कि लंबा था भाषण, हाँ, मगर मैंने सोचा उसमें युवा के लिए, स्पेसिफिकली युवा के लिए कैसे हर एक ऐसे प्रोग्राम से उनको बेनिफिट होने वाले हैं, उसको मैं शुरुआत से लेकर लास्ट तक जगह जगह पर विस्तार से बोले हैं। छोड़ो इसमें
21. 21.
Congratulations, ma'am, for this very generous budget. You have proposed several anti-abuse...
Hey, 1 minute, thank you. But tell me who you are.
Girish from Mint, ma'am.
Sorry?
Girish from Mint.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. That's second. That's a third. That's a fourth somewhere here. Convey करिए ना राहुल गांधी जी को.
Ma'am, you have proposed several anti-abuse measures and also steps to widen the tax base. Any estimate available on how much these might fetch in terms of revenue, ma'am?
Can you just repeat your question?
You have proposed several anti-abuse measures as well as steps to, widen the tax base, like taxes on e-commerce companies, then changes in the definition of residents. So, any estimate on how much these might yield in terms of revenue?
In this budget, we have taken several anti-abuse measures. One we just now mentioned about the changing the definition of non-resident and also making Indian citizen resident. Similarly, we have incorporated certain TDS provisions. For example, on the e-commerce companies, if some sales are made, then the TDS will have to be collected. Similarly, in a business having turnover more than 10 crores of rupees, and if he makes a purchase from a single party exceeding 50 lakhs, then the TDS of 0.1% will be imposed. So these are some of the measures. The details are given in the finance bill and also in the budget document here. So these are some of the measures.
All right, that is the post-budget press conference that is going on. A lot of questions being answered there. But of course, reactions have been pouring in, and there is a press conference being held by former Finance Minister Chidambaram at this point in time. Let's cut across, see what he has to say.
The government is in complete denial that the economy faces a grave macroeconomic challenge and the growth rate has declined in 6 successive quarters. There is nothing in the budget that leads us to believe that growth will revive in 2020-21. The claim of 6 to 6.5% growth next year is astonishing and even irresponsible. 5. The Indian economy is demand-constrained and investment-starved. The FM has not acknowledged these two challenges, and that is a pity. Consequently, she has proposed no measures or solutions to those two challenges. If the twin challenges remain, the economy will not turn around and there will be no relief to the millions of poor and the middle class. 6. Food subsidy has been reduced. Fertilizer subsidy has been reduced. The petroleum subsidy has been marginally increased because of anticipated increase in oil prices. It appears that the people will not get any relief on the price front. Please remember that CPI inflation is over 7% and food inflation is over 10%. 7. The finance minister failed miserably on marksmanship. In 2019-20, the current year, she failed to meet any of the key budget estimate targets: nominal GDP growth, fiscal deficit, net tax revenue collection, disinvestment revenue, or total expenditure. There is no assurance that she will meet the targets set for 2020-21. 8. The government does not believe in reforms and certainly not in structural reforms. The FM has outright rejected every, and I repeat, every reform idea contained in the economic survey. I wonder, did the FM read the economic survey? I also wonder, was the chief economic advisor privy to the contents of the budget speech? I think the answer to both questions is in the negative. So that is your budget for 2020-21. You did not ask for such a budget, and you did not deserve such a budget for voting the BJP to power. But you have to live with it until the government is forced to revise it, as it did in 2019.
Any questions? We'll take it. We'll start with you.
Sir, I just want to know whether the Congress party welcomes the income tax relief in terms of, for the salaried classes. There has been some reduction, and of course, Nirmala Sitharaman says that exceptions will be removed. And then, of course, the other aspect about the fact that there's going to be disinvestment of, once again, LIC and IDBI. So do you think that is in the correct direction?
See, as far as the personal income tax relief is concerned, of course, we would welcome any relief given to the income taxpayers in the lower brackets. But whether it is 40,000 crore is a big question mark, because it is subject to the condition that you can't avail of exemptions. It's only when you trade off the exemption and the relief, you can really arrive at the relief. If they've finally thrown some crumbs at the lower tax bracket, I mean, it's not a matter to be welcomed or congratulated about, but any relief to the lower income tax bracket, we welcome it. As far as IDBI is concerned, that was a decision taken last year. So it's not a new decision, so I don't have to make a new comment on that. As far as LIC is concerned, it's highly debatable. To assume that every public sector must go through a process of disinvestment, partial or whole, is wrong. LIC actually has increased its share of first premium income in the last year, as reported by the chairman. It has gained in competition with very strong private sector players. So we will internally debate it within the party, and we will give our view on the floor of Parliament. But I think it's a highly debatable proposition. Yes.
Yes, sir. What do you think the tax exemption on the sovereign wealth fund? Do you think that this would bring in some money into the infrastructure sector?
She announced it last year. She reiterated it this year.
Yeah, but there hasn't been any...
No, last year she didn't raise any money. But today, the external market conditions are certainly not favorable for a sovereign wealth fund. If the world economy is going to slow down and oil prices will rise, or there's going to be conflict in some theaters, I don't know what the external situation will be. They announced it last year. They didn't raise any money. If they've announced it again this year, I doubt whether they'll be able to raise any significant amount of money. The better course is to allow a quasi-sovereign to raise money abroad, and that will benchmark where your sovereign rating is. The obvious quasi-sovereign is the State Bank of India. Well, I think you stopped counting at 3. I had 3, and under each one of the 3 there were some numbers, and under each one of those numbers there were some other numbers. So if you multiplied, I think it came to close to 100. I think she lost count somewhere along her speech. I lost count midway in her speech. How do you call it a budget for caring society? I've just given you food subsidy has been reduced. Fertilizer subsidy has been reduced. We have to get into the details to find out what is the allocation for specific programs that are targeted at midday meal scheme also. The RE is less and the BE is at the same level as last year. PM Kisan, the RE is less, the PE is the same as last year. So I think this talk about caring societies more words than deeds. Once we drill into the numbers, we will know how caring they are or how uncaring they are. That's true. That's what I said. Surprisingly, the president's speech did not utter a word about employment. And I commented on that yesterday. The Economic Survey has a chapter on employment, but it makes this extraordinary claim that new firm registrations have increased 12.2% in the 5-year period of the BJP government, and every 10% increase has boosted GDP by 1.8%. Now, where are these firms? Are they on another planet or are they in India? I mean, I travel around. I don't see any firms. All I can hear is stories about firms closing down, not firms starting. I think this budget has also done nothing to create jobs. The 3 job-creating sectors are mining, construction, and manufacturing. Now tell me anything in this budget, which gives a boost to mining, construction, or manufacturing. There's nothing for mining, construction, or manufacturing. So these are the 3 job-creating sectors.
On a scale of 10, how would you rate this budget? How many marks are you going to give to Nirmala Sitharaman?
10 has got a 1 or a 0. You can pick either a number. 10 has got a 1 and a 0. You can pick either number. I'm okay with it. No, I think she mentioned some other place, not Kirladi.
She mentioned Rakhi Gadi as...
Where is that? No, I know in Tamil Nadu, but where in Tamil Nadu? It's not Kirladi. Thoothukudi. No, I have no complaint if there is archaeological site in Thoothukudi. Well, I was disappointed that she didn't name Kirladi. Kirladi is a authentic and a pure Dravidian civilization. I don't know what the Thoothukudi site is. Since I don't know, I can't answer. But why she made why she emphasized repeatedly Sindhu Saraswati civilization, she should have also acknowledged that there is an equally ancient, equally famous civilization called the Dravidian civilization. And there is huge amount of evidence that has been excavated at Kirladi. No, I don't. You see, you can have 2 views on DDT. But undoubtedly, it is one of the most efficient taxes levied by the government of India. There is no scope for evasion in a DDT. So every pie that is collectible as tax on dividend will be collected. Now today, they've abolished DDT, obviously as a sop to corporates, especially foreign corporates. And now they'll have to go after the recipient of the dividend to collect the tax. Now, whether they succeed in collecting all the taxes is a moot point, but I'm pretty certain there will be a loss of revenue in substituting DDT by the traditional tax on dividends. Money is no substitute for freedom. What the people of Jammu, Kashmir, and Ladakh require is freedom. What the people of the Kashmir Valley require is restoration of their human rights. Only a free society, people breathing free air, can enjoy the fruits of development and participate in the development process. Money is no substitute for freedom. If they think that they can take away freedom and substitute it by money, they are completely wrong. I will restore freedom first and then give money.
For fiscal deficit, 3.8 instead of 3.3, and even the next year she has now put it only to 3.5. So
Which means they are no longer on the fiscal consolidation path. This government has given up on fiscal consolidation. I'm sorry to say that, but every analyst around the world, every investor will take note of this fact that this government has given up on fiscal consolidation. 3.8 is also not counting the off-budget items, and 3.5 is also not.
All right, that was the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram addressing a press conference on the budget, essentially saying that nothing substantial has been announced in this budget to turn the economy around. And outlining those details, his perspective on the budget. But let's go back to the post-budget briefing by the Finance Minister.
And I think that nuance is very important when you actually talk about these duties.
Last question, number 9.
Sector is bleeding at this point in time, but you're looking at collecting 1.3 lakh crores in 2021. How do you plan to make this up, in the sense, get these numbers from the sector?
Well, I don't think I'm looking at it purely from the point of view of government is going to collect this or collect it. That is this particular development in the telecom sector is something which all of us have watched, going through the court, going through the proceedings in the court, and the result of a court's verdict. So it won't be right for me to just comment saying, no, we are looking at the number, or we are looking at this or that. It is a fairly complex issue. The industry, affected parties are also in touch with the government. We are engaging with them. The department is engaging with them. We will be addressing this in a more comprehensive fashion.
This factors in the AGR collections, or?
Sorry?
This factors in the AGR collections?
No, but what was your question, please?
On the collections from the telecom sector, ma'am.
That's exactly the point.
Yeah.
If I can do the collection tomorrow, I will do it. But that's a different issue. The industry's problem. That's the first line you said in your question, even as you asked. Yeah. So I took your question from the beginning to the end, and I'm answering it on that.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, friends. Please join for a cup of tea on the 4th floor. Thank you.
All right, Finance Minister, they're addressing a press conference and answering a lot of questions on the budget. But on that note, time to slip into a quick break. We'll come back with more.
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
In the new tax regime, sir, substantial tax benefit will accrue to a taxpayer depending upon the exemptions and deductions claimed by him.
Budget 2020 announces a new tax regime, introduces multiple tax slabs with lower tax on income. However, new tax slabs are applicable to those who don't avail of exemptions.
We wanted to be sure that money is in the hands of the people by not paying a tax which they don't need to pay, in the sense the rate can be brought down.
Finance Minister says aim to put more money in the hands of people is the reason behind the new slabs. Sitharaman reiterates her government's commitment to make the process of income tax simpler. Finance Minister announces a host of measures to boost infrastructure sector under the National Infra Pipeline Scheme, assures that Delhi-Mumbai Expressway will be complete, also says work to start on Chennai-Bengaluru highway.
Of aspirational districts, those which don't have an empaneled hospital for Ayushman treatments will be given the first priority.
Budget 2020 assures a boost in healthcare services. Funds allocated to start hospitals linked to medical colleges at district level. Large hospitals to run residency programs. Emphasis on improving access to healthcare and address doctor shortage. Fallout of the PMC Bank scam. FM hikes insurance on bank deposits from 1 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees. FM assures depositors that their money is safe. Just moments after President Kovind rejects second Nirbhaya convict Vinay Sharma's mercy petition, now a third convict Akshay has filed his mercy plea. After returning with 324 Indians from China, another Air India flight has left for Wuhan to evacuate a second batch of Indians. First batch to evacuated Indians shifted to isolation wards. Good to have you with us. You're watching our special coverage of Budget 2020. I'm Avni Raja. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget 2020 today, her second budget in 7 months, and the biggest takeaway is the new income tax structure. Other areas focused upon were infrastructure, healthcare, jobs and rural India. Finance Minister also pegs GDP for the financial year 2020-21 estimated at 10%. For the middle class, the Finance Minister has announced a new tax regime. Under the new optional regime, tax slabs have been reduced across the board, but those willing to opt for the new tax cuts will have to forego many of the exemptions that were available under the earlier structure.
To simplify the income tax law, I propose to bring a new simplified personal income tax regime wherein income tax rates will be significantly reduced for the individual taxpayers who forego certain deductions and exemptions. Under the new regime, sir, an individual shall be required to pay tax at the reduced rate of 10% for income between 5 lakhs to 7.5 lakhs against the prevailing 20%. So, anyone who's earning between 5 to 7.5 lakhs, sir, today pays 20%. We are now reducing it in the new regime, which is devoid of exemptions, to 10% only. So 20% comes down to 10%. Sir, the next example. for income between 7.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. I earlier said about 5 to 7.5. Now I'm saying about 7.5 to 10 lakh. So for income between 7.5 lakh to 10 lakh, he or she will pay at the reduced rate of 15% only against the current prevailing 20%. Sir, similarly, for the income between 10 lakhs to 12.5 lakhs, presently the tax is 30%. For income between 10 lakh to 12.5 lakh, the present prevailing rate is 30%. That is now being brought down to 20% only. Sir, the income between, I spoke about 10 to 12.5 lakhs. Now, 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs will be taxed. At the moment, 12.5 to 15 lakhs is taxed at 30%. Now, those earning between 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs will be charged at 25% only. Sir, incomes above 15 lakhs will be continued at 30%, but no exemptions at all. Those earning up to 5 lakhs shall not pay any tax either in the old regime or in the new regime. In the new tax regime, sir, substantial tax benefit will accrue to a taxpayer depending upon the exemptions and deductions claimed by him. For example, just to make it clear, for example, a person earning 15 lakh of rupees in a year and not availing any deductions whatsoever will pay 1,95,000 as compared to 2,73,000 that is paying now in the old regime. So his tax burden shall be reduced by 78,000 rupees. That will be the reduction in the tax that he has to otherwise pay. Then this is the example of somebody who earns 15 lakhs.
Well, similarly, in an assurance to taxpayers, Finance Minister Sitharaman said that the government wished to ensure that taxpayers were free against harassment, and taxpayers' charter is to be institutionalized. Meanwhile, the tax exemption for affordable housing has also been increased by a year.
We wish to enshrine in the statutes a taxpayer charter through this budget. A taxpayer's charter is getting institutionalized into the statutes. It's going to be enshrined as a part of our laws. That's building trust. A taxpayer's statutes will be a part of our, a taxpayer's charter will be a part of our statutes. Our government would like to reassure taxpayers that we remain committed to taking measures so that our citizens are free from harassment of any kind. We mean it, and we are willing to put it in the law. Tax harassment cannot be tolerated when we are talking about citizens and wealth collectors.
With bank scams, including the PMC Bank scam coming to light in the past year, the Finance Minister today announced that insurance cover for depositors would be increased from 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees. In an assurance to depositors, she also said that the mechanism to monitor the health of all the banks and deposited money is safe, and a clean financial sector was critical to the economy.
This August House should know that robust mechanism is in place to monitor the health of all scheduled commercial banks, and that depositors' money is absolutely safe. Further, the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation has been permitted to increase deposit insurance coverage for a depositor, which is now standing at 1 lakh of rupees to 5 lakh per depositor.
In another major announcement, the Finance Minister announced that the government will sell part of its holding in Life Insurance Corporation of India through an initial public offering. She, however, did not reveal the percentage of holding that the government will sell.
The government now proposed to sell a part of its holding in the LIC by way of initial public offer. Initial public offer.
The government also tried to give a boost to the crumbling healthcare system of the country by by encouraging public-private partnerships.
It is therefore proposed to set up a viability gap funding window for setting up hospitals in PPP mode. In the first phase, those aspirational districts will be covered. We know there are 112 of them. So those aspirational districts from 112 that we have, where presently there are no Ayushman empaneled hospitals, will be given priority. So from 112 of aspirational districts, those which don't have an empaneled hospital for Ayushman treatments will be given the first priority, so that in Tier 2 and Tier 3 we have more such hospitals.
Well, from more water pipelines to better road connectivity, infrastructural development is on the priority list. Now, this includes the construction of 2,500 kilometre long access control highways, 9,000 kilometres long economic corridor and 2,000 kilometre port roads. After completing work on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, the government will start working on the Chennai-Bengaluru highway.
Accelerated development of highways will be undertaken. This will include development of 2,500 kilometre access control highways, 9,000 kilometres of economic corridors, 2,000 kilometres of coastal and land port roads, and 2,000 kilometres of strategic highways. The Delhi-Mumbai Expressway and two other packages would be completed by 2023. Chennai-Bengaluru Expressway would also be started. I had launched the National Infrastructure Pipeline on 31st December 2019 of 103 lakh crore worth projects. It consists of more than 6,500 projects across sectors and are classified as per their size and stage of development. These new projects will include housing, safe drinking water, access to clean and affordable energy, health care for all, world-class educational institutions, modern railway stations, airports, bus terminals, metro, railway transportation, logistics and warehousing, irrigation projects, etc.
And the government has allocated 1.7 lakh crore for transport and a big boost to Indian Railways. The government said it is planning to add more Tejas-like trains to connect tourist locations. 4 station redevelopment projects is also been planned. The government is also actively pursuing the high-speed Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train, openly snubbing the Maharashtra government that's opposing it.
4 station redevelopment projects and operation of 150 passenger trains would be done through PPP mode. The process of inviting private participation is underway. More Tejas-type trains will connect iconic tourist destinations. High-speed train between Mumbai and Ahmedabad would be actively pursued. 148-kilometer Bengaluru suburban transport project at a cost of 18,600 crore would have fares on metro model. Central government would provide 20% of the equity, and it will also facilitate external assistance up to 60% of the project cost.
While top ministers queued up to hail the budget, called it a pro-people budget, opposition teared into the government, calling the budget visionless.
Well, the main issues facing this country today are unemployment and situation as far as the economy is concerned. I didn't see any concrete idea, any strategic idea that would help our youngsters get jobs. I saw a lot of tactical stuff, redundant things. But I didn't see any central idea.
Three parameters.
I think it describes the government quite well. What it was? How many hours was it? 2 hours?
More than 2 hours. More than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours, 45 minutes, I think. I don't remember the exact time. A lot of repetition, a lot of rambling, nothing concrete. So it's the mindset of the government. All talk, nothing happening. But the country is, of course, suffering. You can ask, and I'll speak directly to the youngsters in university and college. You know exactly what's going on. You know that you don't have a future as far as jobs are concerned. And nothing happened here to help you.
आज का बजट टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक बजट है। आज एंटी डंपिंग जो एमएमएफ सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी, उसका समाधान देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी को, वित्त मंत्री जी को मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं। टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल की दृष्टि से एक नेशनल मिशन की स्थापना सराहनीय काम है, जिसका इंतजार भारत को वर्षों से था। लेकिन साथ ही महिला और बच्चों के लिए न्यूट्रिशन की दृष्टि से, पोषण की दृष्टि से जो विशेष प्रावधान वित्त मंत्री जी ने किया, वो उनके अंदर की मां का दर्पण साबित हुआ है। आज मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों के लिए दिवाली से कम नहीं जो टैक्स रिलीफ निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया है।
ये बजट में जो पुराने काम किया गया है, जो रिफॉर्म्स किया गया है, उसकी कंसोलिडेशन किया गया है। स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म कंटिन्यू करते रहेगा। अगर मैं एकदम प्रारंभिक 2-3 विषय में जो समझा, मैं ये कहूँ कि रिफॉर्म कंटिन्यूड रहेगा, लो टैक्स रिजीम रहेगा, डायरेक्ट टैक्स, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स दोनों में इन्वेस्टर और नागरिकों को और सहूलियत दी जाएगी, और सोशल सेक्टर में, हेल्थ सेक्टर में और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में काफ़ी निवेश की सरलीकरण किया जाएगा, जिसमें रोजगार और सृजन होगी।
It's a totally monotonous rigmarole without having any substances, and simply it is people are being confounded by the intricate economic jargons, and you are witnessing that already the market has been crumbling on. So
जीडीपी के लिए एक्सपेक्टेशन रखी है 10%।
See, nominal. Market. It is nominal, not real. Government is dithering on announcing the real growth of GDP. There is no vision. Only papers, page after page, have been read out without having any long-term vision or mission.
बहुत अच्छा बजट है। इससे अच्छा बजट तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता है। हर सेक्शन के लिए है, जो आम आदमी है उसके हक में है, जो SC ST का है, OBC का है। 85,000 करोड़ रुपया जो है दिया गया है, और वो जो ट्राइबल का है उसका भी है 53,000 करोड़ का है। तो कुल मिलाकर के जो टैक्सेस में जो है दिया गया है, छूट दिया गया है, तो हर दृष्टिकोण से अच्छा है।
ये बजट निराश किया है देश के किसानों को, और खासकर नौजवानों को निराश किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश जैसा बड़ा प्रदेश, जहां सरकार खुद स्वीकार करती है आंकड़ों से कि सबसे ज्यादा नई पीढ़ी है, और नई पीढ़ी के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए क्या है इनके पास? कहाँ है नौकरी, कहाँ है रोजगार, कहाँ है इन्वेस्टमेंट? तो जो सरकार 10 का झूठा आंकड़ा पेश कर रही हो, जीडीपी का अपने स्वार्थ में, अपने तरीके से सब चीजें बदल दी, क्या है? कौन भरोसा करेगा इस बात को कि 10 की रेट ले लेंगे, जीडीपी का 10 का रेट होगा, ग्रोथ रेट 10 होगा।
ये प्रैक्टिकल बजट है, परफॉर्मिंग बजट है, ट्रांसफॉर्म करने वाला बजट है और पीपल फ्रेंडली बजट है। ये प्रैक्टिकल बजट परफॉर्मिंग एक सरकार का एक ट्रांसफॉर्म करने वाला बजट और पीपल फ्रेंडली बजट है। और साथ ही साथ हम लाए हैं तूफान से कश्ती निकाल के। जिस तरह का माहौल और जिस तरह की परिस्थितियां थीं उसमें इस पूरे बजट में गांव, गरीब, किसान, खेत खलियान, नौजवान सभी का ध्यान रखा गया है और देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत करने वाला, ताकतवर बनाने वाला बजट है।
क्या बताऊं, ये स्टैंड अप इंडिया से सिट डाउन इंडिया चला गया। अभी मुझे लग रहा है कि कुछ नहीं था, आधा मतलब 1.5 घंटे हम तो पुराने नारे सुन सके और उसके बाद अभी जो अंत में एक अच्छी चीज़ शायद हो सकती है वो मिडिल क्लास के लिए टैक्स कंसेशन की 12-12.5 लाख रुपए के नीचे वाले इनकम को ज़रा सा रिलीफ मिल जाना चाहिए। लेकिन उसके अलावा मैं कुछ नहीं सुना जो हमें कुछ ऊर्जा देंगे। अब देखिए कि पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी भाजपा की तरफ से भी ताली बजाने वाले कोई नहीं थे, तो लग रहा है कि इसमें कोई डिसअपॉइंटमेंट्स है।
And slipping into a quick break, we've got more news on the other side. Stay tuned. And we've got breaking news that's coming in. A gas leak was reported today at Haldiram's building in Noida, Sector 65. The workers were immediately evacuated, one person hospitalized. The cause of the leak is said to be a damaged ammonia pipe at the factory.
सेक्टर 65 में हल्दीराम की एक फैक्ट्री है, इसमें कुछ गैस का लीकेज हो गया है। तो उसमें हमारी पीआरबी, पीसीआर और लोकल थाने की पुलिस ने रिस्पॉन्ड किया और मौके पे पहुंच करके जो है वो रोड को ब्लॉक कराया क्योंकि ट्रैफिक यहाँ चल रहा था। इवैक्यूएशन पूरा कराया गया, आसपास की फैक्ट्रियों को खाली कराया गया और उसके बाद जो है वो अंदर जा कर के इनके लोकल लोगों की मदद से जो है उसको पाइप को बंद कराया गया, जो पाइप फट गया था। बता रहे हैं कि अमोनिया गैस का रिसाव हुआ है, बट अभी हवा में थोड़ी सी गैस है और चूँकि इसमें एक व्यक्ति जो है वो हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया है जो अनकॉन्शियस हो गया था।
Ayushman joining us on the phone line. Ayushman, what can you tell us about what caused the gas leak and what's the situation at the moment?
This happened today at one of the Haldiram's building in which the ammonia gas, one of the pipe leaked, and because of that, one person has been hospitalized. The building has been evacuated, and not only the building but also in the 500 meters area of the nearby buildings have also been evacuated. The road has been closed leading towards that building, and currently the fire tenders are present over there. The official said that one person has been hospitalized. No one has died because of this. Currently, the smell of ammonia is there, so the police administration is not allowing anybody to go through that route, and the pipe which had leaked, that leakage has been stopped, and currently the officials are present at the site.
All right, Ayushman, thanks so much for joining us with all of those details. We've got more breaking news that's coming in. Internet giant Google has stopped its digital awareness program in West Bengal's Birbhum district after two women of an NGO were targeted by a mob on the 22nd of January. The two women worked as internet sathis and worked in collaboration with Google to empower rural women to use smartphones and the internet in their day-to-day lives. Now, the attack took place on the 22nd of January after rumors emerged that two women were collecting data for NRC and NPR. The women's houses were raided and ransacked, and they were set ablaze by the mob. Those are the details coming in. This, remember, comes on the back of the rumors surrounding NRC and NPR that we've seen multiple instances of violence taking place, and this is yet another instance where these two workers' homes were ransacked on the 22nd of Jan, which has now resulted in Google completely giving up on that particular program. This happened in West Bengal's Birbhum. Shreyasi joining us on the phone line. Shreyasi, we've seen multiple such instances of late, and this is yet one more instance. Tell us what happened.
Well, on January 22nd, in Birbhum district, NGO worker was attacked by the angry mob on rumors of her collecting data on NRC, but in reality she was a Google internet chatting worker. Owing to that particular incident where two NGO workers were attacked by the angry locals, Google has suspended its work on ground in Birbhum district. It's a trust that's run along with Tata, and the program has been suspended. The district magistrate of Birbhum has said that Google had not informed and there was not enough publicity about the NGO work that they were planning to carry out, because they were taking data and photographs of the people staying in Birbhum that fueled the rumors of them collecting data for NRC, which of course has been protested against here in the state. And thus Google has decided to suspend all its programs here in Birbhum district specifically to dispel all the rumor mongering that has been taking place along its program.
All right, Shreyasi, thanks so much for joining us with all of those details. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned tomorrow now.
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Culture, infrastructure, textile और टेक्नोलॉजी, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बढ़ाने के लिए इन चारों पर इस बजट में बहुत जोर दिया गया है। किसान की आय दोगुनी हो, इसके प्रयासों के साथ ही 16 एक्शन पॉइंट्स बनाए गए हैं जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रोजगार को बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे। बजट में कृषि क्षेत्र के लिए इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच अपनाई गई है, जिससे परंपरागत तौर तरीकों के साथ ही हॉर्टिकल्चर, फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री ऐसे क्षेत्रों में वैल्यू एडिशन बढ़ेगा और इससे भी नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर पैदा होंगे। ब्लू इकोनॉमी के अंतर्गत युवाओं को फिश प्रोसेसिंग और मार्केटिंग क्षेत्र में भी नए अवसर मिलेंगे। टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल के लिए नए मिशन की घोषणा हुई है। मैन मेड फाइबर को भारत में प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए उसके रॉ मटेरियल के ड्यूटी स्ट्रक्चर में रिफॉर्म किया गया है। इस रिफॉर्म की पिछले 3 दशकों से मांग हो रही थी। आयुष्मान भारत योजना ने देश के हेल्थ सेक्टर को नया विस्तार दिया है। इस सेक्टर में ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, उसके डेवलपमेंट, डॉक्टर हो, नर्स हो, अटेंडेंट हो, इसके साथ ही मेडिकल डिवाइस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का बहुत बड़ा स्कोप बना है। इसे बढ़ाने के लिए सरकार द्वारा अनेक नए निर्णय लिए गए हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए इस बजट में हमने अनेक योजनाबद्ध रूप तरीके से प्रयास किए हैं। नए स्मार्ट सिटीज हो, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, डेटा सेंटर पार्क्स हो, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी और क्वांटम टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे क्षेत्रों के लिए आवश्यक जो भी पॉलिसी इनिशिएटिव्स लेने चाहिए वो लिए गए हैं। इसके द्वारा भारत ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन का एक अभिन्न अंग बनने की तरफ मजबूती से आगे बढ़ेगा। बजट में युवाओं के स्किल डेवलपमेंट को लेकर भी इस बात पर बल दिया गया है कि जिस प्रकार के आधुनिक भारत के निर्माण में जो जो स्किल की जरूरत है उस फोकस को बल दिया जाएगा और स्किल में भी एरिया को फोकस करने के कॉम्बिनेशन पर बल दिया जाएगा। जैसे डिग्री कोर्सेज में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, लोकल बॉडीज में इंटर्नशिप और ऑनलाइन डिग्री कोर्सेज की भी व्यवस्था का ऐलान किया गया है। भारत से जो युवा नौकरी के लिए विदेश जाना चाहते हैं उनके लिए ब्रिज कोर्सेज की व्यवस्था भी की जा रही है। एक्सपोर्ट और एमएसएमई सेक्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को ड्राइव करता है। बजट में एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाने के लिए अनेक नई घोषणाओं के साथ साथ हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट को एक्सपोर्ट हब बनाने की दिशा में एक बहुत बड़ा महत्वाकांक्षी योजना का इसमें निर्णय लिया गया है। छोटे उद्यमों की फाइनेंसिंग के लिए भी कई नई पहल हुई है। आधुनिक भारत के लिए आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का बहुत ही महत्व है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का क्षेत्र भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का बहुत बड़ा आधार होता है, ये सबको जानते हैं। 100 लाख करोड़ रुपए से 6500 प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण बड़े पैमाने पर रोजगार के अवसर तो बढ़ाएगा, देश के विकास के हर क्षेत्र को वो एक नई ताकत देगा। नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी से भी व्यापार, कारोबार और रोजगार तीनों क्षेत्रों को लाभ होगा। देश में 100 एयरपोर्ट विकसित करने का लक्ष्य सामान्य मानवी की हवाई उड़ान को नई ऊंचाई देगा। भारत के पर्यटन सेक्टर के लिए ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत आवश्यक है और टूरिज्म से कम पूंजी निवेश से अधिक रोजगार की, अधिक इनकम जनरेशन की संभावनाएं होती है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र में हम स्टार्टअप्स के जरिए और प्रोजेक्ट डेवलपमेंट के जरिए युवा ऊर्जा को नई ताकत देंगे। टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर में मूलभूत बदलावों के कारण भारत में अनेक सेक्टर्स में वैल्यू एडिशन की संभावना भी बढ़ेगी। एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता होती है और प्रमुख ड्राइवर होता है। इस दिशा में कुछ ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाए गए हैं। बॉन्ड मार्केट को मजबूत करने के लिए और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की लॉन्ग टर्म फाइनेंसिंग के लिए प्रबंध किए जा रहे हैं। डिविडेंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन टैक्स, डीडीटी, उसको हटाने के कारण कंपनियों के हाथ में 25,000 करोड़ रुपए आएंगे जो उनको आगे इन्वेस्टमेंट करने में मदद करेंगे। बाहर के निवेश को भारत में आकर्षित करने के लिए विभिन्न टैक्स कंसेशन भी इस बजट में दिए गए हैं। स्टार्टअप्स और रियल एस्टेट के लिए भी टैक्स बेनिफिट दिए गए हैं। ये सभी फैसले अर्थव्यवस्था को तेज गति से बढ़ाने और इसके जरिए युवाओं को रोजगार के नए अवसर उपलब्ध कराएंगे। अब हम इनकम टैक्स की व्यवस्था में विवाद से विश्वास के सफर पर चल पड़े हैं। हमारे कंपनी कानूनों में जो भी कुछ सिविल नेचर की गलतियां होती है और उसमें कई सालों से क्रिमिनल एलिमेंट है, एक प्रकार से परेशानी का कारण है सामान्य नागरिक को, उन्हें अब डीक्रिमिनलाइज करने का एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला किया गया है। इसके साथ साथ टैक्स पेयर चार्टर के द्वारा टैक्स पेयर के अधिकारों को स्पष्ट किया जाएगा। दुनिया में शायद बहुत कम देश ऐसे हैं जहां पर टैक्स पेयर चार्टर की कल्पना की गई है। भारत आज एक प्रगतिशील कदम उठा रहा है। एमएसएमई से जुड़े छोटे उद्यमियों पर हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा भरोसा किया है। हम नागरिकों पर विश्वास करने वाली सरकार है। अब 5 करोड़ रुपए तक के टर्नओवर पर ऑडिट की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सर्टिफिकेट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। पहले ये सीमा 1 करोड़ रुपए तक ही थी, अब इसे 5 करोड़ कर दिया गया है। एक और बड़ा फैसला डिपोजिटर्स इंश्योरेंस को लेकर हुआ है। बैंकों में, और ये खास करके मध्यम वर्ग के लिए होता है, निम्न मध्यम वर्ग के लिए होता है, वो अपने जीवन की पूंजी को बचा के रखता है और कभी संकट में पड़ जाता है। बैंकों में उनका पैसा सुरक्षित है, ये विश्वास दिलाने के लिए अब डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस की सीमा 1 लाख रुपए से बढ़ाकर 5 लाख रुपए कर दी गई है। मतलब कि एक प्रकार से जो छोटे डिपॉजिटर्स होते हैं, 98 to 99% लोग इससे सुरक्षित हो जाएंगे। मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट, मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस की कमिटमेंट को इस बजट ने और मजबूत किया है। फेसलेस अपील का प्रावधान, डायरेक्ट टैक्स का नया और सरल स्ट्रक्चर, डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट पर जोर, ऑटो एनरोलमेंट के जरिए यूनिवर्सल पेंशन का प्रावधान, यूनिफाइड प्रोक्योरमेंट सिस्टम की ओर बढ़ना, ये कुछ ऐसे कदम हैं जो लोगों की जिंदगी में से सरकार को कम करेंगे, नागरिकों की शक्ति बढ़ाएंगे, समाज ताकतवर होगा और उनकी ईज ऑफ लिविंग के हमारे मकसद को कई कदम आगे ले जाएगा। मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस की दिशा में 1 लाख ग्राम पंचायतों में आंगनवाड़ी, स्कूल, हेल्थ और वेलनेस सेंटर एवं पुलिस स्टेशन को ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी से जोड़ना एक ऐतिहासिक शुरुआत होगी और इसके दूर सुदूर के छोटे गांवों में भी लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन के द्वारा गरीब से गरीब बच्चे को, आदिवासी बच्चे को, दलित बच्चे को अच्छे से अच्छी शिक्षा देना संभव होगा। आज सरकारी नौकरी के लिए युवाओं को कई अलग अलग परीक्षाएं देनी होती हैं। नौकरी के लिए साल में ट्रैवलिंग करता है, अपने गांव से सैकड़ों किलोमीटर दूर एग्जाम देने जाता है, बार बार वो एंट्रेंस नौकरी के लिए परीक्षाएं देता रहता है। इस व्यवस्था को बदलकर अब नेशनल रिक्रूटमेंट एजेंसी द्वारा लिए गए ऑनलाइन और वो भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कॉमन एग्जाम के जरिए नियुक्तियां की जाएगी। एक ही एग्जाम होगी, बैंक वाला भी उसका उपयोग कर सकता है, रेलवे वाला भी उपयोग कर सकता है, सरकारी अन्य विभाग भी उपयोग कर सकते हैं। इसके कारण युवकों को बार बार अपना समय इस काम में नहीं लगाना होगा। किसानों के लिए अपने उत्पादों को सही तरह से मार्केट करने और ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए किसान रेल और कृषि उड़ान के द्वारा नई व्यवस्था बनाई जाएगी। मुझे विश्वास है ये बजट इनकम और इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, डिमांड और कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा, फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम और क्रेडिट फ्लो में नई स्फूर्ति लाएगा। ये बजट देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं के साथ ही इस दशक में भविष्य की अपेक्षाओं की भी पूर्ति करेगा। मैं एक बार फिर देश को, निर्मला जी को और वित्त मंत्रालय की टीम को इस बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बजट पर अपनी बात रख।
That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking on the budget that was tabled earlier this morning by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and Prime Minister Modi made a special mention of initiatives like the tax reforms that were announced, the change in the tax structure that was announced. He also said that this is a budget that will spur demand and consumption. It will generate more income and investment. Well, breaking news coming in. A man opened fire in Delhi Shaheen Bagh area. The police has now taken him into their custody. This is a big story that is breaking at this hour. A man has opened fire in the Shaheen Bagh area in Delhi. Remember, protests have been on for more than a month in Shaheen Bagh. Ayushman, my colleague, now joins me. Ayushman, what more can you tell us about this? This is the second such incident. Of course, the earlier firing did happen in Jamia. Now this is Shaheen Bagh.
Yes, Kavita. In fact, the initial info that came was of a shot fired at Shaheen Bagh, and what we are getting to know is that it was the Sarita Vihar, it was the Jasola red light where this incident took place, and currently that person who's name is Kapil Gujjar. He is from Dallupura area. He has been nabbed by the police and he has been taken to the Sarita Vihar police station. Currently, the police officials have taken him to the police station, and we are getting to know that he went inside and near to the crowd. This was the second level of barricading where he was, and he fired a shot. And currently, the officials have detained him, and the first two layers of the barricading which has been done on the Kalindi Kunj Road, there is normally the crowd is always present there. Somewhere where the protest site is, the tent which we see where the female protesters sit, 100 meters from that point, this incident has taken place. That man has been nabbed, and he has been, the police officials have taken him to Sarita Vihar police station.
Right. Ayushman, also tell us, was anybody hurt in this firing?
No, but so far no injury to anyone in this incident. This man who was there, he shot the bullet, and currently what we are knowing, we get to know is that nobody has been injured in this incident. That person has been nabbed by the police.
Right, of course, Ayushman, this is not the first incident where somebody has been caught with a gun in the Shaheen Bagh area. There was one earlier incident which we had reported as well. Well, we'll try and get in touch with Ayushman again, but this is the big story that we're getting to right this moment. Incident of firing at Shaheen Bagh, and a man has been taken into custody. Take a quick look at what happened.
इसलिए आया फायर करने के लिए हमारे देश में और किसी की नहीं चलेगी ये देखो ये कैसी सोच का कितनी गिरी हुई सोच का है ये देखो आप कितनी भी गिरी सोच का है
Well, those are videos of the man being taken into custody by the police, and as you said, as you see, he was speaking over there, and let us bring you up to speed. Here, this man who's been taken into custody opened fire in Shaheen Bagh. Shaheen Bagh, of course, where anti-CA protests have been going on for more than a month now. And right now, protesters and the government are locked. There is an impasse between protesters and government on they're moving out of the area. Ayushman now joins me. Ayushman, do tell us what was this man saying or trying to say when he was taken into custody?
Well, that is not clear so far. Currently, the moment police nabbed him, he said something which is not clearly audible. But what we are getting to know from the police officials in the incident of firing at Shaheen Bagh is that this person who has been nabbed resorted to aerial firing, and the officials immediately overpowered him and caught him, and he has been taken into custody. Currently, he is at Sarita Vihar police station, and the locals who were there, they are also telling that this person came in a car, and his car should also be checked as to what is there inside the car. But we can see the officials have taken him to the nearby police station. Currently, the police officers are saying that they are investigating into this matter as to who this person was and how he got the gun and how he came to this area.
Right, Ayushman, of course, this is not the first incident where somebody's been caught with a gun in the Shaheen Bagh area. There was another instance that we had reported on as well.
A few days before, we also reported this. There was a scuffle there at Shaheen Bagh. If you remember, at one of the place near Jamia, one of the shot was fired where one of the students was injured, and the person who fired the bullet was a juvenile. Here, this person is from Dallupura. As per the initial details from the police, he has been nabbed. The police officials are saying that he resorted to an aerial firing. Police overpowered him and has nabbed him. Currently, the investigation is on in this matter, and he has been taken to Sarita Vihar police station.
Right, of course, Ayushman, you are talking about the Jamia incident where there was where a person opened a fire. Of course, our colleague Alok was also over there at that point in time. But let's come back to this particular incident. What more are the police telling you as far as this man is concerned? Is there any more information that you have? Was it something that he was planning?
So far, the only thing police officials have said, Kavita, regarding this incident is that this man fired a bullet in the air and he was nabbed, because if you see the situation of Kalindi Kunj Road, there is a 2-layer of barricading, and right away from the tent where the female protesters and the protesters normally are sitting for past over 40 days, 100 meters away from that place, this person fired. And because it was an aerial firing, nobody got injured. And the police officials overpowered him and they have nabbed him. They have taken him to the police custody. He is currently there in the Sarita Vihar police station. But the locals there are questioning as to why the police did not check the car in which he was there. And we can see that the police officials are taking him into a car and driving him towards Sarita Vihar police station. So far, the initial info suggests that it was the Jasola red light where the firing took place. Nobody, fortunately, has got injured, Kavita, in this incident, and this person has been nabbed by the police officials.
Right, Ayushman, thank you very much for all of those details. That's a big story we are getting to right now. This comes, remember, after the Jamia shootout. Now in the Shaheen Bagh area, a man was caught firing in the air. Fortunately, nobody was injured. He had just resorted to aerial firing. The police have now nabbed the man and he's been taken away for further questioning. In fact, my colleague Priyank now joins me, and I believe he has some exclusive information about this particular incident. Priyank, what can you tell us?
This person has been identified as Kapil Gujar. What we know that there's a tea stall which is right opposite to the second layer of barricade where the Delhi Police security team is generally standing. And since there are 4 layers of barricade, the 2 are dominated by the Delhi Police, the other 2 are dominated by the protesters. As a second layer of barricade, this particular individual sat at the tea stall and then opened fire at a local resident who is one of the protesters of Shaheen Bagh after a verbal argument. He later on also fired 2 more rounds, and then before the cameras could roll, because we have seen that how Alok also managed to capture the firing incident of Jamia. Other channel reporters were also present there, and they before they could roll out the camera, this person fired 2 rounds and then threw the pistol in the nearby drains of Shaheen Bagh, which is right next to this tea stall. This person has been identified as Kapil Gujar. He is a resident of East Delhi, and he has certainly been talking about a particular committee and saying that we will only have dominance and whatever we say has to be accepted. So this kind of shocking indoctrinated youth coming out at the protest side is certainly a very shocking trend. We have seen that in country several rounds of protests happen, but this has never happened in between one community versus another community.
Precisely.
So, yeah.
Precisely. In fact, Priyank, the other thing I'm taking from what you just told us, are you telling us that this man walked down that road and he targeted one person, and he fired at that person? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, certainly. Because what we have got to know from our sources that he was sitting at the tea stall. This tea stall is on the opposite side of the carriageway where the Delhi Police security team is stationed. The sideway carriageway which comes from Noida and goes towards Sarita Vihar has a very small shack, which is a tea stall where we generally go and sit. At that particular location, these 2 people were sitting on 2 sides of the bench, and after a verbal argument, this is what we are getting to know, he opened fire on that particular person who was sitting next, and then he started firing 2 more rounds. When everyone started approaching, and the Delhi Police team also took a U-turn because that road is literally blocked with iron rod, they found that this person has thrown his pistol in the drain, and then he was apprehended by the local police. So that is the sequence of incidents which we have got to know.
Right. Priyank, of course, and I'm asking you this question because the Delhi Police had come in for a lot of flack in the earlier Jamia firing incident where they seem to be standing by and watching even as the man fired. In this particular case, how far was the police outpost from the tea stall? How long did it take for them to actually apprehend this man?
See, it's right now opposite. It's barely 10 to 15 meters. On one side of the carriageway, Delhi Police team is stationed. They are sitting on the middle of the road. And the other side of the carriageway, where the road ends, which is the 30 to 40 meter stretch of the road, this particular tea stall is situated, which is in the corner. So generally, since you have also noticed, there are tea stalls right next to the roadside, and this tea stall is also there. So this person sat there, he came there sitting alone, and then had a verbal argument, open fired at one particular individual who managed to escape any kind of injury. And then this particular individual, the couple, fired 2 more rounds.
Right, Priyank, also can you tell us if there is any more information coming in from the police over here? What have they found out? Are there any charges that they're pressing against him?
Certainly he will be booked under sections of attempt to murder and trying to create rioting and inciting violence. These are the sections under which he is expected to be booked. But Delhi police is certainly saying that our teams were present at the location. The DCP has already given a quote where he has said that the moment we got to could notice this particular incident, which was right next to the police picket, they managed to apprehend this particular individual. His visuals are also out, and for viewers of Mirror now, where he is making his statement before he was detained by the Delhi police.
Right. Also, Priyank, do stay with us. Let us quickly take one more look at that video that we have got of this gunman.
फायर करने के हमारे देश में और किसी की नहीं चलेगी। ये देखो, ये कैसी सोच का, कितनी गिरी हुई सोच का है ये देखो आप कितनी गिरी सोच का है।
Well, Priyank, also tell us now, this is the second such incident that we are seeing. Of course, we saw the other incident at Jamia earlier. There was a report of a man who had been found brandishing a gun in the Shaheen Bagh area as well. Has the police started, checking vehicles, checking people as they venture into this area? Has security been stepped up in any way?
See, there is a proper deployment. 25 to 30 paramilitary persons are situated there. Then you have a QRT team, which is being led by an inspector rank officer. So that is always stationed. But since there is general movement of people, and there are lakhs of people who stay in Shaheen Bagh, so at this particular stretch, it's very, almost impossible to frisk anyone who is going inside Shaheen Bagh, because the people who take metro generally walk from this particular stretch of the road and go to their houses. Even if the protesters are coming or any supporters are coming, they also take the same road. So time and again, there has been no frisking which has been happening. And in this thing, the first layer of the barricade was certainly open. One side of the carriageway barricade is open. So he came and sat right next to the second layer of the barricade where this incident has happened.
Right, Priyank, thank you very much for all of those details. And that's a big story that we're getting for you right now. A man opened fire in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area. The police has taken him into their custody, like our colleagues Priyank and of course Ayushman were telling us. Now this man was apparently sitting at a tea stall having a conversation with somebody. He got into an altercation and then pulled out a gun and tried to fire at that man. He fired 3 rounds before he was apprehended. We'll keep getting you updates on that. The time for a quick break.
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.